Okay. Kick is working. Rumble is working. Vertical looks like it's kicking into gear. And we're still waiting on... There we go. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. You piece of... Oh, God. All right, so... Now I need to go to my folder. Go live gifts folder. And go here. Okay, fine. I'll do this one last. What's up, AK-47? Hey, Taro. Just need a couple more minutes, y'all. I'm trying to play catch up right now. Hi, Yuki. All right, so we can get we can get these published and off the ground. So there's the Discord ping. I've got a bunch of other Discords that I need to post to. Okay, good. What do you think of my go live gif, Geist? Yuki, going fine, going fine. Just a little stressed at the moment. Just a little stressed. It'll pass. It's always stressful at the start of a stream, trying to get everything to work. How are you doing, Yuki? Looked like Bo was really, really happy with you, using your channel points to guide the raid on Friday. You seem pretty happy, pretty proud of you. So that was cool. Hey, K-Sharp, how you doing? It's Sunday equals no rush fun. Yes, I know, right? Seriously, no rush fun day. You got it, dude. You got it. Why did rerun stop? Oh, because it restarted. Okay, I see it. I see it. Live on main, twitch.tv, Lord Zath. Also, I'm excited to hear that somebody on Kick thinks that I am a valuable streamer. Thank you, Joes. However, we don't do promotions over here for that kind of stuff. So, appreciate the offer, but I will respectfully decline. File is larger than maximum file size of 4.88 megabytes. Seriously? This is 6.79 megabytes. Interesting. This is the smallest too. Okay, well, no GIF then for that. Tammy, how you doing? Okay, insert fun GIF here because file size limit. There we go. Oh, I see why. I think I know why. I think it's because every time I go and post insert image from URL. Maybe I can do this. Let's see if this works. Because I usually just drag and drop and it attaches a file. Doesn't seem to want to work. All right. Tammy, you're doing good? Awesome. I'm doing fine, Just trying to get everything ready to go. It's always a lot of fun at the beginning of a stream. So appreciate you guys all for your patience. It looks like okay, it is too large, so fun GIF here in brackets will just have to be what I put in the Deathstrike forms. That's fine. That's fine. Select all and delete all. There you go. Hiya, is that what you're making for dinner tonight, Taro? Get the next words going. I can probably shrink this down a bit too. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Uh, do I want hardware info 64 running this time? I guess I can put it on. My second stream with my new PC, so might as well monitor it, right? Okay. I can close out of DevStrike. I can close out of this one. Close out of that one. All right. Now, Tammy, you're tuning in on vertical, just so you know that there is a horizontal version too. So if you're seeing black bars on either side, let's do a test on the horizontal and see if that pops up.
I'll be back, kid.
Okie dokie. How's the new video card working? I didn't get a new video card. I got a new CPU, I got a new CPU, motherboard, and RAM, and a new power supply as well. And it's working really well. Thank you for asking, Blue Falcon. I'm going to turn off and back on again Lumia. Okay. Now, that should be up. That should be up. Close this window now. I can close this window now. I can close this window now. That one now. I like to try to close windows once we're ready to go, you know? Okay, and then I just need a couple minutes to get my my rerun PC up and running here. I always like to monitor the stream, see how things are going. Oh, and I forgot I got to put my Ponamu on. That's important. Yes, Blue Falcon. You hit the nail right on the head, dude. I was pretty much at the limit of what my PC could handle. Pretty much at the limit. So, now I can do things that I couldn't do before, which is really nice. An example of that is I should have closed captions enabled right now. Yeah, yeah. It looks like it's running. I don't know if it works on YouTube or not. So those of you tuning in on YouTube, you can let me know if closed captions are working for you. I suppose I could check on the rerun PC as well and see if it works. But yeah, closed captions is like really important to me. So looks like horizontal did come through now. Let's try it again. Hor and vert. You need to hire a team to do all this stuff for you. Eventually, things will be kind of automated, but yeah. I got a little delayed because YouTube refused to accept my input to go to set up the stream for, you know, horizontal. Vertical worked fine. It just horizontal didn't, which is weird. Usually, it's not a problem. Or if it does become a problem, it's only a problem for like the first try, and then I can get it to schedule again later. But it didn't want to play with me that way, so that's okay. I had a little bit of time to set some automations up to make my life easier once the stream gets going. So that's good. I just need I need more time to get all that working, you know? Okay. Come on. You can do it, YouTube. I know you can. Good. Okay. That's working. Now let's check out Rumble and Kick. I should have probably started with Rumble first because Rumble likes to show a lot of commercials before starting the stream. Just what Rumble does. Good song choice, by the way. I always liked the Bee Gees.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay,
Yeah.
Kick is working. Rumble is working. Make sure that everything is looking correct. I got all of my windows open. Yes. Okay. I wonder, have I gotten my drop yet? Have I scored my drop from watching my own stream? I got the mission and the Twitch container. I need the CC mission. I see. Okay. Well, in theory, I should be getting it. Let me close out of that window. No, no. Okay, I see it. I see it. Okay. Of course, I got to be able to get my own CC drop, right? Watch there and drops. Perfect. Okay. All right. I think we're about ready to get going, so I'm going to turn off the autopilot on words. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Meow, 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 says Cobra. On YouTube, no closed captions available, it says. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's a Twitch only thing, but thank you for checking, Falcon. I appreciate that because I'm just trying it out. It looks like the captions are working okay though on the Twitch one, from what I can see. So that's excitement, I suppose. Here we go. Let's see. I have to read out a couple of messages as well. Blue Falcon, not just first in chat, but also first in loyalty, driving into another 22 months of epic support. Your dedication is the real MVP, steering us through the high seas of streams. Let's set sail on another adventure together. Guys, not only has Blue Falcon subbed for 22 months in a row, and thank you, Falcon, for that, he's also cheered a whole lot of bits, and he also supports me on Patreon, so I really do support, do appreciate you, my friend. Okay, so that's over. What's up, Ulrich Freya? So, I moved my buttons around a little bit. Hey, ThudTwit. I moved my buttons around a little bit, and that causes some issues. So, hi, happy Sunday, everybody. It's Sunday Fun Day, nice relaxing time. Thank you, Seabear, for checking stuff out. There have been a few changes and hopefully upgrades to the stream that we have done. Hi, Grunty. So, for example, some of the things that I've done, I changed around my vertical setup, so now it follows my horizontal stream. And what that means is I don't have to go and manually click something in OBS anymore when I switch scenes. Normally I press a button, switch scene, and then I have to go and click to change the scene on OBS. I don't have to do that anymore, which is so awesome. I've installed... Hello, I installed a new transition, which will hopefully kind of clean things up a little bit. And with the help of Grunty and Scheist yesterday, I've tweaked my microphone settings a bunch. So hopefully for you guys, I sound a little bit different, maybe a little bit better. The hope is a little bit better, Hey, Gaelic. So that's those are some big things that we've done. Sounds really good. Perfect. You can thank Grunty for that because he helped me get all my filters and everything set up. It's just things that I never had a chance to do before because I just didn't have time. I finally had some time yesterday to do it. And I got more things on the menu for me to fix. But little bit, I sound like me. Well, that's perfect, Strangein. A little bit here and there, but we'll get there. So the plan for today, Gaelic. The plan for today, we're going to start by going into a new game called Stellar Settlers. As you guys recall, I told you before, with me on vacation, I got a whole bunch of requests to cover certain video games, and if they pique my interest, I'll do it. Thanks, Grunty. But
You're
you
welcome.
know, this is a game that looked kind of interesting to me, and maybe it'll be cool, and maybe it'll suck. I don't know. The game we did Friday, I thought was all right, so I didn't mind doing it and checking it out. So we're gonna start off by looking at that game. It's called Stellar Settlers. Currently, it's on sale for $6. So, hey, so we're gonna do that. Probably about an hour, and then maybe less. And then from there, we'll move to replay analysis. I've got 3 replays prioritized so far today. That's going to be a Santander replay. Scheist has a U69 replay. And then there's a Random Guy
Nice.
Pie with an Essex. So those are the 3 that I've got prioritized. If we don't have any more prioritized during the course of the stream, I will choose 2 ones from what's been submitted. And we'll take a look at those. Okay. Oh, come on. It's Scheist. It's got to be 69, right, Cobra? Right, Scheist?
U61, I thought, but you might be right.
It's a
There
69.
is no U61.
Sure.
At least not in the game.
Seaver, thank you for checking Rumble and making sure everything's working right. So guys, we're gonna I need to switch up. Can I switch up the category? Is Stellar Settlers even a thing on? Yes, it is. So I'm changing the category right now. I don't know if that's gonna impact Twitch drops. I like to start in World of Warships category because that could get people started with their drops, and then if I switch game, maybe the drop progress continues. If it doesn't, don't worry. We're going to go back to World of Warships in about an hour or less, and you'll be able to get your drops and stuff that way. Hello, Wolfie. How are you? All right, so give it a second to hook in. There we go. And I should write down the time as well. Let's see. Today is the 13th, right? 4/13.
That is correct.
Okay, Stellar Settlers. I didn't get a chance to edit the audio settings and that sort of thing. So if there's, I think maybe I might need to turn the music down just a little bit. And ADHD autism filter. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So as you guys know, every now and then I get game keys to check out for free. And this is an example of that. We'll take a look at it, we'll review it. Currently, it is available on Steam for $6. It's normally $12. It's on sale for half off. If it looks fun to you, cool. If it doesn't, that's okay as well. So it looks like it's got a controller capability as well as PC stuff, so that's cool. And then it's got lots of okay, I like that it's got different control schemes there. Hello, Jackson. How you doing? And we got everything on max. So we'll go ahead and just jump on into the game and see what it looks like. Ooh, okay. So you've got different settlers to pick. A settler can give you different bonuses to help you in your venture in unknown planets. Okay. South, aren't you a World Order fan? I am. Did they drop a new video? I'll have to check that out later, Seabear. Thanks for letting me know. So okay, and then you start with the few abilities, and then they've got a lot of other ones later that unlock. That makes sense. I don't know what it is, Gaelic, and that's why I got a little interested. You got to pick Matt. Okay, well we'll go with Matt because we mostly come to mole people because tunnelers are free of cost. All right, well. Fine.
Free stuff. Sign set up for it.
Yes. Now there's five settlers, so we actually choose 4 additional settlers. So chat, if you guys see from Toomey up, who else should we grab? Who else needs to settle with us? So I saw this. We get as creators, we get emails and stuff, right? Like, hey, check out this game, check out that. And tons of them. Tons of them. Because there's tons of games coming out.
Do they stack? Like, can you choose the same settler twice?
No, because you can see he's been taken out of the queue available.
okay.
Is there a pimp settler? I thought Matt was the pimp.
Okay, so I don't like chance, so I would not pick Chloe.
Mm.
I would rather have static effects that are there.
So, for example, decreasing spending by 10% is easy. Olivia looks good because it's 5% more resource generate. Yeah, okay. Pimping ain't easy. So let's decrease spending by 5 and increase. Maybe do something like that because that's a chance and that's a chance, right?
Yeah, but
so
that's
maybe
me.
you do
like,
that.
Some people might like the chances, but I'd rather. I know my luck,
Yep.
which is non-existent. So
You guys know my luck too. So let's just start and let's see what happens. So yeah, this game looked kind of interesting to me, so I thought, hey, we'll check it out. Look, we got a achievement for playing the game again, just like on Friday. So Olivia says, welcome to your first ever settlement in Stellar Settlers. Your goal is to build a well-connected space station, harvest valuable resources, build a spaceship with parts you research to escape the planet. Okay, I gotta say, why are you settling on a planet and then trying to escape it? Why not just avoid settling in the first place? I don't know. To me, that's kind of a logic break. Settlers in space! That's exactly right, Gaelic. Choose a pod and place it on the ground. So these are the building pods, and we place something on the ground. A miner factory. Okay? So we obviously need to connect it. So this is where the tunnels are free, right? So then we've connected that, and then we need to create a miner and hauler units. What happened to the ship? I don't know. I guess it just crashed or blew up or something. That's a good question as well, Seabear. Make more sense to build a spaceship to send resources back to the homeworld. Right! Exactly. Exactly. So we connected pods, rotate structures. I don't care about that. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Look, we're rotating. Yeah, they're not mole tunnels, they're corridors. Yeah, connect pods with... Yeah, I already did that. Use a pod place. I did that already. Okay. Oh, and then you can make bends in the tunnel as well. Ah. Oh, you can have a three-way. And then there's vertical, upward, downward, and a razor, but those are locked right now, which makes sense if you're starting things out. Why did I just do that? I just dropped a three-way. All right, let me get rid of that one. Okay, so why is there a long tunnel here? Go away. So I've just hit so it's the Robinson family. Yeah, right? So far, you guys, 69 and
in a three-way sounds a little bit complicated, not gonna lie.
Right? So I'm curious now. It's pointing at the miner. Aha, here we go. Okay. So, pod requires a settler assigned to function. I see. So this is why you have your initial settlers, because you have to put somebody, you have to assign somebody to work whatever. Okay, so double production speed. Top and bottom level pods of assigned pod has 50% production. Top and bottom level pods. Okay, I'll just put Olivia in there. Okay, so now there's 4 different bots. You can create miners using conductive material. And then there's haulers as well. I see. So we're gonna... Oh, look at that. Look at them. Aren't they cute?
So, Seth, I don't want to put an urgent thing on you, but there's a timer in the top right corner.
I know. I know. A meteor is gonna hit the planet, but that's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Storage pot has been unlocked. You can change miner bot resource priority by clicking on it. So if I click on the miner, I can say I want you to do whatever. Right now, we'll just let it do its own thing. Build storage entrance. So they're running out of storage already. So we need to build a storage entrance. Whoa. Can't place right next to another pod. Okay, fine. So if we've got mining, it would make sense to put storage right next to that mining. And then let's go ahead and connect it with a tunnel. Look at that. Everybody's scrambling in there now. Tick, tick, tick. The world is about to explode. Yes. Self-sufficiency pods unlocked. Gain resources passively. Okay. Solar panels. Neat. So you can put solar panels on rooftops. That makes sense. Vertically placed pods also needs to be connected. What? Okay. So I need to connect that to... vertical tunnel. Like that. Okay. Manor Lords on Mars. Yes.
So let me get this straight.
Whoa. I can right click and
we have managed to go to space and build settlements there.
Yes.
But we don't have the technology for elevators, so we don't need these ridiculous looking structures to connect pods vertically.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
So we've got a silicon factory. Now, how did we rotate this before? Nope, that didn't work. No, stop it. How do you rotate this? Was it B? No. I don't remember how to rotate.
E and Q maybe?
No, that moves your view.
Arrow keys?
I could try that. Why is it not letting me click anything? Fantasy is ruined. Sorry, Tombleros. What the? Okay, something. Oh, the game was paused. Okay, I paused the game somehow. Demolish. Okay. You put them in something, a mining facility on the bottom, and then get a bonus to the factory and the miner on the bottom. You put them in something like a mining facility on the bottom. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. So there's a Terra miner pod, for example, right? Like that could be fun to go on here. No? Only place on the ground floor.
This probably has to be on the ground level.
Looks like it. So there was a button I was pressing before that was rotating, and I don't remember what it is. Ooh, I just tilted. X and Z tilt. Okay.
Meteor.
Meteor.
Oh god.
Thanks, game. Wow. Okay. Settlers will have missions for you. Completing these tasks will increase settlers. Something. So I guess now I have to go back to a miner facility. Like that. Did I just lose my settler? Did she just get, like, blown up or something? Storage entrance. There. Razor can help organize connections. You can rotate after placement? Really? Oh yeah, rotate. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. Okay. Thank you, Random. I don't know why I didn't see that before. Olivia's still alive. We lost all of our bots, apparently. So, that's okay. Whatever.
And 5 minutes until something gets destroyed again.
No, and this time somebody's gonna get sick. In 5 minutes. So, yeah. Okay, so I got my storage.
Why do these health bars under your settlers get lower?
I don't know. That's their morale. I guess they're a little sad because a meteor came and blew something up.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And yes, we did just scam out because we blew up the building and then we built another 4. Right. So now we've got far more. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. That's gonna help us, like, you know, win the scenario quicker, right? So mission, connect building pods. All right. So what else can we build? Let's make a quarters would be good. Right? Okay, fine. I'll put it up here. And then we can just do a regular connection, right? Nice tunnel there. Oh, and you could put like a short one there on the block. That's kind of cool. What happens if you manually demolish the building? What, the miner facility? Let's find out.
Minerals back?
or miner factory. Miner factory. No, we can build more bots again.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, well, you know, we're all about, you know, yes, exactly. You can make infinite bots. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this because I am a min-maxer at heart, as you guys know. So I like how the
can't help,
quarters
so
don't have a roof.
is this a mobile game port? Because it kind of looks like a mobile game.
It looks like it might be. Yes. Oh look, I can make a vertical version of that. That's interesting. So we'll just do that. Sure. Upward and downward tunnels are now unlocked. Oh, thanks. So now we can go up. How tall can this thing go? Let's see. Lounge. Research station. Storage pod. Sick bay. Oh, someone's gonna get sick, so that would... Oh, I can't afford it? I need whatever this is and this. What is this? Building material and life support material. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's go and connect these things.
This looks so silly.
I know, it kind of does, doesn't it? Wait, now I can't... I need to rotate this. There we go. So maybe I demolish that. Because I need to build a tunnel. Vertical tunnel going up like that. There we go. Ta-da! I need to make one more building pod. And you can unlock more using research. One minute until somebody gets sick. We really do want to get a sick bay. So I can take this guy, I can say, focus on life support. You too. You focus on life support.
I think building material is more critical, to be honest.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what it would do. Okay. So now they're switching over to building material. That's life support, that's building material, energy. We don't need energy as much because we got solar panels.
Oh, it actually is not mining. It looks like you can only mine with 4 things at a...
It does look like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh. 8 seconds. Come on, sick bay.
Who's it gonna be?
Ah, there we go. Sick bay, go up. Sick bay unlocked. Treat 6 settlers by assigning them to it. Okay, okay. So we can build our vertical tunnel someplace. Here. Yeah? There we go. Okay. So who is sick? Harper must be the one who's sick. Yeah, he's sick. So Harper, go to sick bay. Open your eyes for the next phase. How you doing, Alcabas? Build 2 greenhouses is the next mission. Greenhouse. And then greenhouse. Rotate. Rotate.
Wait, did you just assign him to get cured in the sick bay, or did you assign him to actually man the sick bay?
It said that you assign settlers here. Yes, treat 6 settlers assigned to it. So, 10 minutes.
Whoa. That's
At the beginning, that's not a big deal, but later that can cause a big problem, right? Yeah, there. So there's our greenhouses that have no access to the sun. Well, this one doesn't, at least. But that's okay. Build more miner pods. Terra miner pod. Ah, I see. Okay. How's about we go There.
I think you should. Don't you need to place it above one of the things? Like, can you place it where they're actually mining
Oh.
the stuff?
I see what you mean. That would probably be smart, wouldn't it? So,
I
let's see.
mean, seems logical to me. But you need.
It won't let you.
What about the red one? Like this
The red one. Oh,
over the red one, because I think that only mines the red stuff. No.
new settlers have arrived. Choose a settler to join your colony. Okay. Well. I guess,
That looks nice.
who? Avery?
The right one for the morale is not bad, I think. But
Connected. Different resource generation pods of assigned pod have 40% production. Hey, Morkbork. Yeah, let's go with Avery, sure. Yeah, it won't let me build this on top of anything.
not over the red one either.
Yeah, so you just get resource without mining it, right? So, okay, fine, we'll just do that. And can I build another one? I can. Just has to be closer. Like that. Okay, so now we're gonna do long tunnel. Like that. And that. And that. Turn tunnel. Other way. Other way. How do you turn it the other way? Rotate. Hey, there we go. You're doing fine, just tired? Sounds good. We're doing alright too. We're just chilling right now. Increase whatever that is. What is this? Storage capacity. Okay. So we need more storage units. That's fine, we can add some storage.
Why don't you put it between the miner panels? Like instead of the turn you put in. Why don't you put it in the corner instead of the turned tunnel?
Yeah. Yeah, so demolish that turn and then put it there. I could do that. I was thinking of putting it someplace else over here. Like, because, you know, shorten supply line. But that's fine too. Closing down the brig. Alright, Sea Bear, good luck. See you soon.
I gotta head out though, unfortunately. Friends want to play some games. Bye-bye.
Cool. Well, thanks for hanging out. Let's see. Let's do that. And then long tunnel to there. There's our completed mission. Now we need to build lounges. It's like we're looking for airport lounges or something. Done. There we go. Using this storage as a turn is a clever idea. Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea at all. And it's also right by this material ore, so that actually works out well. What I could do, maybe I can rotate this. Hold on. That won't connect. All right, I have to keep it. I have to keep it the way it was. Build a lounge on top of the drill because funny. Extremely comfy lounge located directly above loud vibrating drill. Random. I gotta say, some people might actually enjoy that too much at the lounge. So I don't know if that's a good idea. That probably isn't gonna be a good idea. Assign settlers to all settlers to pods. So we have to set somebody to greet to sickbay. We can set somebody to. Why is this one saying it's not connected? Oh, right, because I rotated this. I rotate and then boom. Oh my god, that was too funny. That was too damn funny. No, wait, that wasn't the pod. No, that wasn't what was there. Yeah, right, the meteor's like, no, you're not doing this. You're not doing this. Oh my god. All right, rotate. Is that connected now? No, it's not connected. Rotate again. That is still not connected. There we go. No, that's not connected. At some point, okay. So this thing was Grunty's idea made sense in theory, but there just wasn't enough. There's not enough connection. So what I can do is I can demolish. No, there is a tunnel connection there. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay. This one's not connected. So we got to fix this first by connecting it. There we go. So that one's connected. Now if we rotate... I see. If I rotate one more, it should be connected. Bam. Like that. Now we got it. Okay, now we're green. Assign all settlers to pods. So, for mining, for example, doubles production speed. Top and bottom levels of assigned pod has 50% production top and bottom levels. So that's like if you're putting somebody on in between. Directly connected resource generating pods of assigned pod have 40% production. Directly connected different resource generating pods of assigned pod. I'm hella confused the way that describes it, but okay, fine. Let's just, put Liam in there. And then I think I want to throw research station, quarters, lounge, storage pod, sick bay. So if I assign top and bottom level pods, whatever. Solar panels. Sure, double production speed for solar panels. Why not? Storage entrance. And Avery, fine. Done. I just want to get the mission done. Build research station. Okay, I already did. Right here, dude. Build new pods at 6th floor or higher. So now it wants me to go higher. Okay. Double Oregon division on the enemy side in a random battle. Spoiler, you are the one who ended up sinking the boat. That's awesome. Congratulations. And welcome on in, by the way. How you doing, Ensign Cthulhu? Silicon Factory. Sure. Why not? It's the driver, not the ship. Damn right it is. Where's my... Okay, there we go. So now I can put a tunnel up like that. I know, right? When a meteor hits the Great Tower of Zath, we're just gonna probably rage quit at that point. That will be the sign that it is time to switch to Warships replay analysis. I'm putting that out there right now. Research and place a trade satellite. How do we do that? I'm guessing we go to the research station. No. Research a trade. Is this guy like... He's still doing stuff. Okay. Use additional razors. Spaceship parts. Research launch pad to unlock. Okay, at some... Ah, wait. Research panels over here. Research and place a trade satellite. So... a trade satellite would probably be under economy, right? Okay, so there's all kinds of things that you can research here. Trade satellite blueprint. Done. Okay. So we finished that, and then we have to place a trade satellite. Now, how do we place a trade satellite? I would imagine we would need a way to launch it. Here's the trade satellite. Okay. Lost trade communications with nearby settlements. And can I be placed under 6th floor level? Ah! Ta-da! Okay. Woo, that's kind of cool. Hey Wyatt, how you doing? We're just checking out a new game. See if it's up to snuff or not. What are you guys thinking about it so far? You think it's, alright or no? You can be honest. It's not something that, I would play a ton of myself, I would think. I can see the appeal for it as just a nice, relaxing game. Decreases spending. Decrease pod resource generation times by 15%. Me when you design a satellite that T-poses on my neighbors, right? Seriously. Research and place a repair station. There's a razor right there. Okay. Repair station. Repair station. Ah, I don't have enough research credits yet. I need more research stations. I don't know that's a space version of Civ 7 or Civ in general. I'd say it's more of a kind of just a very different game. Like I can see the appeal over time. Like you're gonna be building, you know, just eventually maybe massive colonies that are producing stuff. You know, kind of like a factory sim or something like that, right? So we got another research station going. Trying to generate more research credits. So maybe I'll build another research station over here, for example. And then we can rotate. Yeah, it's exactly. It's a take on a factory builder. It's not a bad thing necessarily. You know, I could probably start connecting these different levels too with towers. Manor-lords on Mars in space. Exactly. So I can maybe do like this. Why won't you let me build up from there? Half tunnel turn. Yeah, fixing the infinite drone strike would probably be a good idea. So I can make it. I'm trying to make a tunnel over to here. Let's demolish this one. And let's see. So for this to work, we would need to make a turn tunnel. We gotta rotate it. Like that. Okay. And then we build a half turn tunnel. Onto there. No, it doesn't want to do that. Does not want to do that. But it'll build that out. Check what the rotate button is when placing R or Q. It could be. It could be. I'm just used to hitting the button. It did it in the tutorial, but I forgot. It's not B. It's R. Yeah, it's R. Weird though that you can't connect it out from there, but whatever. Maybe it doesn't like the really tight turn. You know? So maybe building it out like that doesn't work. Could be a bug. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Researching the repair station. Right. So let's just go ahead and build another research station up on top of this one, because we can. And then connect it like this. There we go. And then let's build another research station, because it seems like we're going to be doing a lot of researching stuff. Now this is on the same level. So we can get some redundancy going here. I'm going to connect like that. But then I'm also going to build a tunnel going across. Since tunnels are free. Hey, look at that. We've got some redundancy now. Yes, exactly. So if you're the kind of person that likes trying to optimize everything, figuring out the right placement of settlers, and the right buildings on top of each other, and the connections and stuff, I mean, there's a lot to that. So if that's something you enjoy, then I could see, you know, that being part of it. You can play this game with a controller. We saw that. So, you know, that could be a little bit more comfortable too. Repair station. So we're at 1.25 research credits per minute. Let's just build another like that. And then we'll do a vertical tunnel like this. You think the ore veins in the map run out eventually? Yes, they do. You are absolutely correct, Random. They absolutely do. Now, I've had some of these bots set on a specific task for a while, and eventually that might be problematic. One of them is trying to mine the air. This one. I don't know what he's trying to do. Tell him to go to energy instead. Kind of fun to watch these guys just do their tasks, huh? But yeah, so as these run out, I'm sure they're gonna go out and explore and find other stuff. Ooh, spaceship craft site. So, we can salvage it for parts, or we can learn for research. Let's learn for research, because that just saves us from time. And we're very close to getting to full, the research necessary, and we're trying to do a repair station. So repair station looked like it was towards the bottom. Maybe I'm wrong. Repair station, right here. So I gotta wait. Got 1.5 per minute. So in theory, it should tick over soon, right? I'll just, you know, keep clicking research, I guess. Well, go on. Research it already. You know what's gonna happen, right, guys? As soon as I click off... As soon as I click off of this, it's gonna fail. Note that I'm out now of building material and energy. So there's our space station blueprint. Repair station, I mean. And so now we can put the repair station out. And I think... I'm gonna put it... Oh, where'd it go? Put it there. That's fine. On the ground floor. Because, you know, you probably want to have access to stuff here, right? Hey, Bound Editor to do. You think that brown building towards the bottom is also interactable? This is an alien structure. Good point. We can harvest it for energy, which we have plenty of. We might as well use it for a research point, which we've done. Good call on that one, Random. Build a launch pad. Okay, so let's go ahead and put another storage pod up because we're clearly running out of storage. Bam. Storage pod. And then... like that. Robbing aliens blind is a time-honored tradition. Damn right it is. Damn right. Okay, so I would imagine that we have to research this. This is a launch pad. Launch pad. Ah, I can search. Launch, oh my god. 30? You want 30? Okay, I'll give you 30, jerks. Vertical tunnels, let's go. This is just gonna look so stupid, but okay. Wait, no, did I... screwed it up. Vertical tunnel from there to here. There. 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 Ta-da! So now we're researching at 3 per minute. The Edmech would be proud, right? Seriously. Because it seems to me like this is kind of the bottleneck. Can't afford to build. I need more conductive material now. Can our production of resources keep up with all this? I don't know, maybe. Probably not. Probably not. That's alright. Oh, and you can tell it to use different kind of materials for research. So I could say I want you to use energy instead. Aha. Oh, okay, and each one it does randomly. So that's kind of nice. Right, exactly. They're not all using the same material that way. It may be worth building some more, since we're low on this stuff. Maybe worth building some more miner factories. Yeah? Observatory might be a good investment. Who can we assign here? Aiden, sure. There you go. Directly connected different resource generating pods. Assigned pod have plus 40 production. Okay. There we go. Cool. And I want you for conductive. Conductive. What are you mining? You're mining nothing. You do conductive. You do conductive. Real Durans, hey! Nope, this is not WoWs. This is a game that I got for free for review purposes, so I'm taking a look at it. Harper should be done by now. He says he's still sick. Why is he still sick? Sick bay. Harper. Why is he still freaking sick? Yeah, it's an interesting game. I don't know that I would play it a ton personally. Yeah, it's like he was never cured or got sick again. I'll blame Grunty on it because he's not here. So we're still down on conductive material. Where are you guys going? You go conductive. What are you doing? Conductive. Thank you. We got conductive material ore over here. Plenty of it left. Yeah, it's kind of like a builder survival. Because oh my god, we're gonna have an AI uprising in 10 seconds, guys. In 10 seconds. Demolish mode, control panel. And there's our AI uprising, and you can see now they've got X's over them. Okay, whatever game. Oh, and I see when you zoom in and zoom out, kind of gives you an idea of how much you're zooming in and out and how much of the map you can see. So there's only a certain amount of space here that you could do this stuff on. Yeah, the robots are on strike, but it said temporarily, so they'll come back, I think. All right, we got enough research now. We can get the launch. Is it launch bay? Launch pad. Launch. Pad blueprint. What? Launch pad blueprint. Okay, well, I think I got it. Where's the launch pad? Am I blind? Ah, spaceship parts. Launch pad. Ah, so now I need more conductive material, of course. Yeah, it seems like there's a few things that they don't doesn't seem to work well for it. So now I'm gonna go through and just make sure that none of these are using conductive material. Energy is the highest we have now, so we might as well put them off of conductive and onto energy if so. That's research. Okay, and I think I've got a few researchers over here too. Yes, I do. So by taking them off of conductive material, that should help me grow conductive as well. These guys are still fighting me. Some structures might malfunction with a solar flare. Now that's exciting. Max storage for each material is 800. So I got plenty of storage. Conductive is now at 103. I wonder if I should build another miner factory. Wonder if I build another miner factory like here. And then connect. And then nobody's assigned to it, but that's fine. Oh, I can't build any more bots? That's weird. Maybe it's because somebody needs to be assigned to it? Are you done being sick yet? Pondering the solar flare is what the repair station's for. Yeah, probably. Just assign the other person, Olivia? We could try that. Let's unassign Olivia and then assign Olivia here. Ah, good call. Good call. Now we can get some more stuff built. But they're still just kind of chilling. Like, I'm hella confused about that. Okay. What's Avery doing? Avery is there. Isabella's there. So if we take Isabella... Is she on the research station? Hey, Jimbo! Where is Isabella? Here, okay. Unassigned Isabella. I almost called her Jizabella. Okay, so that's fine. She's fine there. Everything's like stopped. Maybe it's until the solar flare, and when the solar flare hits, everything's okay. Heidi ho, Galaxy Explorers, right? How you doing, Jimbo? Yeah, they're still on strike from the uprising, right? Well, okay. We built our bots. Let's tell them to go to conductive. Doesn't matter. They don't care. You're just starting up your electronical boxes. Cool. We're taking a look at a game called Stellar Settlers. It's an interesting concept. I'll give it that. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know it's something that I would play a ton of, but I can see myself at the same time. Hey, they're moving again. At the same time, I could see myself getting, like, super enamored with this. You know? Like, just stuck on it. Go to conductive. Go to conductive. Go to conductive. Go directly to conductive. Do not pass go. Because we need conductive material. City Sims, Settler Sims can be very relaxing to play, like Humankind or Civ games, exactly. Or Manor Lords, which I play on Monday nights. Except last week because of the tournament. Side note, I am very much looking forward to doing Manor Lords tomorrow night. Yes, right. Bots cost conductive. I saw that too. A water park with slides. There you go. Here, uh-oh. Okay, that's kind of bright. That's the solar flare. And so, trade satellite is broken. Oh look, it costs conductive material to fix that. Great. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, damage from the flare. I'm at maximum energy, so I probably don't need bots going to energy anymore. I'll tell them to go to conductive instead. I'm just clicking on conductive. This is building material. We're still okay on building material. I just want them off of energy. Do you lose any civs if they're still they're out during a flare? It didn't look like that happened. So, wasn't the repair station supposed to fix it? I don't know. Maybe having a repair station allowed me to click a button to fix it. Yes, there is a limit to mining. It looks like there's only 4 mining locations per spot. And it might come to, you know, where I need to, like, demolish some of these buildings and retain the materials. So that's a possibility, too. We are getting close now to being able to construct the a launch pad. I think it'd be very fitting to put the launch pad over by the dead satellite. So there we go. Spaceship Designing Handbook, page 1. Your goal is to design a spaceship which will escape the gravity of the planet by reaching a certain height. If you fail and the spaceship touches ground, it blows up and disappears. If spaceship falls on space base, creates an explosion, it might demolish some of your base. Oh god. When a module malfunctions, that module stops giving it mentioned effects. Functioning module will have sparkles coming out. Ooh. When a module explodes, it will be destroyed, and if it's connecting two different parts that holds the spaceship together, it will be separated. Successful liftoff gives 200 XP and finishes the game. Every thruster requires a fuel tank. So if you have 4 thrusters, you need 4 fuel tanks. Every spaceship part has a weight that you can see by clicking on it. A spaceship designed with more weight will need more thrusters to escape gravity. As seen in the image, thrusters can be placed on the sides of spaceship parts. If the connecting part explodes, the thruster will detach from the spaceship. Arranging the positions of thrusters symmetrically is important for stable and straight flight. So not what they showed in the picture there. In Jimbo, yes, the game is on sale for $6. It's normally $12. A lot of things can go wrong during a flight. You have predefined explosion malfunction changes of spaceship parts, which can lower by thermal regulator and safety module. Explosion. The exploded spaceship part disappears. Won't have any mention. Effect malfunction. Won't give any effect mention, but will have structural integrity. For successful launch, only the nose cone needs to survive and reach gravity escape altitude in 30 seconds. Okay. Your goal is design. Oh, I already read that one. Okay. So here's our checklist of all the things that we need before we can launch. We need 4 thrusters, 4 fuel tanks, 3 life support modules, 2 habitat modules, and 1 nose cone. And then you press the launch button when you're ready to go. Spaceship parts having a random explosion chance is kind of BS. Yeah, I know. Well, it's kind of like detonations, right? So, spaceship parts, nose cone, main structure, life support, fuel tank, gyroscope, habitat, thermal regulator, small structure. Creates a small structure for it. Fuel tank, life support module, main structure. So you can build a main structure on it. I would think you'd want to start with thrusters, right? Like, you know, maybe you put a... Not too expensive. So what if we put like a thruster in the middle? Or let's maybe put one on each corner. Right? Like that. I kind of like the idea that you can design your own spaceship. That's kind of fun. Okay, so let's click out of that. Main structure that goes on top. Why? Did I put a thruster in the middle? I can't, thank God. Okay, main structure. Aha! Here we go. Here we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Maybe. Looks like it's a little off-center. Can I demolish? Demolish. Looks like the rocket doesn't cost any money to actually try to launch it. Yes. Exactly. That's what it seems like. Let's see if we can get this rocket thing built and launched. It's not centered, but whatever, game. I don't care. Or do I care? So if I get rid of that, I put a thruster. Ah. Okay, so you can't build it that close. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Move the thrusters closer, but it doesn't want me to. Maybe it's because of that middle one that I built. Spaceship parts. I can launch it. Lol. Okay. Whatever. Start with the middle one first. Solar flare. And put the other 4 around it. The problem is that I don't think it's centered anyways. Like if I demolish and demolish and demolish and demolish, You see, this isn't centered on the pad. The pad itself doesn't allow it to be centered. See? Which is annoying. So. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't look, see, it does, you can't put it in the center here, so you, I guess one other thing you can try doing is kind of like a plus design for it. I don't know. Or just do what I'm doing and just slam a bunch of engines underneath and be done with it. There we go. How's that look, huh? Orc engineering at its finest, yes. Just slam it, that's what she said. Okay, so let's get some other parts going here. So we probably need some life support. Oh, that's a small module. Fuel tanks, these are small too. So, habitat module. Maybe we connect the connect it to the habitat module like that. And then thrusters now, so you can put thrusters on each side, right, to help make sure that it stays alive, but it doesn't. This one will let me put one on like that and that. There we go. Okay, there we go. So now we've got thrusters like that, and I can not hit the launch yet because I need a nose cone. Life support. Life support's probably important, as are fuel tanks. Can we fit fuel tanks on this level? We can. Look at that. Saw some blue when I was moving it around a second ago. There we go. Fuel tanks. Safety first. There's my safety module. We got 4 fuel tanks. We have 1 of 3 life support modules. We need the nose cone. We need a habitat module. New settler arrived. Don't care about science stuff. Bot movement speed would be fine. Maddie's 11 years old. We're gonna put her to work. Our build mode. Aiden, Olivia, Isabella. Let's change out Aiden for Maddie. And oh, research station needs to be rebuilt apparently. There we go. Dunsies. It's a new world. Need more storage. Yeah. We'll get more storage too. Oh, this one also needs to be. And let's put Aiden in there just because I don't know. Whatever. What does this say? Main structure. Iceberg right ahead. All right, guys, over on Twitch, we have a code giveaway. You have to be on Twitch for this. If you're someplace else, like YouTube and Rumble or Kick, please head on over and say hello on Twitch. Make sure you're a follower as well if you are not already. Life support, habitats, nose cone. Thermal regulator. I like the idea of less chance to explode. That's kind of fun. So let's do something like that. We need 1 more habitat module, right? Yes. There we go. I can fit fuel tanks on the side there. That's kind of fun. We have 11 thrusters. We have 4 fuel tanks. So we probably need more fuel tanks, yeah? This looks like such a piece of crap. But whatever. All these games never finished, Andrew? It could be. Look at how expensive it is to launch. I'm gonna need more storage. I'm gonna need more storage. So let's get some more storage built. Storage pod. Storage pod. And we can build these up. Yeah, we can build these up. Look at that, we're building it higher than the satellite. Let's go. Vertical pipes now to connect. Well, you love Subnautica, but you can never finish it. I never had a chance to get into Subnautica. Ta-da! There we go. Now we've got we got our tower of storage, and we have a mutiny going on too. Apparently, it's beautiful. Let's go back to the spaceship now. We have fuel tanks, thrusters. We need one more fuel tank. We need 2 more life support modules. Life support modules. These. Habitat module, we're good, and we need a nose cone. So I think it makes perfect sense in my twisted mind to do to have life support modules next to fuel tanks, because that totally doesn't sound like a bad idea, right? Something like that, except for some odd reason it screwed that up. Demolish. In before Funny Rock. Paint it orange. I don't know how much taller I can make this thing. Couldn't get into satisfactory. Yes, you heard rumors of giveaway, and those rumors were correct. They were indeed correct. So we've got 11 life support modules. We got 5. We need a nose cone. There's our nose cone. All parts are connected. We have a 22% chance of part malfunction per second and a 5% chance of part explosion per second. Now, I wonder if I can put a safety module up on top of the nose cone, maybe? Where's that safety module? Like that. Safety first, everyone. There we go. How's that look, huh? So now, we're down to 19% chance. But we've increased our cost of energy and everything else to build it because of how heavy this damn thing is. Remember, all we care about is that this thing gets into space. Maybe we need more safety modules. Safety module. Safety module. Safety module. Safety module. Safety module. Safety module. Okay, so now we're at 1% chance of malfunction. Ta-da! Thermal regulators to reduce boom chance. Yeah, I've got a couple of those right here. Where are they? Here, decreases chance of module exploding by 3%. So I could also do that, right? We can also demolish this. And we can do thermal regulators. Is it top heavy? I don't know. All right, now we're down to a 7% chance. Look at this stupid thing. There. And just the tip. We need even more storage now. Oh my god. We need 2,610 conductive materials. Maybe move the side thrusters up like 3 levels? I could do that. Yeah. Let's pull these thrusters off. The question is, do I even have enough thrust to break orbit now? You can't wait for this to immediately crash. I know. Alright. Thrusters, here we go. Here we go. How about one there? One there. One there. And one there. I wonder though. wonder if I have, like, this looks very uneven. So I think it might be better for me to just demolish these. Should I leave like the one on the bottom? See, it's off center. I just hate that. So I think the game kind of wants you to not put something down there. Maybe a life support on the bottom. Let's see. So let's do thrusters on the bottom here on the main support. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Toss them on the sides. But I'm thinking for like, since this is the very bottom, we need to put like maximum thrusters down, right? So something like that. That's 12 thrusters and we have 11 fuel tanks. So then we just throw a fuel tank on the bottom. Surely nothing bad will happen by having thrusters all around a fuel tank, right? That should be okay. That should be fine. They'll be okay. Now we just need to collect everything. Now that the ads are done, looks good. There we go. What kind of research can we get ourselves into while we're waiting? Hub tunnel, tall razor, observatory. Entertainment center. Ooh, warehouse. So that focuses on storage as well. Nuclear reactor pod. Ooh. Let's do it. Let's just research all this crap, because I've got so much research. Core drill. Hydroponics bay. Enrichment pod. Passive game. Ooh, I like that. Defensive system to shoot down meteors. Builder station. Bunker hall. Landing pad blueprint. I already did that. I did launch pad, not landing. It's gonna be funny as fuck when a single part explodes, you lose 60% of our thrust. Right? Let's just get all these things done. I don't care what they are. Recycling center. Ah, okay, so demolishing gets you more stuff. Robotics lab. Increases bot movement speed. Xenobiology lab. Dark matter reactor. Plasma. What are we doing on time? Okay, we're about an hour in, so I probably want to finish this soon so we get over to warships. Space shuttle. Gains the ability to kick settlers. Get out of here. Cryogenic pod. Treat settlers and focus on their morale at the same time. Sure. So I've got a whole bunch of new things that I can build here, like a defense system. 20% chance to evade negative events, capped at 100%. Why do we need the damn rocket if we can just build a space shuttle? I know, it just seems kind of weird, doesn't it? Increase bot movement speed, gaining life support material. We probably want life support material. So we can take a Xeno. Cannot be placed on the ground floor. Okay, there you go. How's that look? That looks terrible, but I'll take it. And let's connect it with the tunnel. Bam. Build the T3 production buildings. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Entertainment center. Gain 1% of all settlers for every minute. All right, cool. We'll put them... Can I put that down here? No. I can put that there. That's fine. There we go. And... let's do it like that. There we go. Cool. Whoa. What just happened? That was weird. Oh, I hit the escape button. I see. What other buildings do I want? Observatory. You gain science every 2 minutes. I don't need research anymore. I'm going to probably demolish all those research things, by the way. Hydroponics gain. I don't want to do that. Silicon factory. That'll be good. Silicon factory is good. I like this. And place right next to another pod. Okay. Let's see. Turn tunnel? R. Aha. Oh, right. And then I need to do some sort of vertical craziness. Yeah. Okay. So, how do I do this now? I need to do like a turn tunnel here. And then have that come out. Have that come out. This is gonna look really stupid, but I don't care. Vertical up. No, not that way. Vertical up. Fine, I'll do this one first. Ta-da! Now they're all connected. We have a higher tier version of the silicon factory. Really? I didn't see it. What do we need? We need more storage, and we definitely need... That's 22, 13, 17, 47. Be at the very end. Entertainment centers at the very end. Here's the beginning, though. Here's the beginning. So these are all things we haven't looked at yet. So we've got recycling center. We definitely want a recycling center. There we go. Why is that not... Okay, fine. That was about that. There we go. Plasma conduction. Good thing tunnels are free, huh? Jeez. So you got landing pad, gets airdrop supplies every 5 minutes. Phone call, you gain... Okay. Nuclear. See, core drill pod. Okay, hydroponics bay. See, I don't like... Cowbell would be cool. I don't like that you use something else to gain something else. This makes, to me, it's like towards the end of the game. Towards the end of the game when you're like, okay, I need to do, you know, I need to focus on getting this resource, right? Then that comes in handy. Surgery suite. Yeah. I have like so many different things now. I think the tier 3s are better. I just don't see them. I don't know, it's a little bit hard to tell. But let's unlock the last bit, because there might be an achievement for it. Ah, what do you know there is? And now we can kill off all of our research stations. Or at least we can just tell them to stop. It's time to stop. Stop.
Do it.
Stop.
Do it.
Maybe, oh, maybe it has to stop at the end of the... No, it's still going. Okay. Xenobiology lab, the plasma conduction facility, dark matter reactor, and the nano assembler. Alright, I'll look at that in a second. I just want to turn off research if I can help it. Because... at this point, I believe I've researched everything, right? So there's no need to... Why does it keep... I'm trying to tell it to... Well, that's annoying. It's like it doesn't want to stop. Yeah, bugged indeed. Bugged indeed. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll demolish this. This. Look at all the parts that just go tumbling on down. Alright, and we got storage pod. And then we're just gonna build storage pods. Or do I want to build, where's my storage pods? Here it is. There. Okay, now we need to just connect it with tunnels. Here we go. Build warehouses instead. There we go. So now we got 2,400. We need 26. Okay, so we can... Let's see. I have a few other research stations, like here. Demolish. 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 Okay. Now you were saying warehouses. Alright, let's find warehouses. The thing is, when you research so much, it's hard to find everything you're trying to do, right? Where's warehouses? Did I pass it? Ah, here's warehouse. Whoa, that's a big sucker. Okay, so we're gonna have to demolish this stuff as well. Just clean up the space so I can... That looks about right. Okay, warehouse. Bam, bam. Look at that thing. Big sucker. Alright, now. Can this connect? Nope, of course not. Okay. So, demolish. Demolish. Build half-turn tunnel that way. And then full-turn tunnel. Like that? Yes! Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. Up to there. And now we need to connect this one. How do we connect this one easily? I don't see any connection ports underneath. So an easy way to connect it might be to build something up on top of here. Like a solar panel. And connect it via pipe to here. So tunnel to that. And then we need to... Plasma condenser? I could try that. I'm just trying to find a way. There is no way to do this easily. Alright, plasma condenser. Where's plasma condenser? Plasma conduction facility. Gain 2 each. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So like that. The big thing is we need to find a way to connect still. Can I rotate this? Okay, so rotating like that works. And then rotating up like that works. Ta-da! Okay, cool. So now we've got lots of production. We need a lot of building material though, don't we? Still need a lot of building material. Build the nano assembler. Where's the nano assembler? Nano material assembler. Ah, I see. Yeah. So you gain 1 every 2 seconds. The only problem with that is... then after that, the dark matter reactor. I see the dark matter. Okay, yeah, so yeah. I see what you mean. So the tier 3 buildings, the higher ones, right, you get a lot of stuff. All of this just to launch the damn thing. Yeah, exactly. Can I assign somebody into here? No? Isabella is sick. Harper has been just chilling in sickbay this entire time. So I think we can unassign Harper from the sickbay, right? And then we need to assign Isabella to sickbay. And then here, we'll just throw Harper in. Yeah, I remember Game Alpha Centauri. Should also put the double production guys in our tier 3 facilities. I was thinking about that. So, for example, we can unassign a bunch of people from here. Maddie is, I think, best where she is because she's helping with the movement. Goal is to make it outer space and then boom, game is over. Right. I can't assign anybody to these, but the plasma conduction facility we can assign somebody to. So there we go. Double production. Yay. Oh, that's right. These are warehouses. That's why. The xenobiology lab we can put somebody into, though. There we go. Still need something to do building material. Is that the nanomaterial? Yeah, that's the nanomaterial. Okay. So we got to get that going. What do we get in 3 minutes? An AI uprising. Wunderbar. Where are all of our trucks and stuff? Where'd they go? Oh, they're all just chilling here now. Because they've collected everything they can. So... yeah, okay. So there's nothing else on the surface to collect. So I can get rid of, like, the miner factories, for example, because we don't need those anymore, right? Yeah. We're on the same wavelength there, Random Guy Pie. You got it. Oh, I just demolished something with, Maddie in it. That's okay. There we go. So I've demolished those. And demolish this one. Bye, Harper. And, we'll just put a 3-way in. There we go. Okay, so we got a little bit back of that stuff, but let's see, we're looking for... What do you guys think? Do you want me to try to get this, ship off the ground and see what happens? Nanomaterial we want, right? Can I rotate this and put it over here? How about over here? No? Yeah, come on. Where can we put you? Okay, fine. I'll just throw it there because... whatever. So let's see now. We want vertical up. And then we want turn tunnel. Like that. And then... can I do turn tunnel again? Only wants me to go straight like that. I want to try to connect to this. Aha! Half turn? Oh, won't let me. Fine. Long tunnel won't let me either? Okay. Demolish, demolish. There's a vertical tunnel someplace as well. Here. Raises building pods. So... oh, I see. So you can do that. Yeah, it's a weird bug, isn't it? Or maybe it's not a bug and I'm just being a derp, and that's a possibility too. But we can probably just do the old-fashioned... yeah, we'll just do this and be done with it. Third tunnel like this. And then long tunnel to that, to that, to that. Done. Okay, now, who can we assign here? Doubles production. Matt, get in there. We got way too much energy production per minute. So we could also look to, change energy production. No, not energy, conductive material. I'm sorry, conductive material. I guess we'll leave it. Now we just hope nothing blows up while we wait, right? Seriously. So we could do another one of these, right? Another nanomaterial assembler. Dark matter reactor. We can do that too. there's the space shuttle. Allows you to kick settlers every 60 seconds. Get out of here. Kick. Oh god, that'd be kind of funny. Did we get a winner, by the way, from the giveaway? I didn't catch it. Or maybe it hasn't drawn yet. I don't think it's drawn yet. So don't forget to enter if you haven't already done so. Over on Twitch. Gotta be a follower and active in chat. 285. You know, is there a way to speed things up? Filter building pots. Oh, this would have been very helpful. It said not enough chatters. Okay. Well, let's try a manual one then and see if we can get a giveaway going, huh? Can't be placed on the ground floor. So we want the energy production now, right? So here's that dark matter reactor. I'm wondering, because our numbers are so low, should we just start building? Can we build another building material? What's up, Longshot? Elon Musk's Mars Adventures, you got it. Because I'm wondering if we'd build another nano assembler just to, like, excuse me, really speed up production. But I'll do the dark matter reactor next. So here's dark matter. Should be available very soon. There we go. Can only be placed on the ground floor. Ah, okay. Only be placed on the ground floor. So we'll just connect it via tunnel. And be done with it. Ta-da! Why are you not... Because that's not a connection point. Of course. Okay, so if we needed to connect... Turn tunnel like this. Tunnel. Half turn. I'm starting to get the hang of building these damn tunnels. Okay, now assign. Top and bottom level pods of assigned pod has 50%. Directly connected after different resource generating pods of assigned pod have 40% production. Let's put Maddie in there. All the teeth all having different shapes and tunnel orientation is pretty neat. It is neat though. Yeah, I do agree. It is kind of fun to look at and see how that works. So there goes our dark matter reactor. Okay, so we're looking good, and then we just need to build up a buttload of energy. Really. Energy and building materials, what we're really low on right now. So maybe we need to build another nano material assembler and another dark matter reactor. I don't know. But yeah, it'd be nice if there was a way to fast forward this game. So that you can, like, you know, really get through it. Plasma conductor makes yellow. Need some rocker fuel and a match? Where's the bar? Well, there's an entertainment center. That's probably the only bar in town, to be honest. Yeah, I'm thinking like... But I'm thinking like maybe we do want to, you know, like invest in trying to build, because it's going to take a while, right? We need how much to launch this thing? Hot stores? Come on. We need I can also probably try getting rid of some of these safety modules. But like we need a lot of energy. It's gonna take like 10 minutes just to get yeah, that's what I mean. It's gonna take a long time to be able to launch this thing. So we might want to build some more of the resource gathering stuff. Right? Like, that's what I'm thinking. Another nanomaterial would be a good idea. Use the easy button. What's the easy button? Everything's hovering around 50 per minute and the monster is expensive. Right. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I'm thinking, yeah. Staples. Like that. And tunnel. Cut some corners on the rocket. We could. We could do that. It's plus 5% production. These guys aren't really doing much help with that. Who else is here? Settler morale is quite low. People are not happy. I don't know why. Put Avery on a morale duty. Dark matter reactor because we think we're lacking power. Yeah, see now we're at 77 per minute. They need a party. They do need a party. I don't know why their morale is so low. What does this say? Okay. Storage capacity is 29. You should tunnel those two sections together and make another loop. I could. I was thinking of building, something out here and then connecting. But I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what we could also do, honestly, is we can like, yeah, we can decrease this over here. And that would obviously reduce the requirements for launch. Like what I could do is maybe. What do you guys think? I think I don't want to wait so long. So let's do this. Let's get rid of these. That's what I'm thinking, random. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Get rid of that safety module. And let's get rid of these two safety modules. And what I had built over here, we've got too many life support modules, so I can maybe get rid of a couple of life support modules. I have, okay. See, so I have one life support module here that I could demolish. And that fuel tank I could demolish as well. I wonder if it's okay that this thing is not on the ground to start. You know what I mean? I guess it's okay? Here, let's put a gyroscope on the bottom to keep it stable. How's that sound? Probably fine? Just to be safe. Let's put something on the bottom. And I need to put one more fuel tank up. So where's the fuel tank? Fuel tank. And there we go. So that takes care of fuel tanks and all that. And notice the cost has come down, but the chances of failure are higher. Maybe we just rebuild the whole damn thing. Let's just rebuild the whole damn thing. There's that thruster. Biscuits and gravy, says Spider. I think if we just rebuild the whole damn thing, and like you guys said, we just focus on a sleek and minimal rocket, and then pray that we have enough to go once we finish the construction. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, exactly, Random. Just do the minimal. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah, alright. That's everything. Okay, so... You don't think the rocket is regulation? So we can start with the habitat module. And then above that we can do... We need 3 life support modules, so there's 3. And then we need, we're gonna need 4 fuel tanks. So there's 4 fuel tanks. Life support, habitat, we need another habitat module. Something just happened. Oh, that's cool. Radiation or something. Denied again? Yeah, we need to have at least 10 chatters to, for the bot to work. Thrusters, we need 4 thrusters. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then we just need the nose cone. Put the thrusters on the upper one. So something below... Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. We can try that. Jimbo and you, Jennifer. That's one way of putting it. Alright, so let's, Doesn't want me to do that. Am I missing another module? No, just the nose cone. The rocket is definitely cheaper, yes. Okay, I misplaced that. Thruster... Here. 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 And here. And then nose cone. There you go. This is the Radio Shack version. Should we try it, guys? Should we launch it? Instead of 1 rocket definitely works. We can just launch 4 rockets with a 1/4 chance of living each. I like that idea. Alright. In 3, 2, 1. Blast off! And it's kind of off center. And it's going. And it just blew up.
It's an Elon rocket.
It's we almost got there. Wait. The nose cone is still making it. The nose cone is still going, guys.
That's the Challenger crew. They're calling for help.
We did it.
Interesting.
Was the dumbest. Someone go back and clip that, please. That was great. Grab that clip, please, of the rocket launch. You are not cleaning out that nose cone. Those guys are probably puking everywhere. Oh my god. Alright. That's enough settlers, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and thanks to people, big thanks to the people that got it to me. Remember, you can get this on Steam for $5 on sale, right? $6 on sale right now. Normally it's 12. All right. Let's get some tunes going, and let me change the category back to World of Warships. And go from there, huh? World of Warships. The thinking man's action game. Random, thank you for doing that clip. Diz, what am I watching? Welcome back, Wolfie. You just caught the tail end of Stellar Settlers, a fun little game I was checking out. Random Guy Pie, you need to leave soon, right? Because it's like 3 a.m. your time? Because if so, we'll go ahead and get that going. Radio Shack Outer Space Adventure. Ooh, I'm going to title that, Wyatt. You don't need to leave soon. Okay, I just want to make sure. Radio Shack Outer Space Adventure. I might just call it Radio Shack Adventure. But random, you're here, so we'll do yours. Shiest, are you in a hurry?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay, and then Ensalada is the other person that's on our list. So let's get Random Guy Pie's replay going. I'm just gonna need a moment to get things set up here. I gotta find my chip stats. Here we go. Thank you guys for being cool enough with checking out that game, though, because that I enjoy playing different games just to see what's out there. But I realize it's not always what everybody's looking for. All right. Announcements. Hang out to everybody. We're going back to warships. ENA Dream BBQ? Never heard of it. Okay. Build viewer on. I have to change the build viewer here too. Okay. Chip stats. There we go. Try to pinpoint the exact moment I locked in this game. What do you mean by locked? Essex. Okay. I think we're ready to get started. There's a commercial break that's gonna run, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna wait until the commercial break is over and then we'll get started. When you actually start focusing. Okay, gotcha. Wait, you have to focus in that. Right? Wait a minute. Who said anything about having to focus in this game? Now, I normally get a screenshot of the planes launching to Naked Essex. Naked Essex. Okay. Well. Let's try to find a nice nice angle here with the planes. Ooh, with the rocket pods. That's kind of fun. Like that. When I realize I have to actually win the game for my team. Gotcha. 30 seconds and we'll get the replay analysis going. Okay, guys?
We'll be back.
All right. And I forgot to read off the starter. So from PC test to Stellar Quests, oh, the places we'll go. Last stream's echoes linger still. Autumn Breeze Gaming return a heartwarming thrill. Ensign Cthulhu's Tale, a touch of bittersweet, while the Real-Eye Duckman's package chase can't be beat. Armac scored Blue Loot, prizes ahoy. Now Settlers Rise, replays reviewed, and ranked we enjoy. Will we conquer the stars or sink in the seas? What stellar surprises await in this Sunday spectacular? Awesome. All right, looks like the Save GG bot clued in on the fact that there was a cool moment too. All right, everybody, let's get into replay analysis for this Sunday. We're going to start off by taking a look at an Essex. I don't know if we've ever done an Essex, or maybe it's been quite some time, so this will be nice. The Essex is a Tier 10 American aircraft carrier of the support line, which means she gets access to squadrons that have support-focused abilities. So, for example, you've got Tactical Rocket Squadron that has Smoke Curtain Generator. You have regular torpedo bombers. This is your main damage dealing squadron. And then you have tactical bombers that also have smoke curtain. So this gives you a lot of flexibility as a carrier player in the game. But the main damage of the Essex is typically going to be with torpedo bombers. Okay. Besides that, I mean, that's the main difference. There's some other parts that are different too. The fact that it's got 2 tactical squadrons and only 1 regular means you can afford to be less concerned about plane regeneration because they just automatically show up on your deck anyway. You played Nustazia? What did you think of her, Gaelic? Let's go ahead and take a look then at Random Pie Guy's setup. So he's got Air Goose Modification 1 for aircraft return speed, engine boost duration, torpedo bomber attack time. Makes sense, because torpedo bombers, like I said, are the bread and butter of damage dealing. You've got torpedo bomber HP. Also makes sense because you want them to live, but you don't really, you don't care about the other squadrons because they'll just regenerate anyway. Squadron consumable modification 1. So every squadron gets an extra consumable. So that's 1 extra smoke generator, 1 extra patrol fighter, 1 extra engine cool, 1 extra heal, right? So it's like superintendent. It's very handy. What you're giving up, what most people use is flight control modification 1 to get more aircraft squadrons on the deck, or aircraft on the deck per squadron, and aircraft prep time. But keep in mind, you don't need that so much because there's only 1 squadron to worry about grabbing planes on the deck, right? And then you've got squadron speed. That's useful for all of them. Con of tactical squads is the enemy is too close. You can't rotate squads because you're not recharging your squads while traveling. Exactly. So you could be in a situation where you only have like 2 torpedo bombers that you can launch and you kind of have to back off. Now you're only using a 9-point captain and you've done the core build. The core build is air supremacy, squadron speed, aircraft armor, and then aircraft HP. That's your core build. And then from there, you can decide where to go. Most people for Essex are probably going to look at proximity fuse to get your torpedo damage up because, like I said, that's your bread and butter. Torpedo bomber is also a really good skill to take for these. Random Pie Guy, where are you going to go from there? Are you going to build out into some of the patrol fighter stuff? Or are you going to look for engines, aircraft armor first for flak protection? I really don't know that you need that right now, Random. Usually, we talked about this before. Enhanced aircraft armor doesn't really help as much as it sounds. Yes, you get 25% damage reduction from AAA shell explosions. However, if you take 2 shell explosions, that pretty much wipes out a lot of your planes anyway. So you don't get much back from enhanced. You can take 1 and then you can live a little bit longer, essentially. So generally we don't put a lot of value in that. So there's 6 points left. I might go this way, Random Pie Guy, and then from there, now you can kind of decide where you want to go, right? You could do squadron. Engine boost duration would be decent. You only get 1 heal, so I don't know if repair specialist is that handy. You can kind of get a feel for what matters to you most and then go from there. The patrol radius one is a really good option because these patrol fighters are special. They latch a little bit quicker. You probably don't want to go to interceptor, or do you? I can't remember. I think Grunty would be the one to answer this, but I think you go for... Maybe you go interceptor and search and destroyer and something like that. Enhanced reactions. So the problem with, I think the problem with enhanced reactions was the arrival time. You already have, with your patrol fighters, you already have a quicker arrival time, if I remember right. Yes, that's what I'm saying, exactly. Yes, it's built in. So you could go like the full anti-build, I just don't remember. I apologize. I just don't remember. I think you go these two. I think you go these two, and then you can go for like improved engine boost, and then like another point, engine techie, for example, or last gasp. You know, maybe last gasp. Yeah, they're not a big downside for Essex because you can already spot. So this basically gives you a much larger circle of nope on the battlefield. So I might look at something like that for the final build. Oops. Let's see. Let me take a look at the at my link. Welcome back, Bownetter to do. Essex. Let's see what the recommended build is for Essex. All right. Here we go. So they recommend torpedo speed, sight stabilization. So they haven't done anything in the fighters area. Okay. I don't know that sight stabilization is that important. But, you know, this gives you food for thought. This gives you something else to consider. But I kind of like your build better with what we had talked about. Yeah, they are offensive and torpedo focused. Yeah. It's nice for torpedo bombers. I don't know that it really helps that much. Like your torpedo bombers, so you can kind of test this out here. You can test this out here. So torpedo bombers, where is it? Where is it? Attack timings, right? Aiming time to fully aimed is 4 seconds. Sight stabilization drops that by 0.7 seconds. Like, big freaking deal. So, I don't know that sight stabilization is that useful. But yeah, you can build it however you want, but I think maybe try something like this and see. You don't have any flags. I'm guessing this is a newer ship for you. You're conserving flags, just screwing around, seeing what you can do, right? Let's get to the game. You are top tier. No subs to worry about. You are the carrier, so...
For liberty and justice.
Ah, you got one of the special ones on Andromeda, I think. First captain. Or is it Lady Liberty? You're conserving flags for rank. There's nothing wrong with that. It is Lady Liberty. Thought so. Doc does have some different builds. They don't even bother doing their Scepter build that does work this line and French carriers, yeah. He already won because he played. Now this is estuary, okay.
They've come in force.
Ah, you found the VJJ. Now you can't put down a plane because it won't spot for you. So you might as well just go all in. All right, not bad. Starting this game, you took the tab menu, see the Essex and Marceau, and you're like, ah, they're doing that, yeah. So what that means is the enemy Essex is going to use the smoke to smoke the Marceau, and that kind of removes the, you know, the problem of the Marceau not having smoke, right? I could see that. So I'm guessing you're going to go for the JJ again, try to get him on sticky fire because he DCP'd, right? Right? Question is, which one did you strike? Was it that one? I like the guy's name. I like the guy's name, and he's in the VJJ. No, you're gonna go for that one. I don't like that you flew through all that anti-air though, just to do this strike. I mean, if you wouldn't head on, you would have been better off. You chickened out because of the anti-air. So you were gonna go for the other one first. Now this is on the North American server, huh? I think you would have been better suited going for the one in the front and just striking that one. And if it's not the same one you hit at first, who cares? You know, cycle the things through and then just get torpedo strikes on these guys. These guys have to be focused immediately. They're just that good of ships, or that much of a BS of a ship. Torpedo bomber time, because both your tacticals are now on cooldown. Nice song choice.
Protectors alight.
Oh, Yamato killed that one. Excellent. So now the question becomes, where are you going to go with your squadron? You're going to pre-drop. Okay, fair. Shikishima would be a great target for you, but you're gonna have to go through the Hector, possibly. Nope, he's slowing down. Okay, there goes your Tulsa. Now, random, I don't know much about you and your playstyle. Do you consider yourself a carrier main? Do you play carriers a ton?
The enemy has overtaken us. We must
There's
not
your engine consumable. Not really, okay. There's your engine consumable. You're trying to slow down so you can tighten up your drop.
approaching target.
I would have turned around fully on the Shiki and dropped on the Shiki again. Minnesota's got a lot of anti-air. Also, well, okay. He didn't DCP that flood, so that's okay, actually. Now go back to the Shiki and drop on the Shiki, right? Guyman ban you? Why would I ban you? It looks like you ruddered the Minnesota. You want to get your drop out as fast as possible, get back to your tacticals. Okay. Shikishima DCP'd, so I would absolutely be working on the flood for him, or on the fire. And you're down 2 ships. Why did you switch to the Hector? Gaelic, I have 3 prioritized replays. After that, I'm open or I'll make my own choices. Poor decision making. Yeah, I would have focused that Shikishima. You knew his DCP was most likely down because of the flooding. So I'd focus on the Shiki and just get him down. I think that'd be a better use of your effort. I mean, here's the thing, Hector is just kind of not a threat. It was good damage. I do agree it was good
Protectors
damage.
alight.
But it's a Hector, right? A Hector isn't going to win or lose the game. The Shikishima can win or lose the game. If you want Gaelic, you can. I don't mind. Didn't actually know what a Hector was. Ah, okay. So the Hector, I think it's a research bureau ship, and it's basically a British heavy cruiser hull, but with a ton of very small destroyer destroyer guns on it, like lightning guns. So I mean, and it's got crawling smoke. It's not the greatest of ships. So you focusing on it is funny, but okay, whatever. If you don't know what it is, then you're concerned about it more. I'm concerned about an Iowa giving broadside to a Schlieffen, but you know, whatever. You're welcome, Gaelic. You watched a video of Fat Fluffy Penguin playing it like Apollo Emilio. Odd, but okay. So there's that carrier smoking up his division buddy in the Marceau.
Protectors alight.
Now you're trying to smoke up the Cohorn. Look at you doing team play stuff. Just started playing this game a few minutes ago. You have 17,500 looking to get a tier 9 premium ship. One that is fast, decent amount of guns, and torpedoes. Pommern? Pommern's not so fast. But she's got really good guns and torpedoes and secondaries. And she's German, so she's also got hydro. You're starting to run, but you forgot to keep running. Yeah, you really do need to keep running. I do like, though, that you realized your situation was tenuous and you had to leave. But see, the Shikishima is the thing that's going to hurt you the most. Ouch. But yeah, I don't, which one did I say? The Pommern. But I think Pommern is only coal. Are you talking about 17,500 doubloons, Starlit? Or which currency are you talking about? You forgot to run and your smoke planes are on cooldown. Yeah, well, that's one of the problems of over-relying on your tacticals, is then they're not
Our ship
available
is
when you need
aflame.
them, right? And that Marceau can just farm you for a while. You could put up a torpedo squadron and try to, like, you know, drop something. 19,300 doubloons? Okay. I'm not familiar with what's in the armory off the top of my head, Starlit. If you wouldn't mind, can you let me know what ships you're thinking about? And I can tell you if it's a good one or crap. Your bombers are ready. There you go. There's your smoke for yourself. So I would think now you want to go for the Marceau, yeah? You guys are even on ships. Pretty even on caps and
Repairs
everything.
complete.
And you're probably going to need to reserve the next tactical squadron for your next smoke. Yeah, you are going for Marceau. Okay.
Protectors alight.
Yeah, and see, here's where having that larger cone of nope would come in handy. Aha! Why did you go into attack mode now? That's going to be a wasted drop. Okay. Glorious when you could light carriers on fire and they couldn't launch planes. Yes. Unless you had emergency takeoff, which was Puddin's favorite commander skill. Right, Puddin?
Mandatory skill.
Mandatory skill.
Absolutely mandatory.
Mm-hmm. You're waiting to dodge the battleship salvo first. Fighters are probably going to get you there anyway. Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, I would have just dropped anyway and whatever. You Hail Married the bombers? I mean, you missed the drop, so that's why I'm curious about that.
That was more like throwing the ball away. Just recall if you're not going to drop.
Well, they're tactical, so you don't care either way. You've already used them, and you have to wait for them to reload. If it was a normal carrier, I would agree with you. Yeah, you
Everyone,
just...
fire on
whatever.
that target.
Tulsa, Tulsa's heavy cruiser. She's okay at tier 9. Good rate of fire, but she doesn't have torpedoes. And I think you could do better. Hexarge is really good. You hated how it played? Okay. We call it the Kexarge because of just how silly it is. It's got the ability to use planes to spot stuff, and then you just, like, shoot things that you spot while they're attacking. It's a good ship. There's a giveaway going in chat, by the way. Please make sure that you are active. You have to be a follower of the Twitch channel, so if you are here on Twitch and you're not following, click that little follow button there, and then do what Chice just did and write something in chat like "Europe." If you are on YouTube, Kick, or Rumble, please make sure you head on over to Twitch to get in for the giveaway, okay? Exactly. Now, you're spending an awful lot of time trying to kill this dude, and I think your team is suffering as a result. Switch over to Twitch? I mean, you might as well to get the prize. And if you prefer YouTube, then stay on YouTube afterwards. That's fine. Rockets? Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to defend himself, but at the same time, he's got to get past that other DD there to get to him.
Oh, absolutely it
blowing
is. Are you trying to... You're gonna... Where are you going? You're going for the Minnesota now? I'm gonna say it like this. If you were gonna do that random, I would have smoked the Barbiano. Because he could just sit there and farm that way. But now he's kind of stuck.
Protectors alight.
I mean, he's doing a nice job of keeping you alive. Plane down and protect your teammates. Here come the torps. You wanted to support your Yamatos more? Well, okay. I don't think your Yamatos need the support. 2-on-1. I think it's more important you deal with this Marceau, like you spot for your Barbiano, for example. You could have smoked him. Look, a Yamato and Minnesota rammed, so that didn't matter anyway. Way too early on your turn. But that's okay, you're keeping him spotted for your teammate. And your teammate wisely switched targets. Had his own smoke available? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the consumable monitor and you can see that, then that's fair. But if you don't have the consumable monitor and you're not sure, I would have smoked just to be sure. I like the torp drop on the Rosia.
See, I still say you drop the smoke. That saves the smoke for your DD who's actively trying to help protect you.
Exactly.
Like, why can't you help him back?
Exactly. Exactly. Like here, for example, I would drop the Rosia. But looks like... I'm not sure what you're doing here. Now you know he's out of smoke, so you're gonna smoke him up. Okay. Okay. I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
If you would have smoked him earlier, he'd have an active smoke now.
For right now when he needs it most. Exactly. Exactly. Shikishima kills the Yamato. Hey, look, it's that guy that you didn't focus on earlier.
Well, it's Shikishima. It's got the world's greatest AA.
Exactly. Okay. At this point, I think now you're probably going into hyper-focus mode. You have 2 more smokes available on that squadron.
Our
Corpse.
time runs short. Only 5 minutes remain.
Yeah, your time does run short. Okay, so probably 1 drop on the Rosia, and then you gotta kill that Shikishima. Actually, yeah, Barbiana got it. Good, okay. So, that's gonna give you... Hey, Glacial.
The amount of firepower flying right there is crazy.
It's a redonkulous boat, absolutely.
Oh.
Hey, Stack
Don't
Bro.
lose in mine. 100% win rate, Chiced.
Glacial, if you're our friend from over on YouTube, don't forget to toss the follow button if you aren't already. You are. Okay, cool. Thank you. There, I just want to make sure you get in for the giveaway, that's all. So, thank you for the follow. Why did you wait that long to drop? I don't know. I was gonna say something else and now I forgot. Oh.
That was smart, actually.
One sec. Stackro, you used a cover my replay for ZF6 on Friday, but I don't think I got your replay on Discord. So if you've got that replay, can you please post it on my Discord? Alright, hi Shockwave. Go ahead and, why is it good that he hesitated on the planes there?
Because the Shikishima turned into the Barbiano was forced against the island. It's an easier drop angle from that because now he's got nowhere to turn. Effectively. The Shikishima effectively screwed himself here.
He did kind of do that, didn't he?
Yeah, waiting on him to mess up was a lot better than just trying to force the error there, and now the Shikishima should flood out.
Ta-da! Hey Classic, how you doing?
We sunk their battleship.
Hello Cosmos, happy Sunday to you all. Montana.
I'd go to Montana at this point, rather than trying to find the Essex. I believe the Iowa's was fate. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it.
It looks like you're trying to clear the fighters away, but remember, those fighters don't spot anyway, so I think that's kind of a waste. Actually, they actually latched onto your plane, so you completely wasted that.
They spot at point blank range, but only
Okay.
at like it's
2 kilometers.
basically proximity spotting.
Yeah. But still, I feel like that was a waste of your time, and it was also a waste of your planes.
Yeah.
Because the Essex is clearly focusing the Iowa. And unfortunately, the Montana is a lot closer, or the Essex Enemy Essex is a lot closer to your Iowa.
I don't know why he's trying to support the Barbiano at this point. I would just be trying to kill the Montana because the Barbiano, all he would have to do is just run and he'd be fine. It's still a 3-on-2. The Iowa has all the attention of the Essex. It doesn't help.
The only thing he can do if he does this smoke is he can get to the Iowa and drop a plane on the Iowa too. So he might go for maximum team play here and then go drop the Montana. Like, I can understand that idea. Looks like that's exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Protectors alight.
I mean,
You drop
problem
your
is-
fighters in a bad spot, though. Like, the Iowa's driving out of your fighters. You should have put them in front, not behind. Like, if you're going to take the time to do it, try to do it correctly.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, I think the Barbiano got blind fired there. It's fine. Oh, okay, good hit. Right
But the
now, what I'd be
important thing
looking
is-
at is the Montana's path of travel. Like, which way is he going to turn?
Yeah. The important thing, though, is that the smoke has allowed your Barbiano to farm the Montana a bit until, well, there goes more smoke planes from the Essex. At this point,
That's the
I
first
might,
response.
yeah,
I
go a
would
little
just
bit south,
drop
just
the
figure out where the
Essex.
Essex is.
Essex is in, like, H9.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell that just based on where his planes are coming from. Don't try to blind drop the. Good. Don't blind drop the. Yeah, there you go. Okay, never mind.
Why would you recall?
Yeah, the bomber's ready apparently.
You're trying to win to live on points. Okay, so this is a replay bug. The points are reversed, so you're in the lead for 30. You could have just attacked the Montana, dude. Like, yeah.
I don't think he would have had turn. He would have had time to turn around by the time his planes faded. Because his
Just
planes
call it a
were fading.
misclick. Not like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, his planes were fading anyways. By the time he got the drop in, it would have been fine.
But the thing is that the Montana was already out of the smoke. So if you had turned to do the drop, you would have forced him to turn south and get out of the smoke. Because of the Essex fighters? But if you said to yourself, I've got 1 minute until the game is over, who cares about the Essex fighters? Who cares about your torpedo? Like, just go and drop because you've got a tactical squadron left that you can do, you know, your next drop on. So I kind of feel like, you know, you could have done some things differently, but that's okay because that's why we do these replay analysis.
I mean, here's the other thing. Like, you're at the end of the game. Get the resets to force the Montana to stay there. Who
That
cares
too.
about your planes at this point?
That too.
You'll get more. They magically reappear.
Mm-hmm. So if you look, the Shikishima that you hit a little bit and then avoid, like, he caused a lot of damage and a lot of problems. Did I miss STG because red team was ahead on points? AK, it's a replay bug. And it's been in this game for almost a year now, maybe more. Congrats on the giveaway, random. It just puts the wrong points on. It's annoying as all F. You have to like keep an eye on point generation, and whichever side is generating points accordingly with the cap that are controlled. Yeah, it's annoying. I didn't even notice it either until random said, I just have to live for a minute and then we went on points. Once he said that, I'm like, oh, okay. Your Yamato, by the way. Wow. Love his name. So let's take a look at what you've done for damage. So you damaged the Shikishima, killed him. Rosia damaged him. I honestly think you left him alive a little bit longer than you should have. You focused that Hector, that poor Hector. What did he ever do to you, man? Montana, whatever, you did some damage. Minnesota, the two Vijayjays. I really would have liked to have seen you focus on these guys early. One of them got wrecked by your Yamato, which I think really had an impact on the game. Hector had a name you don't recognize. Therefore, it's a nice premium. Therefore, it's probably OP. I'd look at it this way, random. If you don't recognize it, then it's either a very new ship or nobody likes it because they just don't play it a lot. Let's think of it that way. If it's a ship that's really good, premium wise, you'll typically see a lot of it played in randoms. In the case of the Hector, he's probably trying to farm efficiency badges because the Hector itself is a very tough ship to do well in and to farm damage with, and and you kind of ruined his day by focusing so much. That's okay.
But here's my question though, like,
Yes.
why not just prioritize the important targets over what is interesting, right? Think about it. If you'd gone for the Shikishima, he wouldn't have been alive towards the end of the game, putting you in a bad position. If you'd gone for the battleships, like, that Montana was alive longer than he should have been. That Rosia was alive longer than he should have been. The
Rosia, I'm surprised about, because the Rosia has such crap anti-air. Like, dude.
Yeah, it's a stock Soyuz. Like, why wouldn't you go for that? Why don't you just hammer it nonstop? Like, here's the thing. Your target prioritization was horrendous. I wish I'm not going to be kind about that. It was really bad. Like, so many times I'm looking at this and I'm like, there are so many obvious important targets to hit that are in transition, that are isolated, that are trying to be spearheads, right? That are trying to force this push around decap, because that's where they're pushing from. They're pushing through D, right? Why not? Like, obviously, you recognized that you needed to run way too late. You lost a lot of health as a result of that. And guess what?
No.
Adrenaline rush doesn't exist on carriers.
That's not why he didn't lose health. He lost health because he stopped running. I think he made the right decision to run, but he didn't update his autopilot to have him move farther away. So the carrier just stopped and he was broadside.
That's fair. Also, I probably wouldn't have put myself in like J2. I would have put myself at like G2
H1
instead.
Yeah,
H1,
right.
H1, G2, because the G2 island is tall enough to hide you as a carrier.
And gives you the flexibility of running.
If you can hide you as like an Ushikov, it can hide you as an Essex, trust me.
Yeah.
Right. Plus, it allows you to cycle your planes faster if your opponents are in the mid. Right, as opposed to I2.
Well, random. That makes sense too. It's just like the problem is that you put yourself kind of in a bit of a corner there, because you panic used both of your smoking tacticals in very rapid succession. You probably could have used to wait a little bit on the second one, and that could have given you probably right here on the replay, on the render, that probably could have given you enough length to get up to Golf 2. But you also didn't really do much to focus right there. You didn't do too much to focus the Marceau either, I thought. Actually, no, that was pretty well timed, because I look at the smoke. Looked like the first smoke dropped about the right time.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're trying to do too many things at once, which I get your support carrier, but I really feel, and I think, Shockwave is hitting on this too. You have to focus on specific things. Don't try to do too much at once. Focus one thing at a time.
What I would have done is just gotten rid of the Marceau, or at least forced him to retreat, right? Low health destroyers are unconfident destroyers, right? Especially in the mid to late game. Like, if I'm a destroyer player and I am low on health, I'm going to be very cautious, personally. Now, obviously, people are different. I've seen people just throw away their 2K, 3K HP destroyers meaninglessly for the sake of some extra damage, right?
No, dude, it's random battles or ranked. You see it all the freaking time.
I know.
But,
I mean, that notwithstanding, though, right? If you put more pressure on that Marceau, if you got him down to, like, say, a tenth of his health by the time he was at, like, H9, like Hotel 9 or Hotel 8, right? Where do you think he's going to be? He's going to be playing closer towards the D cap or the C cap, right? He's not going to be playing aggressively. That gives your Barbiano space to breathe and farm down those incoming battleships a lot more effectively. He doesn't lose a lot of health because of the Marceau spotting him effectively. And as a result, you get space to breathe. You have more time to deal damage and farm out these incoming battleships and effectively stop their push better.
The big problem is you decided team play with the Barbiano, but if you had team played with the Barbiano earlier, you would have been better off, essentially. And Glacial, hold on a minute. We'll talk about your question after we finish the replay. I want to focus on the replay to give random good feedback here, okay?
You know what? The one thing I'll say about Shockwave's comment about a low health DD not wanting to play aggressive, the Marcel was kind of low, and he did play aggressive.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I
After
said
the Barbiana, like it's not the norm, but I agree with both of them. You needed to keep the DD spotted, supported your DD, and give him smoke, even though he has one. So when he really needs a smoke, he has one available.
Yes.
So
and the
when
Barbiana has a full throttle fuel smoke that cools down, takes a pretty long time to cool down.
Right.
So if he needs that smoke, you should be able to provide it to him on time, right? Obviously, if the Barbiana asks for a smoke, then I'd say go. He didn't. But if I had the Consumables mod and I saw that, okay, if he needs that smoke, I'm gonna go get one if I'm in an Essex, right?
Now, when you do stuff like that, as a player, as a Unicum player, if I see a player that's trying to team play with me, then I'm going to try to team play with them. And that's going to embolden me, maybe to do something that I wasn't going to do originally. Because the Barbiano, at the part where you ignore him, I'm trying to get the render to come back. He's in full farming mode. He's probably already said, well, this game is screwed. But if you had smoked him and then gone back and spotted the Marceau for him, now that flips a switch in his mind. Okay, we can win this. The carrier's working with me. We can make this happen.
Yeah, you got to give him the confidence to play, right?
Correct.
You can't just be like, you can't just look at him and be like, nah, he'll be all right. It's fine. He can handle himself. He's an overpowered Near Destroyer with incredible TPM. It's not. But yeah, like here at this point, the Marcel should be under pressure.
I'll be right back.
Right? You should be putting the Marcel's chasing you, and I mean, obviously your autopilot stopped for whatever reason it did. Either you didn't program the autopilot to go further, or the autopilot just spazzed out. I don't know. It happens. But
he forgot to give it another input. He mentioned that on the replay.
Yeah, and give it another input. Yeah, but like. At the same time that I'm running, I should be thinking to myself, okay, what is the biggest threat to me and what's the biggest threat to my team? That Marceau sweeping in from the south. Because here's the thing, even without the character spotting, the Marceau is still going to be able to spot for himself. He can still do damage for himself without the carrier spotting. He can effectively spot for his allies and keep your battleships and your cruisers lit, or your teammates lit, as long as, his team needs to do damage.
So I paused it here for a sec because I wanted you guys to see the Marceau is actually winning this trade. He's kiting away and he doesn't care about all of this firepower coming from the Barbiano. Again, you don't notice this because you're playing the carry, and that's fine. That's fine. But right about here is your opportunity to smoke the Barbiano up and then go and spot the Marceau, and you don't do that. And actually, it emboldens the Marceau to push again. There, you spot him for a second. Right here. This is where I thought, okay, you're going to smoke the Barbiano. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Barbiano thought the exact same thing. Awesome, my carrier's going to smoke for me, and then he's going to go and spot the Marceau, and we're going to kill him, and then we're going to win this flank. And what did you do? You waved at him as he flew over, and the guy's probably like, you carrier!
This made me slap my forehead a little bit, because I'm like, okay, first of all, the Yamatos are locked into a dance with the Minnesota, and the Shikishima. But they don't need your help. I mean, look, the Essex is going to still take forever to kill both of them. Even if one of them dies, you're fine.
Okay, well, yeah, no, but Random, you could also say in chat, do you want smoke?
Be cautious about it. Like, you needed to be conscious about the fact that maybe your Barbiano did need some help earlier, and he was forced to use his own smoke, which he could have used for later against the Montana, right, in transition. Montana Shikishima in transition.
So, what are we going to title this replay? Should it go out to YouTube?
Decision making. It's purely decision making. Like, this was not a lot of bad decisions in this one. Like, why did you go for the Hector when you could have easily damaged out the Shikishima, forced perma damage on him? Right? Why didn't you go kill the Marceau when he was like had like a third of his health? Put pressure on him. Why didn't you focus out the Rocio a lot sooner? Why didn't you focus out the Montana a lot sooner? There's a lot of decisions here.
Very true.
Like, why didn't you support the Barbiano more actively? There's a lot of different decisions here that I feel like you made that were bad. Now, not a knock on you for your decision. Like, you still won the game, so that's fine. but your execution could have been so much better to a point where this wouldn't have been as close.
That's fine
And
though,
more
but
to the
that's why
point-
this is a great replay to feature.
Yeah. Also, you said you got anxious at the end, Random. This seems familiar. Very familiar.
Call it what if. Yeah, I mean it happens. That fear, everything kind of locks you up. You're trying to, and like I said, I could see the moment that you're trying to do too much. You had to go for the Hector because if I don't randomly grief someone who's in an unimportant ship, they're taking my CV license away. No, you went for the Hector because you even said yourself, you saw a content creator's video where he played it like Apollo Emilio somehow and did stupid things with it. So you looked at it and said, this is what this guy's doing. But anyway, you saw it afterwards? Okay. Anyways, I wouldn't be so worried about ships that you're not sure about. I'd work on the ones that you know about. I'd work on the ones that, you know, frankly, are probably from, you know, good clans. Like N is a good clan. Like they're good players. So I would look at that and say, okay, that's somebody that I really need off the board. He's in a Shikishima. This can be problematic. But anyways, whatever the case may be, decision making is definitely a big part of this. And I feel like it's decisions, and also in the late game, you just kind of overextending yourself, trying to do too much at once. And I don't know if there's a title in there or not, but hey, it is what it is. But we do need to move on to our next replay. So I'm going to turn the render off. And of course, Random, thank you very much for supporting me. I hope I gave you some good feedback with the help of Shockwave and Puddin and others. And how about no smoke CV? All right, let's get to the be right back screen. I've renamed it to be right back. And I need to hit the bathroom. And then we'll get the next replay ready to go. Let's see, that's randoms done. We've got Scheist, Ensalada, and then we just got a cover my replay from Gaelic. Stackrow, did you ever submit that replay? I don't see it. All right, Gaelic, here's your, this is your other one here. Ah, Gaelic found sexual. Friesland is okay, but you said you wanted something that was fast. Not really fast. She also doesn't have torpedoes. She's like a one-trick pony. Not a bad thing necessarily. Not a bad thing necessarily. Okay.
Friesland's not actually in this shop right now, Zeth. It was removed a while back.
Well, we'll look at it in a second. See, the reason why I said hold on is because I don't have the screen in front of me, and it's very difficult to know what's in and what's out without just loading it up. So I'm going to load it up, but I have to hit the bathroom. Like,
Sure.
God, I gotta pee. And I need to get the replay render up and running too. So from prioritized replays, I know Scheist is here and I know Gaelic is here. So who wants to go next?
Me.
I'll leave it up to you guys. You? All right, Scheist will go next. You've been waiting very patiently.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Gaelic goes last. All right, well, thank you for that. So yeah, Glacial, just sit tight for a minute. I gotta pee. I'm gonna run a commercial break while I go pee, and then I'll get the armory ready to go. I need to do this in an incognito window. Now that I think about it, and I need to do it in an incognito window because it'll log in as me otherwise. Originally in Japan, you then added the Dutch tech tree where like lots of Dutch ships, they removed Friesland and Groningen as a Dutch Friesland. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hit the commercial break. I gotta get used to it. I moved my button location, so it's kind of But I'm gonna hit the commercial break in a moment after this one starts up. And I'm gonna get the download here. So this is Glacial Suzuya. Okay. All right. BR Bizzle.
That's gonna be interesting. Um, Glacial. Here's a question for you regarding Tier 9 premiums. Have you managed to work your way up to Tier 9 in the tech tree just yet? Or no?
Okay. Let me grab some. Peanut butter dark chocolate time. How are my temperatures looking? Stuff. 23% CPU, 54% GPU. Not bad, not bad. Temperatures have peaked for core at 60 degrees Celsius. And GPU core has peaked at 48 degrees. Not bad at all. Where are my windows? There's my windows. I have too many things open and not enough view space. Oh, I need the
Actually, Zav, can I just
Hmm.
ask one question first?
You just did?
Yeah. I wanted to ask Glacial if they had gotten their way up to Tier 9 in the tech tree first before getting a tier 9 premium. That's my genuine question. Because right when you work your way up to the Tier 9 tech tree, where do I find that? Zach, you might want to take this one. Just saying.
Yeah, yes, elusive. I believe I logged the PC parts.
Access level for tech tree should be 4 or 5. What level are you on right now?
Glacial, what he's asking you is what tech tree ships do you have? How far have you progressed in the tech tree in the game? What ships do you enjoy playing, like tech tree wise, that sort of thing? So if you enjoy the Nicholas, I'm curious why you're looking at a tier 9.
If you're, yeah, here's my advice. If you're at Tier 5 right now, what I would personally do, and I mean not just personally, I mean I would do this for everyone who's just started playing the game. The biggest piece of advice I can give to anybody who's just started playing the game is progress through the tech tree first, right? And learn the fundamental mechanics of the game first before you start thinking about buying premiums. And the reason why I say that is because if you buy a premium ship and then 3 days later you decide, I don't want to play this game anymore because I'm not enjoying it, yada, 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 you've just wasted like 50, 70 bucks for God knows why. So, yeah. Get used to the game first. If you like what you feel and you see and you want to keep playing the game a long term, then you could start thinking about investing into premium ships. Otherwise, don't. That would be my word of advice right there.
Wrong commander build.
Also,
I'm last, not next.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you put it on Galix and not Shice.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is we're talking about the armory, so I thought I had moved it over to this one. Okay, I did on the vertical, not on the... Okay, fair enough. The only reason you're showing up, Gaelic, is because you're the last replay that I popped up. I haven't had a chance to move it yet. So, Glacial is asking about doubloon ships in the armory, correct? So, I completely agree with the suggestion of if you enjoy tier 5, then stay at tier 5. There's no need to go farther up the tech tree. Because quite frankly, the jump from 5 to 9 is so massive that I think you're going to be doing a disservice to yourself and your teammates. So
Yeah.
I'd say stick around the same tier. And once you get up to tier 9, 10, then decide, okay? There's a lot of fun boats. And the nice thing about these is they're cheaper too, because they're lower tier. You can get more with your money, you know? Think about it that way too. So let's highlight some of the lower tier boats. All right, Random Pie. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. I want to highlight some of the lower tier boats that, frankly, I think you'll enjoy. For example, the Hill. The Hill is very similar to Nicholas. Different gun layout and torpedo layout, blah, blah, blah. But she's an American destroyer that does similar things to Nicholas, and she's a premium ship. So you get more credit earning, and, you know, you can train up commanders on the premium ship. So
Yeah. The other thing too is, here's the thing with the high tiers. At high tiers, the game becomes significantly less forgiving, right? Because the gimmicks at tier 8 and above go out the wazoo. You got radar, long-range hydro, secondaries, nuclear torpedoes, railguns, more railguns, autoloaders, and more railguns. So it just becomes a hellscape, especially if you are a new player. So, yeah.
And that's what I was saying. The gap from 5 to 9 is huge. So look, Hill's a good choice for you, Glacial. Another good choice for you is Ohotnik. This we call it the gun canoe. It's just fun and stupid. Okay, tons of guns, tons of torpedoes on it, and you can just do all kinds of crazy. And look, because they're tier 5s, they're cheap as hell. You know, and if you've got 19,000 doubloons, hey, there's a lot that you can get around, get away with here. Now, Gaelic is also right. If you buy lower tier ships, there's less chance of getting them later in a Santa container. If you do support the game by buying Santa containers around Christmas time, you got a while to wait. I would not recommend buying the low tier 5 because, frankly, the game incentivizes you to play tier 5 and up. So, Ohotnik is a good choice. Hill is a good choice. If you like playing cruisers like Tulsa, you said you liked playing Tulsa, I would look strongly at Murmansk. She's an Omaha class cruiser, so tier 5 tech tree, but she's a premium variant and she's Soviet, which means she's better ×2. Okay? So she's pretty fun. Krasny Krim, less good than Murmansk, but still fun to play. Okay? I wouldn't buy the Sirocco. I wouldn't buy the Anshan.
Yeah, Sirocco's good. Sirocco's good. I would get Sirocco.
I wouldn't get Sirocco. But not for a newer player. You might do well with the Sirocco, but a newer player like Glacial, no offense Glacial, probably is going to struggle because he's used to having that crutch of smoke and he's used to being able to just pew stuff. Okay? Sirocco is difficult because you have to be in the right position to blast something with the main battery reload booster, otherwise you wasted it. So to me, that's a higher skill floor ship to be able to do well in. So I would not tell a new player to buy Sirocco. Later on, if you want a challenge, if you like the French destroyer gameplay, then Sirocco is okay. But hey, Glacial, thank you for the sub.
If you want a cruiser, actually, Zath, if you're talking on cruisers, if you want to play cruisers, the most forgiving one I would probably get at tier 5. Honestly, I might lean towards Kirov surprisingly, now hear me out, right? Kirov is big, it's not very stealthy, but it's got good guns that are easy to use, easy to learn. The ship is easy to learn. It's very safe to play, right? Because you can just sit at like 15 kilometers and stand cheap, right? It'll teach you the basics of kiting and pushing. It's actually surprisingly good learnership, and it also teaches you one very important fundamental lesson. Going broadside equals death. So that's important, right? It's a good learnership. Another good learnership might be, say...
Hey, Takumaru. Dockyard pack? I don't know if... Maybe he could buy the initial stock dockyard pack. That's okay. Also, I would recommend for you to look at the bundle right now, the event pass. I did a video on this. The event pass right now has 2. If you buy the premium event pass, you get 2 port slots right off the bat, and you get a nice commander too. And the nice thing about that is, as a newer player, port slots are something you typically run out of. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to think about that. Kirov is fine. Kirov is okay. It teaches you to not show broadside. That's true. But yeah, I would stay at 5 or 6. I wouldn't go much past that. There's some really good 7s. There's some really good 7s that you could look into. One that I want to highlight to you is the Perth. The Perth has the ability to smoke itself and crawl at 1/4 speed. What's nice about that is you're not spotted, and you can shoot a lot. Yes, that's right, Taku. It does also get you the tier 5. Where is it?
Yahagi.
Excuse me. Yahagi. Yeah, I'm looking for it on the list. It gives you the Yahagi. Yahagi's not the greatest of boat, but it's a free boat. I mean, 2,000 doubloons versus 4,300. You're getting the boat for half that price, plus everything else on top of it. So
Yahagi's,
that's what I mean.
It's not a good ship, but it's a tier 5 premium, and it makes you credits. So that's
you can screw around on it, whatever.
If you want to take a look, honestly, Zeph, I might say don't look at tier 7 if you're a newer player, just because of the way the tier 7 matchmaking is right now, because you keep getting up tiered into tier 8 and 9.
Yep.
And that's you still get equally screwed by gimmicks.
Now, if you like battleships, I would say Rio de Janeiro is a great choice for you to play with. It's a great secondary boat, tons of guns. It does not have anti-air though. So in a carrier game, you need to find at least 2 friends to huddle up for anti-air warmth, okay? Otherwise you won't do well. Rio and the Agincourt are very similar to each other. So I might recommend getting the British first and then the Rio second, because the British, there's more tech tree ships in the game that are British. That being said, the current tech tree battleship tech tree for Pan American is pretty busted, so there's that too. How do you tell the difference between?
That Agincourt's just so much fun, dude. It is lulls for days.
It's fun.
How do you?
But the problem is this, right? Agincourt needs a specialist build because it is a secondary battleship, right? On the other hand, Rio de Janeiro, because it's, I mean, obviously, like with Rio de Janeiro, you can just get away with the standard battleship build and just play it just fine, right?
Yeah.
So I might lean towards de Janeiro, or if I want something more friendly for new players, I might just get the Octorev. Unironically.
Yeah. Octorev is okay. She's fine. So at tier 5, she's busted. She's a fine boat.
She's incredibly busted for tier 5. Very forgiving to play. I don't know why it's still on sale too. Like, I guess nobody knows how to play it, but
now,
yeah.
Glacial, if you've got the ability to stick around for a while, I can answer your question and I can show it to you in port, but I've got a replay loaded and everything, and we do need to get to replays and continue that. Thank you again for the sub, by the way. But if you're willing to stick around, just remind me when we switch to live play. I'll show you in the game the differences. But there's basically 3 different types of ships. There's tech tree ships, or regular ones, okay, of which they either are elite status or not elite status. And then there's premium or special ships. Their icon in the game is going to be white or gold. If the icon in the game is gold, that's a premium or special ship. If it's white or silver, I don't know, I'm a little colorblind, but that's a tech tree ship. That's not a premium ship, okay? That's the easy way to tell. See the color here on the icon? If it's that color in the game, then that's the kind of, then that's a premium ship. Okay? All right, let me move over to the ship stats. And let's get Scheist's replay up, because he's been waiting patiently forever.
It's still on Suzuki, boss.
Oh, I know. I have to alt tab over and change it. You guys are like, fix it now. And I also want to say, ahoy, Glacial Aurora. Just like your love for gunboats, you've sailed in with a sub, loading our stream with premium support. Your decision-making skills are as sharp as a Tulsa's guns. Thank you for anchoring with us. I had to, of course, read out the thank you message for the sub. It is white. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was white or silver, but yeah. I'll show you that in port later. If you're still not sure about it, you can ask, okay? But for now, it is time to move on to our next replay, and this is going to be Scheist in the U69 Giggity. He had this game, he sent it to me, he said it was ridiculous, and I said, do you want me to do that? And he said, sure. And so, you know, it's a fun boat. It's a tier 6, so it's the beginning of the German submarine line. And the German submarine line is very special because it's got submarine surveillance. Now, because it's got submarine surveillance, it can magically detect submarines at a certain range, in this case 9 kilometers, that are at periscope and lower depth. So basically, if they are underwater, it detects them, and they have to make a decision. Do I go to the surface to avoid that detection, or do I stay down? Okay, if I stay down, I can be seen, I can be ASW'd from other ships and stuff like that. So basically, it forces the enemy sub into a weird position. Ironically enough, submarine surveillance oftentimes also encourages the enemy to use that against you as well. So you have to be cognizant of that and when it's the right time to utilize it, okay? But let's go ahead and take a look at the build. So this is a tech tree, so of course you've worked your way up the upgrades for the tech tree, and you've gone main armaments mod 1 to keep your torpedoes and everything alive. That makes perfect sense. What's your DCP uptime? Yeah, 5 seconds, so you don't want the ACP module. Sonar ping velocity is an interesting choice. Now, I think you only have access to the sonar to the homing torpedoes, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's only
So-
a tier 8 that you unguided torpedoes.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I don't think you can't use them unguided, but it's
So-
probably better to use them as guided.
So sonar ping is fine. That just makes it easier for you to ping a target and get the torpedo to lock on to something. Alternately, you could do, you know, maybe engine room protection. What a lot of people like to do is run reserve battery unit modification because
Yeah.
this works well with your reserve battery unit
I
consumable.
just didn't want to pay for it.
I hear you, brother, and that's perfectly fine. It's a tech tree ship. It's only worth however long you're going to play it and then move up the, you know, if it's a permanent premium sub that you enjoy, then, you know, then you invest the coal. Otherwise, it's not worth it. I agree with you. In the third slot, makes perfect sense that you'd go submarine surveillance. And in the final spot, you've gone propulsion. I would go submarine steering gears here. This is almost always the best choice.
Let me look at that. Yeah, it's supposed. Yeah, you're supposed to by the guide. I just, yeah.
Yep. So submarine steering gears, why this is so important is that it allows you to dive quicker. So if you get spotted, you dive faster underwater. You get out of detection that much faster. That's why it's so important. And then of course the rudder shift also helps because your torpedo has very limited arcs. So being able to line your shot up is far more valuable than the ability to just stop and go quicker. Because generally in these subs, you're constantly moving. You're rarely like stopping. Hey, Duckman, you made it. Welcome. Happy Sunday. All right, now you said don't trash you for your commander skills. So this is the part where we trash you for your commander skills.
Bring it. I don't care.
Bring it. Okay,
Oh
so
my
you've gone for.
God, what did you pick?
I know, terrible skills. This is terrible. This is terrible. This anyway.
Yeah.
So you've gone
I'm not even
liquidator.
looking.
You got helmsman. Okay. Improved battery capacity. Sure. Consumable specialist. Improved battery efficiency. And then you've gone for watchful. Okay. Now let me highlight the core skills. I just did a video on core builds that'll come out, God, in 2 months, thanks to YouTube being so backed up. But helmsman, because you've got hydrophone, you absolutely want helmsman. Helmsman helps with your rudder shift and dive plane time, and actually stacks really well with submarine steering gears, by the way. Anyway, when you use your hydrophone, if you get detected, because you've got an unlimited number of charges, if you need to turn or dive quicker, then you send out your ping because that activates helmsman, that helps you dive faster. So, you know, it kind of synergizes well there. For your second point skill, I always recommend people use last stand, because if you lose your rudder, obviously, or you lose your engine, you can still maneuver, you can still do things, which is very important in a sub. So I would be going for that next. This skill here, improved battery capacity, is okay. It really depends on the sub, because you gain dive capacity at the cost of recharge of your dive capacity. So if you're the kind of person who likes to go underwater and never duck their head back up again, then this is a good skill for you. But if you're accustomed to sailing on the surface, this kind of hurts you a bit. For 3 points, the first skill, my core build, is always watchful. You need to know if you're going to be radared if you surface, or if you're going to be on hydro if you move up a level from the lowest. And also if you're on the surface and if you're about to go down underwater, if something is detecting you, could detect you with submarine surveillance consumable, the watchful is just so helpful. So this is a very important skill. And then the 4th point skill, you almost always want to go adrenaline rush first, because obviously that just helps you get more torpedoes out and stuff like that as you go. So I'd start with something like that. Other ones that are very important, consumable specialist is a really good skill for you to have, because it helps get your sub surveillance and other consumables. But really it's your submarine surveillance that you care about most, right? You want this consumable specialist. You absolutely want consumable specialist to get your submarine surveillance up. So I like that you got that. Liquidator is fine. You don't have the highest of flood chance with your sub for torpedoes. I just feel like I'd reserve that for maybe like the very end of your build if you don't have another point to go into or something, because this isn't necessarily going to be life or death for you. You know, other things will be. So I would probably drop that, and I would have started my build off with something like this, then adrenaline rush, and then consumable specialist. Other skills that are very handy for you. Now, you went improved efficiency. That's fine, but I want you to think about it. You helped your dive capacity recharge rate, and then you nerfed your dive capacity recharge rate with this one. So these two kind of cancel each other out. The difference is you gain 10% dive capacity for no penalty is essentially what you're doing, but you're investing 6 skill points for that. That's rough. And keep in mind, you've got this magic consumable that just gives you battery, gives you underwater time anyway. So that's not so much so important. Joey, that's a good point. Yes, people can ping DCP and then they get a flood on them. So a liquidator, it is helpful. Yes, it is helpful. I just don't know that I'd want to take it right away, because the sooner you take liquidator, the later you take other ones that are bigger. That's all I'm getting at, is you typically want to go with your higher point, your 4 and 3 point skills first. So I don't think I would go improve battery efficiency for you. Torpedo aiming master is okay, because you're always going to be running acoustic torpedoes at tier 7. But I think a better choice for you is going to be enlarged propeller shaft, because
I'm 1 point away from getting it. I'm saving points.
See, and
Sorry.
if you didn't take, it's fine. If you didn't take liquidator, you'd have that now. See, and that's the difference, right? But this comes in very handy, right? If you have less than 50% of your dive capacity, you're 18% faster on the surface and at periscope depth. This helps you to evade. It also helps you to relocate and get in a position. Not everybody needs a large propeller shaft. Absolutely. The difference, Cobra, is you just have to build up to it. Anyway, so now we're at 17 points. That gives you 4 points remaining. 4 points remaining. Superintendent probably doesn't matter too much for you because both the important ones are infinite charges. So you don't need to worry about that. Where could you go? Sonarman Expert. What is this? This keeps the ping up. We know you're probably going to want Liquidator, so that kind of removes using Sonarman Expert. I mean, you could do it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've only got 17 points at the moment.
Yeah. You know, you could do the battery capacity one. That's okay. It's not terrible. I don't know that you want consumable enhancements because that 5% uptime isn't that important.
Yeah.
So you can see, like, once you've gotten to here, now you can kind of really think about what do you care about most. Oh, preventative maintenance. Preventative maintenance would be very handy for you in a sub because it prevents modules from incapacitation. You get depth charge, less things break.
It does hurt.
Yeah. So maybe you do that, and then, I don't know, maybe you do enhanced sonar so that you can ping quicker at the very end of your grind. I might do something like that. But by the time you get here, you've already moved on to the tier 8, you know? So, whatever. But this is still a good build, I'd say, for the 8, even the 10, you know, whatever. And then finally for signals, you've got the hydro. This one is really important because it gets your submarine sonar, whatever, you know, submarine surveillance prep time down. So, great. This one helps you with dive capacity. You just get a magic 5% extra dive capacity. Not bad. Speed is good. And then liquidate, or the flooding chance, perfect. That's good. Are you conserving flags?
Yes.
Okay. Because one other really important flag that would be helpful, hey Dusty, would be this one here to help with your HP. Because subs are extremely difficult to kill. And the magic 5% extra HP makes it, you know, more like 10% harder to kill. So I might look at that that's flag specifically. But if you're conserving flags, no worries. You're good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to our game. And Glacier, you'd asked a question about the Pommern a while ago. There are different resources in the game that get you different ships. Coal being one of them as an example. You get those. Some of those are free. Coal and steel you earn over time. So you'll get there. But, you know, for a lot of new people, it's, you know, you spend money with doubloons, right? And then you buy premium ships that way. Anyway. Ooh. You found a Q drop. I would not get an expensive ship with doubloons. For coal, you could. By the time you've accumulated enough coal to get an expensive ship, you probably know if you'll like it or not. Now, I didn't tell you before, but public test is a great way to practice or to try out different ships. Because public test, what they do is they clone your account. Yeah, all the resources you have on it, and then you can go in the armory and buy a ship and try it out. And then it's another game client, Glacial. If you go to worldofwarships.com and search for public test, there'll be an article about that. So, Scheist, you are middle tier. You're the only sub in the game. There's no carrier, which is actually good for you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
You're most welcome. A lot of submarines, though, or no, destroyers, and
Yes.
cruisers, which kind of hurts, right? Agano has, I think Agano has the submarine surveillance built into it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because they added it to that line. And you got these destroyers that are painful to deal with. The Geta, especially with the Hydro, is going to be pain. Okay. All the cruisers can take Hydro.
Mm-hmm.
Although, this one says the Helena is running defensive anti-air, but he should be able to choose to Hydro. Same thing with the Colonel Baloney. Okay, then Nagato, like, that's your only food, which kind of feels bad.
Omaha's food as well. Now, here's the thing with submarines, right? When I play submarines, and I do not play them very often, but when I do, I like to treat them as being destroyers that can move in 3 dimensions, right? I can move forward and backwards, I can move left and right, I can move up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I'm doing as a submarine is obviously just trying to play like a DD, stay undetected as long as possible, provide spotting, right? What you're doing here is nice, right? You're staying on the surface. It's fine if you ping, because here's the thing. He's not going to see you. What's he going to do? He's not going to see you, right? He's turning now because he sees the torpedoes. But look what that puts him in, right? You put him in a position where he's now forced to turn into... Oh, those are going to hit him, aren't they? Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Have torpedoes, fire!
Easy meals. Easy
Now,
meals. Confidence.
One thing I wanted to mention, though, that I might have done differently, I like to spread out my salvo. I don't like to dump them all on one, because it's easier for, you to miss all your torpedoes that way. Also, it's harder for that enemy ship, your opponent, to effectively dodge if there's torpedoes coming in from multiple different angles. So I like to fire them off in a bit of a spread, like 2 degrees in between each one or something. And then when you ping, then all of those torpedoes start to home in on that ping marker. And it just makes it so much harder. In this case, you did fine because they all took all the torps.
That is a very good suggestion. But I felt early in the game that I could dump them and be able to shove them up his nose, and that's pretty much what I did. So.
Yeah. Well, and the second ping really helped, right? When you got that second hit on him. I don't mind doing all of them on one target, like if it's like the Nagato, for example. If it's a battleship that has demonstrated that they don't know how to change course, then yeah, white line that baby. Yeah, so you're spending a lot of time on the surface, which is fine. One of the things to think about is detection of enemy ships to you. So you outspot all enemy ships, but the Jian Wei, it's only a 0.3 kilometer gap. So you don't even necessarily have time to react to being spotted, to spotting that ship. You don't have enough time to dive. And that's where the dive planes come in handy too, by the way. Ooh, Kachalot. You're not even noticing him.
No, I knew it was there.
Oh, well, you see the mini-map, right?
Oh, yeah.
Secondary fight. Submarine secondary fight.
Yeah, I mean, I get that you're trying to hit the Nagato with torps and stuff, but dude, I focus this Kachalot. Get him out. There you go. Now he dies.
A lot sooner. Now he dies, right? Now, here's what I do, right? You see, what I see right now is that I have a New Orleans behind me. Oh, you're way too close for those torpedoes to arm, by the way. So, like,
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, now
I had a lot of stuff going on at the moment. So
yeah. Now you want your smoke balance, right? Because now he's periscope dead. So now, right, he's going to be forced to surface, right? Catch oh, your New Orleans is not paying attention at all. Awful.
And this is the problem with going so strong for that Nagato. The TED-22 is outside of really range to assist. You might want to...
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, before you surface, get in the habit of using your hydrophone. Your hydrophone tells you what's on the surface, so you get to periscope depth, and then you toss your hydrophone on. And then you get an idea of like, where's the Gata, for example. That's like number one, I want to know where the Gata is.
Yeah.
But you would have also seen the Kachalot, and you would have known you'd be spotted because he's that close to you. But yeah, you way overextended in front of your team.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No arguments. It was just a fun game, and I was like, oh, look at that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
This is a prime example of, yeah, I mean, I might not have made all the greatest decisions, but there's plenty of people on my team that just, let me just say, my entire team outside of me that just didn't have a clue.
Now,
So
this is...
I didn't lose because I didn't make mistakes. I lost because everybody else sucked.
Well, okay, sure, but there's some changes that you can make in your play that would help. For example, you dove right as you had a fuel spill. When you have a fuel spill, you have to get on the surface to clear it. There you go.
Oh,
so you,
see, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I was
See?
holding the
Yeah.
cursor over it. So
Oh.
you just told the enemy, hey, you're running away, which is okay, but why give them that information for free, essentially?
Well, I never knew you had to go to the surface to get rid of the fuel spill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's so much things they don't teach you about the game.
There's a lot about subs that people don't understand.
Yeah,
And
it's, I'm still learning.
Yeah.
I just have fun with it. I'm pretty good at hunting people.
And that's why, you know, when you said, hey, you know, I asked you about covering the replay, you know, I thought this would be great because a lot of people struggle with subs. A lot of people struggle hunting subs too, honestly, but, you know, whatever.
Right.
But this Nagato loitering close by is great for you.
You know me for years. I'm a battleship player. That's just my main.
Yeah.
Is battleship.
Yeah.
So I play the subs as, for me, a lot of times I'm watching that shadow on the water when I ping.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing it constantly while I maneuver. Just all that cloud right there, because I want to see that, so I know how to fight against it whenever I'm trying to defend myself. So that's the only reason I really play the subs.
And it's a good way to learn also, like from the sub player's perspective, how they engage so that you can counter that.
I know.
Gata is very close to you. I might consider sticking around at periscope depth. Absolutely now you should be going to periscope. Little late on that, but you didn't get punished for it. But you're getting a bit on the aggressive side here, and you can see the result of that. You just took another ASW hit.
Yeah.
I might try kicking out your rear torpedo because you might be able to arc it around the island.
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
Nice.
Those only
Look
those
at
hit two.
look at all
That's
that
a
damage.
Nice hit.
That's how it's done.
Double ping, baby.
Now, unfortunately, you're unfortunately in a lot of trouble here.
Oh yeah. My team's just melting around me too.
I'm melting. I'm melting. I remember that.
Like I said,
Wicked
it's
Witch of the West.
it's tough matchmaking for you. All these cruisers and destroyers. You can't do as much as you know, want to. But one of the best pieces of advice I would give you and anybody else who's learning how to play subs is try to be like bait, okay? What you're trying to do is you're trying to hook them into chasing you, which they kind of did. Unfortunately, your team didn't do anything about it. But you try to get, especially destroyers, in the lower tiers, they get very overzealous about trying to kill you. And you can use that to your advantage. You make them charge you, and you've got a Gajamada or a cruiser right next to you or something like that, and they get themselves wrecked just to try to, you know, kill you. And then you win because of that.
I'm gonna make all kinds of mistakes right here, but I'm gonna laugh doing it.
Yeah, well, this Agano's gonna get punched in the face again, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, you just go Akatsuki Kachiban. It's like the side of the. Just rev down Akatsuki. That's what I would do just for funnies.
Jesus.
Rev.
And see,
Yeah, I got. They pincered me. I got to a point where I couldn't do anything. So.
I'll have like rev.
right here,
Yeah, you're
so
right.
right here, you could have prevented yourself from being detected by just diving. You were at periscope depth. This entire game, I haven't seen you playing below really periscope depth. I think you did it once. So get more comfortable with that. Get more familiar with that. Your commander skill of having more dive time was meaningless because you never really dove. You never used this consumable down here, right? Which freezes which freezes your dive time capability. It just like pauses it for the duration of the consumable. It extends your ability to be underwater. So get more comfortable utilizing that stuff and, you know, keep having fun with it.
Yeah. Typically, I do, and I would have. I just, in this situation, it was just like, meh.
Meh. Well, we got a death pick out of it, so I'm okay with it. Except we got those stupid flames in the way, which is annoying. Ah, there we go.
Oh, no, that's perfect.
Thank you, Flames.
That's perfect.
Thank you, Flames. What, you like the flames?
I think it's fine. I think they're fine. I think they're nice.
Unfortunately, the game's about to end, and I'm hoping that you'll like tilt up enough to show that you're dead. Ah, never mind, the destroyer just disappeared. There we go. See, now that's kind of fun. Anyway. You got an efficiency badge from that?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, submarine basic speed is not inflated. Also, submarine basic speed. Well,
Look at that.
Getting like 5 kills, but yikes.
Oh my
the fact that
goodness.
you nuked the Aganos, the Agano getting nuked is funny.
Right.
You nuked the Omaha too, but yeah. This is why I always say, you know, like if you can take hydro, you take it in a cruiser because that hydro is so important. You see the sub, pop your hydro on, you dodge the torpedoes easier, and then you also see the sub at a certain range. So it's a win-win. I think he was too busy with playing with his ASW planes.
My enjoyment with, like I said, the reason I sent it to you in a message, just kind of toying around, was what I managed to pull off in this battle. Yeah, it wasn't big heroic 15 kills and all this crap, but you know, the fact that I was able to snake that Agano at the end really kind of cracked me up. And then looking at the scoreboard, I was just like, man, what are these people doing? I'm not even a sub player, and I just spanked my entire team.
Right.
Ugh.
Right. And, you know.
To mid-tiers.
Well, yeah,
Right.
Welcome to mid-tiers, welcome to steamrolls. I mean, the enemy team, their A division was an Akatsuki, a Sims, and a Colonel Baloney. I mean, you know, they carried over there, and you're going to see that on the replay render. But, yeah, you know, the main feedbacks to give to you, man, is don't target fixate on battleships. If you've got something like a sub nearby, you absolutely got to focus on that sub. And if you get more comfortable with diving and that sort of thing, you know, getting good with underwater warfare with enemy subs can be extremely rewarding.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It was, just something different. I haven't seen you showcase too many sub replays, so I was like, yeah, go with it.
No, I haven't, so I do appreciate that.
See if I can get you a couple more.
Sure.
I don't have room to talk. I don't play submarines often enough to say, like, okay, this is how you do it. So, I got nothing.
I will never give Zath a CV replay.
Lol. So I think.
Oh yeah, your Minsk was AFK. That would explain why. Because if the Minsk wasn't AFK, he just woke up.
Yeah.
He disconnected. The Minsk was a disconnect because he was orange or whatever the whole time. Get you 56 seconds of sub replay of your short life. There you go, Cobra. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, War Dog 6 or whatever was really upset about it too.
Yeah, I saw a lot of chatter, but it is what it is. And I think the title for you is going to be Nuke 'em, because that's pretty much what you did. Was you nuked him.
You can nuke them over here.
Awesome. All right. Well, Shice.
Yay.
Thank you for your support over all the years. Like I told you, you've got like 50 sub replays. So if you ever have another one, man, just send it my way. All right.
Go eat. I'll be back in a little bit.
Go eat. In the meantime, the rest of you guys, I'm going to go to the Be Right Back screen here. We're going to get, title should be DD or sub. I don't know what that means. But we're going to get set up for our next replay, which is either Gaelic or Ensalada. I think Gaelic is here. I don't know if Ensalada is here or not. I'm not quite sure. So we're going to get this going. We're going to get a commercial break going. Oh, that's right. Gaelic's last. So Stack Row, hi NBA. Stack Row, if you're still here, remember you used a Cover My Replay for a ZF6 game. You did this on Friday, but I haven't seen a replay from you, Stack Row. So if you can hear me, take a look and see, okay, if there is a replay to send to me. If you don't have a replay to send to me, that's okay. Just let me know and I'll refund you your points. In the meantime, we do have a giveaway going as well. I didn't catch what it was for. Blue bonuses. So you have to be a follower and active in chat. If you're tuned in on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, get over to Twitch. Make sure you click that follow button, and then just type something in chat, okay? And then the other glacial, yes, premium ships do rotate during the course of time. And you know, they come in and they go. So there's no like rhyme or reason for it. They just Wargaming pulls some and puts other ones in place. And then your other question about different types of resources. Most ships can only be purchased for one specific resource, and it doesn't change. There are some occasions where you can use doubloons or something else, but frankly, it's either money or a resource. Sometimes it's money and a resource. Money and doubloons, for example, if you go to the premium shop on worldofwarships.com, whatever, and you go to the premium shop, you can buy a ship outright for straight cash. Or you can get the doubloons to buy it in the armory in-game. When are you going to get some more coal ships? You got 2 million coal? I have no idea. I have no idea. But Stack Row, I know you said okay. So there's my Discord. If you're not in my Discord already and you want to get me the replay, that's the easiest way to get it to me. You could also email it to me. Just tell me if you've emailed it to me so I can pick it up. One destroyer changed from steel to coal. Yes, you're talking about the black. And the same thing happened with the Flint. It's changed from steel to coal. So.
And the Star Shimmy, I believe, also got exchanged from steel to coal as
Yes.
the same time as the black.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna run a commercial break as we get the next replay ready. This will be Ensalada's replay. Let's see. Artwork is the big word. Ensalada's replay. You were thinking it was awkward? I've I've participated in this game a few enough times. So it's called The Whole Ensalada. Ooh. Okay. Okay. The Santander. Okay. Hey, Smile Crow, how you doing? We have a giveaway going in progress, I think, right now. You haven't entered yet. Let's see, what am I trying to get to? Here. Okay, good. I've got that ready to go. Cobra says, I want to be a winner. Small Crow, I'm doing fine. It's Sunday. We're chilling. We're having a good time. We looked at a different game at the start of the stream, and now we're continuing to hang out. Hey, cool. I got my CC mission from watching me. Amazing. Let's go. And Cobra, you are a winner in my heart. You and all your hoe trains.
Was what?
That's a double bonus. Let's get ready for the game here. Let's get my screenshot. Oh. Looks like fun oh, thank you, Cobra. Good old fun camo. Wait, did I? Hold on. I forgot, did I screenshot with the HUD off? Nope. I was that much of a derp. I just did the screenshot with the HUD on. I'm a derp. That's alright. 7 seconds left in the commercial break anyway. So only like half of you guys saw it, which is okay. Alright. So ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next replay. This is the Santander, which is the Tier 9 Pan-American Heavy Cruiser. Light cruiser.
It's not a heavy. It's
Considered a light cruiser because they're 152s. So, she's a fun boat. She's very challenging to play because she's got a funny button, but in order to charge up that funny button down here, you have to get shell hits. Now, when you get shell hits and you get progress from that, and you've charged up your funny button, you can use that funny button to reduce your consumable preparation and reload time by 80%. Now, what people do with this is they use a heal, which is, by the way, a super heal. They use the heal, and then they press their funny button. When they need to heal again very quickly, they press that funny button, and then they can heal again in something like 10 or 15 seconds. It makes you very difficult to kill for a short period of time. The problem is, if you tank the first real heal and, you know, that gets wiped out, and then you do the heal again, and that gets wiped out, you're kind of screwed. Hey, Chaos. Good to see you. Happy Sunday, my dude. So she's an okay boat. I enjoyed grinding her, but that being said, I haven't played her in a very long time because there's just better options, in my opinion, to play. She's got access to radar. This is 9-kilometer radar detection, so it's very handy for dealing with destroyers nearby. She's got access to hydro or defensive, and you're almost always going to go hydro anyways. But yeah, it's a fine boat. It's just not my first pick at tier 9. So, let's go ahead and take a look at the build. You've got main armaments mod 1, radar, uptime, sure, torpedo tubes. Honestly, my opinion, you're far better suited, Ensalada, going for aiming systems. Because in order to charge up your funny button, you need to get shell hits, which means you need better accuracy so that your shells are hitting what you're pointing at. So aiming systems is more important, much more important in my mind's eye, than going torpedoes. Yeah, Chaos, it doesn't run on my rerun channel. That is correct. And that's because my rerun account is technically not a community contributor. And to be quite honest, I don't think it's fair for me to ask Wargaming to enable that account, because that is taking away from my fellow community contributors. So I'm going to leave it like it is, and it is what it is. So I appreciate you letting me know. The same thing goes in for like COTS drops and other stuff like that. It's only on my main channel. So, yeah. Now, you've gone for Torpedo 2's modification. I've peeked ahead, and I see that you've done a lot of torpedo spec stuff. Okay, but I really feel like aiming systems is a better choice for you. 4th point, propulsion is fine. What's your maneuverability? 10.7? At that point, I might do steering gears instead of propulsion. It's a toss-up. Generally, I want under 5 seconds destroyer, under 10 seconds cruiser, under 15 seconds for battleship, and under 20 seconds for carrier. So that's what I typically look at. Concealment for slot 5 is fine. Now, I also don't like you going range here. You're playing a ranked battle. We'll see that in a bit. At ranked battle, your ranges are much closer anyways. And to me, a cruiser like this, you taking range and you taking torpedoes, you're not going to hit crap. And that's not going to help you charge up your funny button. So to me, you really need to have reload. And then commander skills, you've gone with grease the gears, swift fish, fill the tubes, pack a punch, adrenaline rush, superintendent, concealment, survivability. So you're really going heavily into the torpedoes. I don't know. You could do it. I just don't think I don't think it's useful for you. I think the standard cruiser is going to be more useful for you than this.
Yeah, this is a bit of an odd build for a Santander, no less. Because Santander, you want to be maximizing your gun DPM.
Right,
Because
exactly.
here's the thing, your combat instructions charge on gun hits, not
Yes,
on.
that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need to be pumping out guns, you need to be targeting stuff, and you also need to be, hitting stuff. Yeah, grease the gears is also not so good. So first of all, let's back off the torpedoes because, dude, step away from the torps. You don't need them. Just step away from the torps for right now. We're gonna back off of that. Grease the gears. Here's the thing about the grease the gears is that your turret angles, your rear turret is a 3. It's not a 3. I could have sworn it was a 360. Or am I thinking of?
I believe it is 360. Yeah.
Okay, it is a 360. It just can't fire forward, which makes perfect sense. So yeah, in the 360-degree turret, the grease the gears isn't as important. Okay, it helps, but it's not as important. I can't get rid of this one because I don't have another skill. I always recommend priority targeted in these cruisers because you have to know how many people are targeting you, especially in ranked. That situational awareness is very important. So here's how I would start my build. This is my core build for any cruiser, okay? Generally. Last stand to start. If you lose your engine or you lose your rudder, you need to be able to maneuver so that you don't die in the next salvo. Priority target. You need to know how many ships are targeting you so you know what to look out for. Very important. Now, superintendents or survivability, it's toss-up. This ship has a heal and it's a super heal. So I would put more value in probably superintendent as well with the radar. And then I would go concealment, and then I would pick up adrenaline rush and survivability next. Now, once you've done that, you only have 5 points left. You have a couple of options here. Option 1 is to go for radiolocation. You're playing ranked. Radiolocation is great because you know where to go after, and then you get closer to a target and you can radar it. So radiolocation is nice for hunting down destroyers and submarines in ranked. Alternately, a lot of people prefer top grade gunner because it gets your gun DPM up, like Shockwave had mentioned. You need to have more reload, and this is if something was within your standard concealment, which means you're up close-ish, because your concealment is 1029. So because your concealment is that good, you might be better off with radio, but one of those two is generally where you're going to go. You aren't going to benefit from heavy AP at all, so that's not even worth it. I don't know what else you'd want to go for. You could do focus fire. No, it's the 4 point for this one that gets your consumable prep reload time down. That's a hefty cost, so I wouldn't use that either. Outnumbered? Outnumbered can work if you play on the flank and you play a kiting away ship, because it helps your dispersion, so you're going to get more hits on a target, and you're faster, so it's harder for you to be hit. So that's an option too. And then I'd probably go consumable specialist to finish it off because you want to get your radar up as frequently as possible. Shockwave, what would you pick in the third slot here?
For what? The Santander?
Yeah. So their build goes for reload. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, top grade gunner.
Yeah, they go top grade gunner.
Go top grade gunner as well. Here's the thing, right? You could go the 4-point AA skill, but I would only do
Too
it if
situational.
it's like it's super situational. I run it on Guden just because of the fact that I find a lot of Dutch cruisers and that it's constantly active. So, but yeah.
So either I go radio. You can make the argument talk grade. You can make the argument outnumbered. This is the part where it really comes down to you, the player, and how you play and what matters to you. But you'll notice that up until this point, it's all locked in, like in my opinion. There's really nothing else you can do. Now, if you absolutely have to reload your torps faster, fill the tubes fine instead of priority, but I think priority just gives you so much awareness. And I hate when people say, oh, just be better at tracking enemy ships. Come on. So,
Yeah. People say that, and it's well, because you have a guy like me who has anxiety and tracks everything at once, confuses himself, and then dies.
I'm a
Like,
big fan of trying to remove operations from your brain. You know what I mean? Like, so that's where this comes in handy. And same thing for radiolocation. But anyways, pick a 4-tier skill, and then I'd probably go with consumable specialist just to get your radar up, especially in ranked. Get your radar available as quickly as possible. Since you're taking superintendent here, you got the extra charge of that, and hydro. In ranked, by the way, superintendent isn't so important. So you could always take 2 of the bottom ones. There's other ships, right? So you could always say go radiolocation and top grade gunner. You could do that too. If in ranked, because you don't need superintendent as much. That's the caveat. If you're doing it in randoms, superintendent is better by far. And then flags, you've got ship HP, fire reduction, fire and flood chance. Flood chance. Again, going heavy into torpedoes. Repair booster is good. What does this one do for you? This one is hydroacoustic search action time. Okay. Speed and then consumables. I would definitely drop the fire and flood chance. This one's expensive. And I would probably also drop I'd also probably drop the flood chance flag. And I would definitely pick up the ramming flag, and I would probably pick up the flooding reduction flag. Even though you've got a super heal.
Vigilima just on this ship, just because you don't have HE rounds, you only have AP, so it's almost entirely useless.
Right.
Like, if you're hitting torpedoes, it's at point blank range, you're probably going to hit all 4 of them, and you're probably going to kill whatever you're hitting anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Chaos, yeah, incoming fire alert is different than priority target, okay? Yes, you can use it as kind of a discount priority target. It does give you some awareness. I say some because the problem with incoming fire alert is it only tells you when something is shooting at you. You don't know how many people are shooting at you, which to me is important, and you only know something's firing at you. So, like, to me, I get less and less value of this as more and more people are shooting at me. For me, priority target, yes, and that's true, Classic. They have to be outside of 4.5 kilometer, right? For me, for priority target, the other thing that's beneficial is it informs my decision-making moving forward. If I'm being targeted by 3 ships, I'm going to be far more cautious than if I'm being targeted by 1 ship, especially if that 1 ship is the one that I'm looking at and they're looking at me. Now I can focus on that fight specifically. Whereas incoming fire alert, I don't get that. I only get told if somebody's shooting at me, so I kind of have to have that constant fear of what's going on around me to make sure I know if I can, get involved in that fight. The other thing that's nice about priority target is if you're up against somebody that is using torpedoes, if they switch from guns to torpedoes, the priority target indicator changes, the number decreases, because priority target tells you how many people are using their guns, targeting you with their guns. So if they switch off of guns to torpedoes, or they switch off guns to ASW or Dutch airstrike, right? Priority target drops a number. So this is very handy for destroyer knife fights with other destroyers. I know if they're switching to torpedoes, and as soon as it goes back up again, I know that they're switching to guns. It helps if I'm in a battleship or a cruiser and I'm being hunted by a destroyer, because I know when they've just switched to torpedoes and when they switch back, which means they fire their torpedoes, which means I will instantly change course. So there's a lot of value in priority target as well, but you have to take that differently. They're both situational awareness skills, but they give you different information, and it's how you use that information that's crucial. So if you don't use priority target for those purposes, fair. Take a different skill. That's fine. I'm giving you feedback based off how I play and what works for me. All right, let's get to the replay. Incoming fire alert is good for kiting ships and ships with good rudder shift. Yes, that is true, Classic. That is also true. You know, for kiting, for me though, like priority target tells me in a kiting ship when it's time to kite. You know, like that kind of stuff. Anyway, let's get to the replay. This is a ranked battle. This is arms race. And you've got a Musashi, Los Andes, Georgia, yourself, a Benham, and a Z46. Up against you is a Los Andes, a Keksarge, a Giuseppe Verdi, an Andalusia, a Yugumo, and a Black who has disconnected. Now, I will say, their battleships, in my opinion, are a lot scarier than yours. Both of them are scary. But I don't like facing a Giuseppe Verdi. That thing can be ridiculous. Keksarge is also problematic. And Los Andes, you can't really charge. Andalusia, just don't show it broadside in whatever. Yugumo is a big threat. And Black is a big threat as well, although he's disconnected, so that's great. You like Santander so much you left a 21-pointer on her rather than push him up to San Martin. Wow, that's high praise, Cthulhu. And yes, that rear turret is a 360, see? You tend to have your attention on the ship's 4.5 kilometer away. It's the ones not close. Don't want to have to keep my eyes on when I'm trying to keep track of those up close. Well, yeah. Chat going on about somebody being disconnected. I've kind of moved away from telling my teammates about people disconnecting because most of the time they're too busy worrying about you cheating compared to, you know, the tactical advantage that it gives you guys knowing that that Black is disconnected. Oh, okay, Joey, thanks. So there's not a lot of ships available on public test. Okay. Well, it still can be helpful for a newer player to try stuff, but you're right. Okay, good to know. You know what? I'm thinking the recent aircraft carrier test, recent CV rework test had everything unlocked. Just about. Why are you going here? I mean, it makes sense, I suppose. I don't either, but there's no destroyer going on the other side of him, so I guess. Okay. I am concerned because if he gets spotted, you'll get splatted by at least one battleship. And also, if you had gone the other way, the Black just got detected. The Black is back, and he's... How is he... He's shooting his guns at long range? And see, now you've just painted yourself into a corner by tucking in. This is the part... This is why I was concerned. And you've got the Giuseppe Verdi crawling up your butt. You're not really able to just sit here. I mean, you can, I suppose. You've got that torpedo build you were talking about. So you can always try to back up and maybe get a lucky torpedo strike, but you're going to pay heavily for that by showing your side in the process. I would have held the radar if the Giuseppe Verdi smoked. Because now you just told the Giuseppe that he can smoke and navigate without worrying about being spotted. Unless he shoots you, in which case you'll smoke fire penalty spot him. Side note, I appreciate that your battleships actually have cojones. Most of my experiences in ranked battleships have been way too far in the back. But your Musashi is a little too far forward considering his capabilities. So there's all of that effort into your torpedoes. Let's see what happens. Oh, they missed.
Well, he's safe at the very least because he backed up, launched torpedoes, and then went forward. So that's funny.
And your Zed just died. Oof. Also, I think it's funny that the heal is right next to the Giuseppe, and he decided not to take it. Because buffs are lava in this mode, guys. Lava. Stay away from them. He's going that way? Are you kidding me?
What is the Verdi do? This Verdi is he just okay? He just threw himself into a venom?
Yeah,
Or
and
something
the,
extra for it?
and the venom just, well, okay, whatever.
Sure, I guess.
That
I
was
mean, free
a
damage
gift.
is a free kill is a free kill. I'm not complaining, but
It's a gift. Now, the heal
Yeah.
behind you just got taken, which means the black is behind you. I would back up to support the venom. Because the venom is probably going to get wrecked by the black in a few moments.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Grunty.
hey, Shice, you've joined us at a very hey Grunty, you've joined us at a very interesting time.
60 seconds isn't going to be that helpful. I mean, it's nice that you're telling your team, and you're telling him you're backing him to support him. That's nice. Look at the enemy team. Oh my god, those battleships are afraid of action. You see this a lot with Los Andes too, and I don't know why. What is your Georgia trying to do?
All stations.
Probably got afraid of the
Fire on
Yaguma
designated
torpedoes.
target.
Bittersweet Symphony, good song choice. Yeah, I think all three of these turrets are 360-degree turrets. And if that's the case, you definitely don't need to grease the gears. This black. This black. Good thing you got radar available. Hit it. Hit it.
Atención, transmito la posición del objetivo.
Profe! ¿Cómo te llamas? How are you doing, my friend? Here's a shout out for Profe. Go toss him a follow if you don't know him already. He is a Chilean streamer. What did you say about my mom? He's a great dude. Now, this hydro is wasted, by the way. You just saw the torpedoes go past you. So he's probably not going to torpedo you again. Because he's dead. So that's a waste. That being...
Why are you not just going ham at this point is my question. There's only 2 shifts left. You have all your heals. Like,
Ironically enough, the position you were in is now the right position because you can just farm the Keksarge and just reverse whenever you need to.
like now, why are you going the other way?
Fluffy! Fluffy raid inbound. Thank you for the raid, Fluffy. How you doing? Happy Sunday, my friend. We have a giveaway. We have a shout out for Fluffy, I think, in the chat. Welcome, everybody. I'm Lord Zath, the North American community contributor. And I'm going to go ahead. We're going to celebrate the raid by yeeting out a code, guys. It's going to... Ooh, a CC container. In order to get that prize, you have to be a follower on Twitch and active in chat. So just type something in chat. Make sure you're a follower over here on Twitch. You just click that little heart icon. It's free, easy. If you're over on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, head on over and do the thing. But yeah, you guys won this handily. I like the team play with the black, but that's about it. I'm not trying to be a jerk.
I think this is. I mean, I get your positioning, but there's. I don't know. Like your initial positioning was a little questionable because you were not focused towards the outside, where you could have been. Like if you just stayed in that initial position and then just pushed through the moment everybody else died, you would have had a lot more damage than just 20,000s.
Hmm?
I'm just
Who
saying.
cares? This is ranked. Who cares about the damage? You're winning.
We'll get the win. But you'll see, even you'll note the Benham even said, I didn't realize Andalusia had torps. Like, you could literally hold hold the tab, mouse over. Oh my god, it's got torps of 8 kilometer. So, it's ranked. One thing you can count on is your teammates throwing the game, right? So, don't let that happen. Don't let that happen. Musashi and Andalusia trade.
I just saw that Andalusia's health will go from nearly full to 0 at the snap of finger snap.
Yep. That was a good point too, Profe. The other thing that's commendable is communication in chat. Absolutely, yes. And I do agree to a certain extent the win is more important than damage or XP. You just gotta do everything you can to make sure you get that win. So, you know, I don't mind being on the bottom of the scoreboard if we get the win and we get the star. That's what matters the most. So I hope you complimented the Musashi. I mean, I hope you complimented all your battleships because they actually pushed and, you know, grew a pair. And the enemy battleships, aside from the Giuseppe Verdi, really did not. I just can't believe the Verdi threw his life away like that.
He got greedy. He got very greedy for the Cinzander in the corner. Didn't realize the Venom would actually poke out, would be red from him, and he dumped like 30 torps into his face.
Yeah, but the thing is, he also went the wrong way. Like, he should have gone like one channel up and get right behind Salado, but he didn't do that.
Yeah, to be fair, if he'd done that, if Salado had been ready, he would have also gotten a face full of torps there. So.
Possibly.
Well, you know.
Possibly, but he'd already luck chucked his torps, so I don't know. But let's get the replay render up and we can look at it from the top down view. And of course, chat, if you guys have any ideas for a title for this replay, I'm all ears. Malpositioned. Malposition could work. Hey, awesome. How you doing? And always bank on Santander. What's funny, Electric? Like, look at their battleships just sitting there, like... They're so afraid to go... No, I don't watch F1. They're just so afraid to do anything. If I was the Yugumo, especially on the enemy team, I would be so pissed with my battleships. Yeah, he saved a star. I thought so. Bank of Santander was Ferrari's sponsor for a long time. Oh, okay, okay. Look at that Kickstarter and Los... Yeah, right? It hurts to see beta, exactly. So, malposition is great because it works for both, right? It works for his positioning, but it also works for the positioning of the enemy team. Okay. All right. Cool. Ensalada, I just want to say thank you very much for sending the replay to me. It was a nice game to look at. Hopefully I gave you some good feedback, and thank you very much for supporting me on Patreon. Appreciate you much. Thank you. And from here, move on to our next replay. Stackro, I still haven't seen you. Wrong button. I still haven't seen your replay. So what I'm going to do is, since we're holding Gaelic for the last, that is, we got one more space for replay, so I'm going to pick it now. And then we'll go from there. So let me get this going. I'm going to run a commercial break in a moment. Here we go. Maybe Gaelic, but I want to see what ships we have. I want to try to pick a ship we don't. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Yep, we're going to do a Barbiano game because it's new. It's the new hotness.
Is it mine? Is it mine?
I have no idea. I just picked the damn ship. I don't care about who submitted it. I don't have time. Like, if people don't put their name in the title, I just dropped the replay file. I don't know whose it is. And, you know, I just don't have time to download a file and be like, okay, who submitted it? You know, blah, blah, blah. If it's a prioritized, like a cell replay or the, you know, like a cover my replay, then that's different. You know, I'll write down their name just so I know whose it is. So I know who to ping or something later. But otherwise, no, I don't write that stuff down. Did I click off the commercial? I did. Okay, good. Open replay file.
Sorry, I got giddy because
it is from Wiki Editor Shockwave.
That is in fact mine.
Which would be yours. Okay.
From a press account?
Yeah.
Correct.
So let me make one thing very clear right off the bat. I am a member of the World of Warships Wikipedia team. However, I am not an official community contributor. I am just a privateer, a volunteer. That's it.
That
Just
is
getting
correct.
that clarification out of the way, just so nobody gets confused by that at all, right? Because that'd be the worst thing. Last thing is like, oh hey, are you like a CC? I'm like, no, no, I'm not a CC at all.
Wait a second though. I don't know if South can hear me.
Sorry, nature called. And yeah, I have my headphones with me. I can hear you.
Are you even allowed to do this? Like from the
Why not?
press accounts from Wiki editors, like can you show these games?
Sure. As long as it's not during a testing period.
No, this is the ship on release. So don't worry.
Cthulhu, congratulations on finding cancer. All right, let's get the next one going here. And then
Just wanted to make sure nobody gets in trouble.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get in trouble. Don't worry about it.
Yep, it's fine. And yeah, actually, fun story. Back when Raptor and I were wiki editors, we still kind of are, kind of aren't. We went to the first wargaming event, and I told Raptor, I'm like, you know, we're gonna get black t-shirts. Black t-shirts meaning we're just, you know, players. They had red for employees, and then they had blue for community contributors. So I told Raptor, I said, we're gonna get a black shirt. He's like, no, we're getting a blue one because we're community contributors. No, we're not. We are not in the community contributor program as wiki editors. Yeah, we are. We got black shirts. And he was so pissed. He was so pissed. And I'm like, dude, we don't, you know, we make content in that we make, you know, wiki articles, right? Wiki.wargaming.net, I think is the site. But, you know, we aren't considered community contributors. But yeah.
Black is better than blue anyway.
What is your opinion on Incomparable? Is it worth the steal? Cloudy, I'm not a big fan of her. You play her like a cruiser. So you take advantage of her high speed and her really good concealment to get onto a flank and decimate a cruiser or a battleship that didn't know you were there. That's what you do for that. Bound Editor, congratulations on the CC container. She's also got torpedoes that are okay. The big problem with Incomparable is once you've engaged with that missile, it's really hard to call it back because it's like very thin and narrow and long. So it gets citadeled very easily from the broadside. So you have to very, very much manage your broadside angles. And I have found that those guns troll me more than they troll enemies. I just don't like those guns. So in my mind's eye, there are better ships that you can go with than Incomparable. Okay? Yeah, you're welcome. And there's other people that will tell you it's a great boat. They love it, blah, blah, blah. It's a very niche boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, technically speaking, I am very in a very technical sense. In a technical sense, I am allowed to show this ship, just because the fact that, first of all, it is live. It's been released since like this patch dropped, and the other thing too is that you know, well, first of all, it's still I'm still just showing it off, like, because I feel like people should know about this ship before they get it.
Yep.
Now, for the record, the ship is a little crazy. Let's go over it a little really quick. She is, I think, unique is a singular word to describe the Barbiana. She is effectively a tier 4 cruiser. She is the Alberto di Gasagno hull.
Okay.
From tier 4, put at tier 10 as a destroyer. Think, okay, that's cool, whatever. But they gave her 16 single turret 90mm guns.
Yep.
16 guns with a base reload of 3.3 seconds.
Yep.
Now, and sap shells that do 2,000 damage. You've
got two choices. You've got sap, and then you've got sap. So there's the ability in game to switch between which of the shells you want to fire. Okay, so one has penetration of 26mm, and the other has penetration of 34. If I remember right, don't you get a difference in
penetration? Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Lose, so your reload drops by about.
That's what I'm looking at.
15%.
You lose reload
But
for the higher pen.
Yeah, that's the gimmick.
Mhm.
That's the gimmick of the Barbiano, is that she boasts some of the highest DPM in the game, but low penetration. And the sap shells, the base sap shells without the shell swap, are still pretty good. 26mm of pen is enough for all armored destroyers except Khabarovsk, right? So you pen through 25mm, and 34mm is important. Now the reason why it's important is because that allows you to go through the 32mm plating on all battleships at tier 10.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And all cruisers with 30mm plating. Now, there are exceptions, obviously. You got the Russians, you got the Americans with their 38mm decks, as well as the Germans with their 50mm decks and huge upper belts. Also, what should be noted is that the Russian cruisers also have good resistance to the ship because they have 50mm midsections. So that is something else to consider.
So when you're when you're engaging with the Barbiano, you have to keep in mind that these are sap shells only. They're not HE shells, which means that you can get them to bounce a little bit easier if you know how to like angle appropriately towards your oncoming fire.
Yeah. Also, no HE, which means no damage over time. She has. She's one of the few ships in the game that has no dot damage ability at all.
Right. And she's got no torpedoes either, so it's literally just your guns and, oh, you've got, you know, ASW. So
you're probably looking at the build right now, Zeth, and you're probably wondering, why is this guy running Dazzle?
Nope.
No, he's not.
Nope.
Stas is not
You
looking
see,
at the build at all.
you and Grunty both like to look ahead. You are like the kids in school when somebody puts something on the overhead. You're writing everything down, and you're at the very bottom of the slide, and your teacher's like, yo, up here first. Or you're the reason why teachers had a piece of paper that put over the old overhead. For those of you guys old enough like me, you remember that, and just went one line at a time down. Okay? So anyways, the big thing about her is that she does have the exhaust smoke generator. We saw that in the Essex game earlier, which means she could run at full speed and shoot at things while she's running away from or towards a target. She, I would say, is like a burster. Like if you get into like a close range gunfight with another destroyer, you're probably going to win. At the very least, you're probably going to trade with that other ship. It really comes down to external factors like who's shooting at you, a lucky torpedo hit, that sort of thing. So the smoke generator gives you a little bit of tactical flexibility. And then, of course, you've got the engine boost as well that helps you get the maneuverability going. So looking at your build, you've got main armaments mod 1, engine boost, so you keep your engines going. You never knew why the teacher used that piece of paper. Now you know, Electric. Yes, you do have to have somebody spot for you if you're using your smoke in that engagement, and that's why I said there's a lot of external factors involved in winning that gunfight necessarily. You've got aiming systems. Now you could go for smoke, but obviously you want to be able to hit what you're shooting, especially at long range, right?
Long range is debatable though, with the range the ship has.
Well, it's quite but what I'm getting at is, you know, you want to be able to hit stuff at the longer ranges, and at closer range, again, going into that comment about sap and penetration, you have to be good about aiming specific parts of ships. If you're shooting at a battleship, the last thing you want to be doing is shooting at its very thickly armored side plate, right? So having aiming systems, I think I agree, is more important in this case than extra smoke duration. You've got propulsion, which is fine. The rudder shift time is 6 seconds. That's a little high for me, but this ship is kind of one of those things where it's far more important that you're scooty so much than you're wiggly. Concealment makes sense, and then main battery mod 3 because you want maximum DACA out of this. Does what?
Concealment make sense?
Yeah. I mean, alternately, you could go steering gears. If you go steering gears, that gets your rudder shift down.
I would completely ditch the concealment because, like, he has a full concealment built around. Sorry for looking at the captain skills. And with full concealments, we're still talking about 8 kilometers.
You might as well minimize.
Might as well have 9.
Here's the thing. Okay, this is the thing about Barbiano. It quite literally has the worst concealments out of any destroyer in the game. 9.83 something base. It's worse than Komarovsk. And
for good reason.
and we all thought for the longest time that Komarovsk would be the worst concealment destroyer in the game, and then this thing happens, so there we go. I minimized the concealments on this thing for a very good reason. Because with the concealment advantage in mind, it allows you to play around islands a little bit more efficiently to start. And the other thing is that, like, with that kind of being able to jump around islands a little bit without getting spotted as easily, right? Every single bit of concealment matters, just because of the fact that, just because of the fact that, like, if you get spotted and the destroyer that you're facing has like half a brain at least, he's going to be turning away and just kiting you to oblivion. There's nothing you can do. On the other hand, if you don't get detected and you jump him in his face, bazinga, that's 300, that's like huge DPM, like to his face, he dies. Like, come on, pretty much.
You will get detected at 8 too. Like, this is...
Yes, but 8 gives you a lot more flexibility. So if I were to drop this, for example, okay, and now we're at 9 kilometer effectively, right? That gives you a little bit less flexibility to get in position to open up on especially cruisers. If your range at 11.4 kilometer, you don't really have that much of a gap. That's really effectively 2, maybe 2.5 if you want to be technical, kilometers of wiggle room. If you go to concealment module, you gain essentially more wiggle room. You can push that up to 3.5 kilometer of wiggle room. It makes you more comfortable getting in a position so that when you need to unleash on a cruiser or a battleship, frankly, you can do so. I get what you're saying, Grunty. The concealment can be a problem because it doesn't help you. But think back, you missed it. The replay where we had the Essex game. Shockwave, you were here for that part. You remember the Barbiano was sitting in a kite-away position waiting for the enemy Marceau to push him. And because I didn't look at his build, but I would imagine he's got the concealment build. I could look at it, but because of his concealment, he knows when the Marceau is charging him and not, which to me is an important distinction versus I'm just spotted anyway.
So the whole point of running, and like, here's the thing too, with Barbiano, I did not think it made much sense to extend the range of the ship. And the reason why I say that is because this thing's ballistics are not that much.
They're horrible.
Are very similar. They're horrible. They're about the same as Daring's, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
So,
but like this, the concealment has nothing to do with the range.
I know, but the problem is if you're going to draw concealment, you're probably going to build against range, right? But I feel like
no, I would not. I would not. I would just go for the maneuverability of the steering gears.
I know, but but
do you have Barbarino?
Barbarino. Barbarino.
No,
or Barbiano? You don't? Okay.
Yeah, I would not play into range or like losing conceal, just
Mhm.
because of the fact that you need that wiggle room. It's a huge target. Like Barbiano is bigger than I think it's bigger than Elbing, and Elbing is a huge ship.
And I don't
Yeah,
blame
yeah,
like Elbing with concealment. Like I think if like my personal opinion is right, if you can't get below 7 kilometer concealment, there is 0 point taking any concealment at all.
Sure,
I don't know
here's
about
the
that.
thing
We've
with
had some
Elbing.
cases before where we've
Elbing-
talked about at least taking
I
one
know,
of
but
them.
Elbing at the very least, Elbing first of all has better concealment. Second, you can play at longer ranges because you have better base range, better ballistics, so on. Barbiano cannot play at long range because its ballistics are so horrendous.
I mean,
I see
so
the argument for playing with no concealment, but I
get it,
don't
like-
personally.
I get it. Like you want your ideal engagement range if you're fighting a cruiser or a battleship, you want to be at like above 10. Like at this, like you don't want to get
the
too
closer
close
the
because
better.
otherwise you
But
get.
yeah.
No, I don't think because if you get closer, you get blapped in return.
How?
And you
Why?
have no benefit of being closer in terms of your damage because you can't citadel. Your SAP doesn't care if you're 3 kilometers away or 8 kilometers away or 10 kilometers away.
It kind of
It's
does
not
because you
From
arc over the.
angles.
You want to be
Because
able
you
to
get
arc,
plunging fire that way, you hit the deck
into
armor.
shutters.
Right.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
actually
that's-
isn't the Barbiano that way? If you are further away, you get all guns to shoot instead of just 12 because you can lob them
Yeah.
over your own ship.
That is correct. But again, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage because if you're shooting at that distance, your ballistic travel is horrible. Again, well, why would I intentionally put myself in a position where I'm not going to hit my shells at that kind of distance? I don't have the kind of technical skill to nail those kinds of shots at that range. Yeah, I don't have the ability to do that.
It's only going to be useful
Like,
against ships that are just hugging an island and that's it, and they are static. So
Yeah.
let's move on because I just looked at my clock. It's 4:30, which means I only have an hour and a half left of stream time, and I'd like to play this game too at some point. So let's move on. So you've got Sansonetti, and of course Sansonetti, if you get a kill, that gives you range. That's nice. And then if you get Confederate, then you also get reload time for your main battery. Both are very handy. 100 main battery shells is trivial. Welcome back, Glacial. It's trivial for this ship. And then you get consumable action time, which is nice too.
Very useful for the smoke and the engine boost.
Yep. So let's see. So you've gone with preventative, last stand, survivability, dazzle, concealment, adrenaline rush, main battery, and then incoming fire alert. Okay. So incoming
My
fire alert
argument
is
for having Dazzle is this, right? Because I think the big thing to talk about here is Dazzle. Now, the reason why I took Dazzle is because, as I said, this is a giant ship, right? Not only does it increase the dispersion of shots being fired, actually for 15 seconds, which lets you put yourself in a position where you're not going to, take a lot of damage, right? But the other thing too is that you get that extra 8% shift speed, which lets you play a little bit more into like. With the engine boost gives you a little bit extra speed, lets you kind of maneuver a little bit more effectively, right?
yeah.
The big thing is just the increased dispersion, which you kind of need because you really need to avoid getting hit at this thing early on because your health is your biggest strength. If you don't have health to trade with RDDs towards the mid-late game, and you'll see it in this game in particular, that's kind of important. So yeah.
An alternate to Dazzle would be Superintendent and Consumable Specialist, right? So you get the extra charge of your smoke and your engine boost, and then you can cycle through those quicker. This is probably what I would recommend, but fine, Dazzle if you want to experiment with it. If you find it works for you, fine. Because you do get also buffed dispersion, or debuffed dispersion, if you will, from running the concealment system mod. Now, Cthulhu, for this particular ship, I'd say incoming fire alert is probably okay, or frankly, you might not even need it. And the reason why I mention that is because priority target, in the case of a Barbiano, you're probably not going to be worrying so much about how many people are targeting you. Instead, you're more concerned about when shells are in the sky. It just tells you to change course a bit, because if you're playing at 9 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 11 kilometer from a target and it lights up, then it gives you that information to make your dodgy. So that's fine. The big problem is because you don't have torps, liquidator doesn't help. Because you don't have any other shell type, gun feeder doesn't help. So the only other thing that helps is grease the gears, which doesn't really help that much anyway for this because you got great turret traverse.
The turret's already fast enough.
So you just finish with incoming fire alert and be done with it essentially, which fine. I mean, that works. Alternately, if you really want priority target, you can drop that too. So
yeah.
And then for flags, you've got HP. You're trying to conserve, looks like. You've got smoke, you've got speed, and you got consumable.
Conserve flags on a press account? What? Why would I conserve flags on a press
I don't.
account?
Well, hey, I don't know. You tell me then. Why aren't you running the fire reduction flag? Why aren't you running ramming flag? Anti-air.
That's good arguments, I guess. Anti-air.
Why not?
I mean, there's no carrier in this match, so I know.
It's a random battle. You don't know what it's going to be before you get in. So
I know, but I guess I was. I just like auto-selected the flags. I guess I don't know.
All right.
So is anything like any other Italian ship, the flag is completely pointless.
Terrible.
No. You don't.
No
You don't understand. You put the flag on to ward off the carriers. If you don't take the flag, you get carriers. If you put the flag on, you don't get carriers. That's what you do. Just like if you were to run defensive anti-air instead of hydro.
Are you saying that flag is garlic?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh my god. Okay.
It is garlic. And to be
Also,
quite honest, like you just said, it's a press account. You don't care what flags you use. Whatever. 5% better anti-air. Whatever.
Oh, and don't worry, I checked in with my boss over on the wiki team like a few months ago. Like, hey, can I show replays and such? She's like, yeah, it's fine as long as it's a ship that that everybody can have access to. And Barbiano's a ship that everybody can have access to. So there you are. So here's how you play Barbiano. Step 1, push to the flank. You do not want to be cap contesting with this ship at all. And the reason why I said, and the reasons I don't even need to say it, it's self-evident. The ship is huge. It's got no spotting tools. It's got detection to the moon and back. So as you can see, what I'm doing here is pushing out to the flank, hoping to get some flanking shots. Right.
So there's two. What?
You get normal and the sharp. So that's high explosive and armor piercing rounds. So high explosive is like your standard ammo. It like standard, like you just shoot at everything, sets fires, does damage, yada yada. Armor piercing is more for broadside targets, right? So yeah. So as you can see, I'm kind of pushing up aggressively because I see that now. I'm pushing up a bit aggressively. I see that the enemy team has. I'm RPF located. I don't have the mod, so I didn't know I was being RPF located at the time. So what I already noticed is that they have 3 Hydro destroyers. So what I'm doing here is I'm cutting out the islands, right? So my initial thinking is if I do get spotted here, I can just whip a quick one around the island with my engine boost and my smoke, and I'll be fine. But as seeing that there's nothing spotting me yet, open the rainbow. And here we go.
Sherman opens up.
Because he's not actually within hydro range, so I can just just look at this.
And possibly the Des Moines can radar him in a second.
Yeah, that's why I'm turning out.
Yep. And then Shimanto, you absolutely chew through his weaker armor too.
Observe.
Oh look, you've already got your 100 main battery hits. Told you it's trivial in this ship.
It was 10 seconds of firing. Like that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
10 seconds firing.
He's having fun. He's enjoying the game, everybody. And you got the kill, so now you got more range.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize I was on the border. So the next thing about Fabiano's engine boost, that it is an emergency engine boost, but it's a long duration emergency engine boost. So I believe it lasts about 120 seconds with a 90-second cooldown. I'm not sure, it might be 120, 120. I have to just check that. I asked the Des Moines to radar, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to kill this guy? Oh, he quit! He quit!
He's mad.
Or disconnected. But
No,
my guess is he quit.
He's mad. He's so mad.
Hey, poor Wooden. You faced 2 plus Ragnar plus smoke cruisers in clan battles? Oh my god.
Yeah, no, this is, and now we open up the rain of fire on the Gooden. Spoiler alert, this Gooden lasts until the end of the battle.
New giveaway is up, guys. By the way, everybody, this is for blue bonuses. So you have to be a follower of the channel on Twitch and active in chat. So make sure you click that follow button and type anything in you would like.
So I want you guys to notice what I'm doing here really quickly. You see that I'm using the Sherman smoke against the Gooden. I'm staying behind it so that I don't get spotted here, right? I'm still playing it. He gets unspotted, I just keep line firing a little bit more, because why not? But now I'm turning away, or do I turn away? I think I turn away.
Yeah, Italian radar. We call it French radar, you just keep hitting whatever you hit with your guns, but same idea.
Yeah, no, I'm just putting pressure on this Gooden because he's upset. I use my smoke here because I see, oh hey, Valparaiso, right? But he just fired, so his smoke firing penalty is going to be up for the next 20 seconds, which means...
Now, in the case of Valparaiso, you're focusing right now, you're arcing and hitting the superstructure, so there's no need for the increased penetration.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that so people understand, you know? Because some people say, oh, Battleship, I should switch to the higher pen. You don't necessarily need to do that.
Not necessarily, and here's the thing too, like, back when, like, if I just, like, try to go for his deck, I'm not gonna pen. Like, so I might as well just stick with the high DPM mode, shoot into a superstructure, and get the guaranteed damage. Am I getting a lot of bounces here? Yes, because he's at a bad angle and I'm aiming for him.
There's Proface Clan that did that, huh?
I'm laughing my butt off this entire time while playing this game.
This is one of those ships that gives you big dumb grins, just because how stupid it looks and sounds and feels. And the fact that Wargaming released it in this case, well, that's their choice. TSK? Yeah, you're echoing. TSK, I'd say the ZF6 is a fine boat. She's just she's very much a niche boat. I did a replay on her on Friday. You need to have a special captain for it. That's the hardest thing about that. But, she's fine. For sure not enough to fish it. Yeah, I wouldn't fish for it either. If you don't have ZF6, there's no point in going for it. My god, we got Rainbow Connection in the background as this is going on.
I don't know, what for me could be from the
This Valparaiso is having fun, everybody.
I switched to higher pen shells just for a few extra shots into his back.
Well, when he shows you side, yeah, you have a better chance of penning the bow and stern. So, yeah. Thank you, Ensign Cthulhu. So now you're just gonna move forward, find him, and finish him.
Basically, I don't even need to use a smoke for this.
No, you don't! That's the funny part. I was surprised you used it.
I was wondering, like, why do I smoke?
Think of it this way. Think of it this way. If you let his secondaries hit you, you charge up his funny button, he heals, you get to farm him more. For another 3 seconds before he dies.
I know, but I just wanted to get rid of him quickly, so I just baited him into shooting.
You're echoing on Grunty's mic.
What? No,
yeah.
That's not possible.
No, it is. As Shockwave's talking, we're hearing you. I see you're lighting up on Discord.
How? I wasn't even talking, and I don't have speakers.
Couldn't tell you.
Question.
The lovers, the dreamers, and me.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. It's like if you took a Colbert and then put it on a shorter halt.
Yeah, so no Citadel. LOL.
No Citadel. And it goes 50. So, you know, reasons. Now, you're going to see another interaction here in a second. As you can, if you can check the minimap really quickly, you see that... Just pause for a second really quickly, Zath. Right?
Okay.
You see what I see? I see a George Hoffman coming into B.
Yeah.
Right? We take a look at the minimap. His last zone is Echo Stubborn. What do you think he's going to do, right?
He's probably going to sit and smoke and try to Hydra you. I mean, you know.
Absurd. Yeah. Well, just watch what happens.
Okay. Now, he's not the best equipped to deal with you because, you know, for him, it's just the AP that matters. All right, you're detected, so you know that that he's come around for you. Now you know he's in the cap.
Angling my angling
And
my gun
there's-
towards him. Spot it.
There's this hydro. See, his problem is that he's not reacting quickly enough to you. His smoke is not available early enough, or he just didn't use it right away. And now he gets punished for it because you just French radar him. Ta-da! He had fun this game.
Bingo! Also, I think his hydro ran out too, or he was trying to torpedo me or something. I don't know.
Probably. He also doesn't exactly have the highest of reload anyway.
I don't know. He's got a horrible DPM. I was thinking to myself, now I'm turning towards the Tiger 59. I was thinking to myself, okay, what kind of DPM does he run to? You're echoing. Your mic is echoing.
Yeah, it is definitely echoing. We can see it now.
How does that happen?
Good question.
Get good mic.
Good mic skill issue, clearly.
Now,
But
why did you
yeah,
turn
I
south
was
here
thinking
instead of
myself-
going north? Because I would have just gone north and at this point just laughed until the game was over.
True, but also turning radius. I probably would have gotten caught on the island, so that's why I went south. Also, I
That's
turned south
alright.
because I'm thinking maybe I can catch the Tiger 59 out of his smoke firing penalty. He doesn't have a hydro, and his radar is probably down. So
Yeah,
I
too
mean,
bad
even
he
if his
died.
radar is down, I'm just gonna melt him. Cut the living gun.
Okay. Put more guns on the ship. There you go.
Tasty Groningen. Very tasty Groningen right there. Numbers. And I know this guy's probably already used a smoke because of the fact that he was in that position roughly for the past minute or so, right? So he probably doesn't have smoke ready. He probably does have his hydro ready. Maybe he's got a smoke. Doesn't have a smoke ready. So now I'm just going, right? Chugging along. Don't mind me. I'm sure, guys. I swear.
And hello, buddy.
Surprise!
There's your Confederate, and your Kraken, and your Dev Strike. You actually got a Dev Strike. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen Sansanity proc on all three in one game before. It's extremely rare.
Oh, this is good. Now what? This is the fun. This is where the fun begins.
Yeah, very nice of him to turn broadside.
Look at the shell
RNG's
counter just go on.
RNGesus taketh away his chance of winning, that's for sure.
I don't even switch the alt fire here because I'm like, nah, I'm just
No.
gonna let the rainbow happen. Just look at him. Poor guy.
Corazzata nemica distrutta.
Look at the just look at the shell counter, Seth.
I
Just
know.
look at how fast that shell counter climbs.
Barbie's Playhouse.
Rilasciata cortina fumogena.
I explained to myself, like, what is this shit? I know what it is, but I'm just laughing so hard. Just because it's, like, crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm like, oh, okay. Just yell at the Guten. Whatever. I have 3 teammates left. Surely they can kill one Guten if this goes wrong.
Barbie is enough.
Even if they're all tier 8. Even if they're all tier 8.
Mhm.
Whatever.
Yeah, Grunty, you're still coming through.
My microphone is not picking up anything. I'm looking at my Discord. I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what to tell you. You need a pink skin for the ship now. There you go. You have enough steel at this vessel. You really think Wargaming is gonna nerf? You know,
No, they're not.
they rarely nerf a ship after it's been released. And that's just, in general. So, I don't know.
No, I probably could have run right at him, but I'm like, nah, funny DPM, we just go. We just go. Yeah. The worst part is I don't actually see his airstrike until the last second. I'm like, turn the ship.
Now, I want to mention something. You're shattering a ton and ricocheting a ton. Maybe you'd be better suited trying to punch to the bow tip right there.
Yeah, I wasn't conscious about that at that moment. I was kind of just playing unconsciously and
Yeah, I know.
laughing.
Problema risolto, si...
But see, this is why aiming system is so important.
Yeah. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Barbiano, in a nutshell. It throws out so many shells, you will be laughing your butt all the way to the bank and back.
Now, imagine, very close to number 7, Now imagine this ship times 2 in a division with something else that can spot for them. So they chain smoke each other. Imagine this ship in clan battle where you can get real cooperative, team play. And imagine this in King of the Sea. Oh my god. This ship in King of the Sea.
Yeah, no, this was so yeah, Zeth, I just wanted to take a look at the detailed report really quickly, and I just wanted to
1,020 hits.
Out of 1,600 shells fired. That is a 62% hit rate, ladies and gentlemen. 62% hit rate.
Yeah. You were absolutely the fire hose.
Fire hose, man. And that's kind of the crazy thing about Barbiano. Like, it does so much damage, and it's like, it has so much DPM. Like, who needs fires? Right? Who needs damage over time when you have this? Like, who needs a Colbert when you can just fit shells at, like, Mach infinity? Right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I just want to point out something as well. All 3 of their destroyers had hydros and smokes, and I killed all 3 of them.
And it didn't matter.
I got the Groningen, I got the Hoffman, I got the Sherman. Now, the Sherman rage quitting is probably the funniest part of this. I'm like, did I just make him upset? Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Wouldn't you be if you were the Sherman? I mean, you lost like 75% or more of your hit points, and you're in range of a Des Moines. You know you're just gonna die.
Yeah, no, he's like, nah. That's the funny part. It's like, oh wait, you smoked up. You're trying to blind? Nah, no problem. Just
die.
Let me just hose you down.
But
I'm willing to bet like half the damage I got in him was all blind. Like, just because the fact that as you said, the Italian radar is just fire hose. It's a French radar, but yeah.
The thing is, if you are fighting one of these, what you have to do is you have to prioritize reaction with consumables over doing damage, which is counter to what most people do. Most people, they see an enemy destroyer, they line up the torpedoes, they line up the guns, vice versa, and then they smoke and stop and shoot. But this ship doesn't allow you to do that. For this ship, you have to react immediately smoke, immediately stop, immediately put your hydro up, then worry about using your guns. That's what killed the Hoffman, and that's what also killed the Sherman. Exactly.
The Groningen just didn't have a chance to react. Like, he was just screwed.
That's right. He was not prepared at all. How would you have played if spawning in the middle? Move to the side. Period.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I would have probably moved to the side, but I would have also probably gone to, like, Foxtrot 4 and just farmed them rotating over on the 1-2 line, unironically. I would have had range. And plus, even if the Cleveland was in the middle, like, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? Shoot me? I have almost as much health as he does, and I have, like, 3 times his DPM. I don't care. Nice radar, I'm pretty sure. Must be fine, by the way. Yeah, but this is also, I mean, you can kind of see, like, why I think this is, like, this is why +2, -2 is, like, such a bad concept. Because think about if I had been up against, like, say, that Cleveland or whatever, right? Like, imagine those destroyers were, like, tier 8s. What could they have done if I'd caught them? They would have just died. Right?
Probably.
Imagine that Sherman was, like, a Benson or something, or a Kid. Or
there are some ships that could probably handle it better than others, but yeah, I mean, in general, that is true. I mean, and this matchmaking was really good for you because you had tier 9 battleships that you were up against, which were mostly focused on secondaries and just doing damage over time and surviving, versus, Montana's and other stuff that could take away half your health, or Columbos,
stuff that I couldn't pen or damage reliably. Yeah. I'd say I got very fortunate with this game just because of what I was up against versus, like, as you said, if I've been up against ships where I would have had a harder time damaging them, like, say, Kremlins, Montanas, Columbos, Kurfürst, whatever, I do not think I get this kind of results. I was very fortunate that I went up against 3 battleships that all have no good plating and are reliant on dealing damage through secondaries or scoring secondary hits, because Valparaiso is dependent upon scoring secondary hits.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
To actually get its gimmick going.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's why I was laughing all the way to the bank and not just sweating. Like, I didn't even put any effort into this game. I was just like, oh, left mouse click, go.
Right. All right. Well, Shockwave, thanks, and
You're welcome.
let's move on to the next game, shall we?
Sure.
Here we go. All right, Grunty, I had to mute you for a sec because you were coming through so much. If you don't mind, maybe go to push to talk or something. 'Cause I don't know. I don't know why you're coming through like you
my
are.
talking. Shockwave is so loud. Him going out through my headphones got picked up by the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, do I get it twice? Oh,
Yeah.
that's probably what happened. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
I mean,
just
I
lower
have
my
him
volume.
turned down to. I have actually at 100%.
I turned him down to 50 now.
Well, there you go.
That's
All
weird
right.
how my microphone
Chat.
works like that sometimes.
We're going to do a commercial break, and then I'm going to get the last replay up. This is going to be the Suzuya game. That's what you said,
Suzuya's
TSK.
awesome.
Yep, I saw you commented on that a while ago. I just didn't have a chance to get a word in because Shockwave. Suzuya.
I was cackling like a
I think
small
Barbie's
child
Playhouse-
the entire time I was playing.
Yeah, User Joe, we're still doing replay analysis. This is our last one, and then hopefully I'll be able to play a game or two. At this rate, we'll find out.
It's so weird though. It never happened before with the other mic.
Oh?
Ensign asked, how the hell do you get a dead strike in this thing? There's no alpha. Just damn DPM. Just raw DPM, my friend.
That's up to you, Gaelic. You're welcome to join the chat if you want. You're always welcome. You know that.
Yes, I believe it only happened when Shockwave was talking, right? It didn't happen when you were talking.
Correct.
I might be too loud then. Yeah. Let me see what I can do about
Hi,
that.
Gaelic.
My input volume is a bit high. Yeah, I lowered my input volume to 90%. That might be better. Not echoing anymore, right?
Just so you know, it was just a quick build, quick commander skills, and I'm using Yamato, but he's not 21 point.
Yeah, I see you've got Yamamoto. Cool. How do you join
and my
the
aiming
chat?
was terrible.
And your aiming was terrible. Okay. Let's see. All right. So, Stackro, do you have a replay? Do you have a ZF6 replay for me to cover, or did you use that by accident? Let me check some pings here. Okay. I can't remember. Suzuya was she for loot boxes? How do you get Suzuya again?
Yeah, she's in these new Daruna containers.
Or you
Wait,
can also...
Lootception.
I think you can also buy it outright. I'm not sure. But yeah.
No, I didn't. I won a black one.
A black Daruma. That's...
Oh, okay.
Oh, right. It can be bought in the Admiral package. That's
You
cool.
can buy the Admiral pack, which I'm
Admiral pack
not
too.
a fan of, but yeah, that's fair.
Well, you know, I gotta say, at least I feel like there's some progress that's been made with that front because Wargaming has offered a direct purchase route. It just sucks because it's only an Admiral pack, which is basically you have to pay an inflated price for the product or you have to gamble and pay a much more inflated price for the product, most likely. So, you know, it's, we've talked about this before, but the best way to get ships and stuff like that is Santa containers and just waiting until Christmas time and just save up. And you know, if you're going to do it then. Otherwise,
Sure.
for most people, it's a losing proposition. So that's all.
Yeah, basically.
And I only got it this morning.
You got it this morning. Oh, okay. Nice.
Very nice. Anyways, that's gonna be all for me. Take care. See you guys later.
All right. I'll see you later, Shockwave.
Take care.
Okay, let's get to our final replay analysis of the stream then. And that's going to be Gaelic Knight in this Suzuya using Cover My Replay and saying he wants to be last. So we saved the best for last, right?
I don't know if that's a lot. That's the best. I've seen better.
Now the Suzuya you can direct purchase through Admiral's Pack, or you can get it in. You could have gotten it during the Lunar New Year stuff, and you can get it right now through the Daruma event or whatever, which is what you did, right? The Golden Month event. So
Yeah.
you'd much rather the Battle Pass over that Commander Day, much more worth it with red boosters. Okay, I don't know what you mean, Andrew. But yeah, Suzuya is essentially a 155 millimeter Mogami that has been taken from tier 8 to tier 9. She's been given a few things to help her out because she's at tier 9. For example, she's got a repair party, which Mogami does not have. She's got a main battery reload booster, which Mogami does not have, okay? So there are a couple of things. Battle Pass was worth, the EP is not, basically. Oh, okay, the event pass is not. Okay, I think I understand what you're getting at. So, a couple of things about the Suzuya that a lot of people don't recognize at the beginning. One is her turret traverse is abysmal. This is 26 seconds, which you might say, okay, that's fine. This is with both main battery modification 2 and Yamamoto's buffed grease the gears. Okay, let me drop both of these for a second so you can see how terrible this is. 36 seconds to turn 180 degrees. And remember, most of the time when people are changing from one side to the other, it's changing from the full shoulder to the other side of the full shoulder, which means it's more than 180 degrees. So, ouch, 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 ouch. This ship really needs a lot of help with that. Mogami is 31 seconds. Yes. So you compare it though, I mean, it's 31 seconds with you know, main battery mod 2, but the problem is that you're probably going to want aiming systems, but you can't have it unless you're going to invest in, you know, at the very least grease the gears. That's the problem. It has, if it has improved accuracy and speed.
Grease the gears.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, that's the one thing for any of you who picks up a Suzuya to understand is that she's difficult to handle for switching one side to the next. So grease the gears is it makes sense. This is why you like Japanese light cruisers so much as a co-op player. The reload may be slow, but the turrets are some of the fastest in the game. True. And then you have this, which is essentially a light cruiser, right? But the turrets is so glacial. So you've got main armaments mod 1. Now you've got the damage control here, and I think you're probably better suited going for engine room protection because it is still a Mogami, so losing steering gears hurts. Or yeah, steering gears and engine. So I think you're better suited going engine room protection there. Main battery, we've already discussed why that's important. Damage control mod 2. You can do it. And this is an operation, so you're probably going to get slapped with a lot of fires. Okay.
Like I said, it's just a quick build.
Mm-hmm.
It's a light cruiser though. Like, isn't it 30 seconds flooding time and everything?
Probably. If I were to take this off and put something else on, it's 24 seconds fire duration. You've got the fire reduction flag on too, so yeah, it's 30 seconds. So I know you said it's a quick build, but I do like to talk through it just because if this does go out to YouTube, of course, Gay, like I want to make sure that anybody else who has the ship understands, like, you know, what to think about through building it. Rudder shift time or propulsion. Most of the time, I think, yeah, propulsion is probably going to be the better choice. And then you've got concealment, sure. And then you went for range. Why did you go for... Oh, you went for range because reload hurts turret traverse, doesn't it, right?
Well, without range, it's like 16.9.
Mm-hmm. 16.5 stock.
16.5.
And then range gets you 19. I think you're better suited going for reload here. It does hurt your turret traverse. But realistically, yeah, and in ops, you're probably going to be okay with 16. In random battles, might be different. In ranked, you're probably going to be playing up close. So, but the difficulty is, with the range, you almost want the aiming systems to kind of counteract that loss in accuracy at range. So that comes into play. So I think you'd be better suited with reload, but whatever. We'll see how the game goes for you. And then typically, you're going to want to go for hydro instead of defensive anti-air. And that's just because, especially in operations, torpedoes are a real big threat to you. So for commander skills, you've got last stand, which is fine. Good. We talked about grease the gears, why that's like crucial for this ship. Filled the tubes for torpedoes. What are the torpedoes like on this? 10-kilometer range. They're okay. I think they've got like they've got that curved torpedo thing, right? So you got a little bit better firing arcs on the torps. I'd still recommend priority target to start with over fill the tubes. Adrenaline rush, superintendent, survivability, and concealment, of course, are like absolutely core build stuff. So I probably wouldn't bother with fill the tubes to start. What's your concealment? 10-kilometer? 10 kilometers. So from here, where else would you want to go? You don't have the ability to put a spotter plane up. You could go demo expert because it's 1% amongst a whole bunch of shells. Top grade gunner works if you get up close and personal to an enemy ship. You're probably going to die in the process. If I'm playing this in randoms or especially ranked, I'm doing radiolocation. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could do fill the tubes. I'm not sure where you go from here. Sorry, I got a bit of a tickle in my throat there. You could also go outnumbered. This actually wouldn't be a bad choice in randoms. And in operations, not a bad choice either. Because there's more ships than you anyways. So outnumbered would proc a lot. So maybe I might build it like this, Gaelic, but like you said, you threw it together quick. For flags, you've got ship HP, fire reduction, fire chance. Better heal, yeah. You're missing speed. I would go speed secondaries. I wouldn't do secondaries on this. What's the range? 7? I wouldn't do secondary flag. I would definitely do speed flag, and I would probably do the flooding reduction flag, and then the other fire chance. That's probably how I'd round out your flags. Let's get to the game, huh? So this is Operation Aegis. No, sorry, this is Ultimate Frontier. So, okay. You don't have anybody on this side that can spot the destroyers. You got the Talon that can radar them. That's about it. It's gonna be a tough opening for you guys. So Gaelic, you're just playing with yourself. You're not joining. You're not playing with Scottish, huh?
No, I like I said, I got this small one, so I just took it out. I give it a little taste in co-op, and then I just took it straight out to ops. This is the first time.
Okay.
In ops.
Your first game.
Yeah. And it was pretty tough all the way.
I'm sure. This is actually a rough operation for Suzuya. And frankly, any light Japanese cruiser, because it's American battleships that you're up against mostly, and they're going to be higher tier American battleships too, like Maine. So that's going to make it more difficult, for sure. But that salvo right there, it's just so satisfying firing that many rounds at once. And yeah, I realize the destroyers shoot as soon as they spot you, but they also like to smoke and turn and kind of somewhat hide behind that smoke. Now there is a heal on this, which is actually where the Njord went to, like straight there. So while you've got a heal, this might be a good place for you to hang at some point. The only turn when the destroyer player runs at them. Oh, okay. Because that's been my experience the whole time, is they always just turn. Then again, I'm probably the one running at them. So Iowa, North Carolina, and Colorado. Good, yeah, you're turning already.
No, it was just a potluck chance, but I don't think I hit it.
Just checking something. Seattle, I like your switch to AP here. I just shoot right away. I don't know why you're waiting. Oregon is a beast. Oregon is.
Usually he doesn't let you do damage when it's outside the map.
Okay. It's interesting. I thought it did. Okay. Nice Citadel. You actually got a secondary hit on the gearing. That's funny. Or is that on Seattle? Probably Seattle. He's angling pretty heavily to you, so probably HE now. Chrissy, I don't know if they're gonna release those experimental ships at some point. I mean, they're gonna be called back at a certain, you know, in what, 14.7. But I don't know that they're gonna be like a permanent fixture in the. I sure as hell hope not. Anyway, back to HE for battleship farming. Do you enjoy this ship, Gaelic? Or are you happy that you got it?
It felt like an Ibuku to me.
So the Ibuki, of course, is the Tier 9 heavy cruiser. It's got the 203mm guns instead of the 155s. But, I mean, it's the next progression from the Mogami Tier 8, so... Yes, he was locked on the wrong target.
This is the thing that gets me is, if I was with my teammates, none of them ships would have got that far. They would have all been destroyed. But then I realised where all the rest of the team was, except for the Dutch cruiser.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they hit W 4 times.
Everybody else was too busy going for the rooster.
Well, yeah. You see this a lot in randoms too, is people hit W 4 times, go full speed, and they'll never slow down. And that's what the Talon and Cross of Dorn have done. Now, fortunately for you, you're not on fire yet. And I say that because as soon as you get set on fire, the Des Moines will change to AP. Getting your heal going? I might try to turn out instead of staying turned in here. This is... You're getting a little greedy trying to go for the AP on the Des Moines. But I think it's going to work because he's showing you a lot of side here. 2 Citadels. Wow.
I thought to get him to turn the other way so that I can get broadside.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree, Electric. I think turning out and just kiting away and spamming HE would have been better, but hey, you got the kill. Also, don't be afraid to use your reload booster because you have 4 charges of it.
Oh, that's for the Fiesta resistance.
You couldn't play with that crowded crosshair in full zoom? You talking about the one that I'm using, like this crosshair here? I find it helpful for leading targets and aiming for things that are going at a slight angle to me. That's why I like using it.
Yeah, that's not my crosshair that I use.
Yeah. It's distracting for you? Okay.
That's why there's options, right?
Yep. Now here you could actually be slowing down. I might actually slow down and reverse, or at least go down to a quarter speed.
See, normally I would never get anywhere near that.
Nope. Nope. But he did.
That's the first wave still?
Yes, they're still trying to shoot the first wave.
Yeah, like I said, most of the team went off to get the booster, so all these ships got a free run in.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. This is the one you use too, user? Nice. How long is the reload booster cooldown?
I think it's 90 seconds.
95. Minute and a half. So yeah, that's why I was saying, you know, I might have used it too. The way you use reload booster on this ship, it's the same for like French cruisers and stuff. You get something on fire, they DCP, and then you booster them afterwards to get them on a sticky fire, right?
Probably, because you're a light cruiser, you're not gonna get something done with AP for Citadels.
I'm still trying to find aiming correctly.
And this is the thing, you see at long range, you see how far, how spread out your shells are. That's because you don't have aiming systems. But I understand why you don't, right? Because you need to get that turret traverse down. This is a ship that really punishes you for changing sides. It's almost like a battleship, you know? Yeah. And Ops, you might deal with a slow traverse 22-ish is not really terrible. Well, yeah, but remember his is 29, 30.
This thing unfortunately doesn't have like 32. It's more 22. It's more like 32. Like
Right.
36.
I mean, yeah, but another difference too, Electric, is you've played the operations well enough to know where everything's going to spawn, so you can have your turrets like pre-turned and that sort of thing. Players that don't have that, I mean, you really do need that turret traverse. Ooh, the shaft theme. Let's go. DCPing the torpedo brake? You should also heal, by the way. I don't like the idea of DCPing the torpedo brake. I mean, you can be set on fire now, like sticky fire. I get you want to keep your torps for later, though, but... Also, keep to HE. I think you're trying to use AP too much. Rip 2 of your ships, your cruisers. Look, it's a Talon across the door and the 2 guys that just went forward. Just as you're about to fire your torps, he slows down. LOL. But you should be getting into the heal zone. Like, forget about the torps. Just fire them off, go full speed, get into the heal. Nice kill.
But look at
That
this.
was-
You didn't even get citadels at 5 kilometers here.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad IGN 8P is on these light cruisers.
On the 155s, yes. Oh, your Iowa disconnected. Oof. But he came back, no?
I'm not sure.
I hate it when the battleships just sit in that spawn over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is...
Well, they either sit in that spawn or they sit on the heel. One of the two.
I'd rather have them sit at the heel. They're at least a little bit closer there.
Right. People talking about German anemic alpha blob. Japanese supposed to be the good stuff. The 8-inch HE, yes, from the heavy cruisers. The 6-inch HE is also kind of meh. Back before SAP existed, the 155 HE was actually fun and good.
Do not allow them to capture the repair base.
Now, I might luck chuck a torpedo or two that way, if you haven't. I think, yeah, you fired the right side, so you should be able to fire the left at these destroyers. There you go. You read my mind. Well, it's too late now. He didn't heal, so he's just got the standard heal.
Yeah, I'm with him though. If I'm in the heal circle here, I would not heal. I would save it.
I would have healed at the beginning just to, you know, get to full health sooner. So you've been using your DCP very rapidly, like almost immediately. It hasn't really been punishing you this game. I say that as he gets set on a sticky fire. And you might actually... No, because I think you beached. I have to say, because you have to be careful not to go in front of everything else that's coming too. Yes, this was his first game, he said. It's ironic, right? You're using your DCP a lot, but you haven't used your reload booster yet. And
like
I think
I
in
said,
this...
I'm keeping that for the pierce resist.
Right. But you have 4 of them. So you can have 4 pierce their resistances, you know? You've made the mistake of not using boosters. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, when you've got those 3 destroyers charging you, that's when I would want to be using it, just to get one of those destroyers gone as soon as possible. Also, you should not be looking at these guys. I'd be looking at the 2 guys that you've got sides on. The buffaloes.
I didn't see them. I didn't notice at the time.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention to the minimap.
Do you play with a larger minimap, or do you play with like the standard, like that?
Minimap as well as looking around. You taught me to use the minimap more.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that.
I don't want to be too negative, but I have a bad feeling about the outcome of this battle.
Like Gaelic said, he doesn't care. He's just playing the game and trying out the new ship. And I like that you're trying it out in Ops too, by the way, because you get a feel for it before you go into like a ranked or random battle.
The aerodrome is in maximum danger. An enemy ship has entered the base area. Destroy her.
So despite all of you...
Grunty, at this stage, I had bad feelings about it too.
This might honestly be the worst team I've ever seen in operations.
They were terrible. They spent more time up north than anywhere else. Apart from the Dutch cruiser who's beside me, which I gave him a compliment at the end.
You're firing too far to the rear, so your shells are bouncing off his rear armor instead of penetrating forward.
Well, like I said, I was still trying to get a feel of the guns.
Oh, this is a very stressful and demanding operation. Yes, it's more difficult than ranked to randoms.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, here's the thing. You're not wrong. This is stressful in the end. But they failed this at the start. This operation was lost on the first freaking wave.
Well, like I said, Grunty, most of the ships went up north chasing after the booster. The only ship that stayed close to me was the Dutch cruiser.
I'd focus the Montana here. He's low health. Like if you want Luckchuck Torps, that's fine. Okay, never mind. Montana died. Probably want to heal. There's Midway, but I wouldn't worry about trying to kill the Midway at this point. I'd be worried more just succeed, you know, live. Nice kill.
Well, unfortunately, you were wrong.
It's only 1 minute 30. Like, theoretically, if you get behind an island and stay alive, there is a chance you win.
Are you gonna heal now? Okay, there you go. So if you healed earlier, you'd be able to heal again.
You're still not using a reload booster, by the way.
It's coming. I like to try and get these secondary things as well as primary stuff. Whereas a lot of players coming into operations just want to kill ships, they don't bother about it. And then they wonder why they lost.
I mean, this is a secondary objective, though. That doesn't matter if it's like full operation.
We always try and get it when I'm in with my division.
Okay. So Midway's a little bit tough cookie to aim at because if you aim too high, the shells, the AP shells will bounce off the deck armor. So, not bad, you got the kill. Yeah, I care more about winning than the secondaries too, but my guess is you're thinking, well, what the hell?
Jesus.
And that's a win. 271,000 damage.
Somehow.
Somehow.
I would say the only people that deserve the win here are you and the Dutch cruiser.
Oh yeah. Look at this.
I have to agree.
Look at that, Gaelic. You are a C-star.
Apparently the Njord did something too. I don't know what he did, but apparently he did something.
Like I said, the Dutch cruiser stayed with me nearly the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't for him, I probably would have been dead long ago.
But yeah, if there's something to criticize, it's really the usable of the consumables. Like, these operations have basically a fixed duration. And you know what waves are coming when, kinda. Like, there's a little bit of random which one comes first and though. So you can mentally prepare for, okay, I have 4 reload boosters. It takes that long. I want to use one here, 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 and here.
Correct. Like the beginning right here would...
Sorry, go on, Zeth.
Right here would be a good time to use it if you're looking at the render. Go ahead, Gaelic.
Okay, like Grunty said earlier on, the outcome didn't look very good.
Yeah. But yeah, the main piece of feedback I could give to you would be using your reload booster, and also I feel like you were using DCP way too frequently. It didn't punish you this game, but wow.
I get that. Sometimes when I've got a funny button, I forget to use it. I forget it's there.
Like, I get it a bit more. I'm stingy with it in random battles for when I'm, especially if I play a destroyer, like when I need it for a destroyer engagement. So I'd rather have it ready then.
Yeah.
But operations are more or less a controlled environment where you know what's gonna happen. So you can plan for it.
Yep.
Yeah, but it doesn't help with the 2 battleships going way up north when they could have been down here taking on the destroyer battleships down here.
Absolutely.
Look how far the Iowa got.
Yeah, but you can't
never even got there.
But you can't control what these guys do. You can only just control yourself. I mean, you can reach out and ask them. That's about it. So, you know, at that point, then now you're the DPM, right? You're the one who's got to do the damage. So, you know, don't be afraid to use that booster. Like, get the guns off as soon as possible. And I guess you know, I felt like you were trying too hard as well with the AP. You know, trying to go for Citadel hits. If it's a mission that you're working on for Dockyard, I get it. You had 87 ricochets.
If it wasn't for the Dutch cruiser helping out, I would have been dead long ago.
Yeah. That's true, Hujam. It doesn't help that the Iowa disconnected or quit or whatever. Here's another good opportunity to use your reload booster. You got the destroyers coming. You got to get them off because then you can focus on something else. Yeah, the bots actually do a decent job of turning bow in when you got AP loaded. This is true.
But like I said at the beginning, it was a quick build just to get it out there, to try it out.
I mean, it's impressive you won.
Yeah.
So, guys, what are we going to put a title for this? Should it go out to YouTube?
Against all odds.
I like it.
More jam than Smuckers.
What?
I said more jam than Smuckers.
I know. What is that supposed to mean?
Well, don't you get Smuckers down there? They make jam.
Yeah.
I mean, I was more jammy than Smuckers.
Okay.
I was lucky.
Yeah.
The Dutch cruiser, to me, should have got top spot.
Playing ops
I
with
guess this guy
chalupas.
didn't care at the end. He was just happy that this was somehow still a win too.
Yeah, if I was playing that Dutch cruiser, I would have absolutely said that. And then if I was playing some of these other ships, I might have said, "Wait, we won that?" You know, like, wow.
I'd have reported every single one of my battleships this game.
Oh goodness. All right. Well, hey, Gaelic, thank you very much for support me.
The interesting part
and
is here, like
replay
the Njord actually went forward first, right, to the spot where he should be, and then he went all the way back somehow. But I guess he kind of was actually needed back there because the other two battleships were so useless and couldn't even kill it. So.
Yep. So.
No.
Well,
like I said, you can't control what they do.
Like I said,
all right, guys.
Brand new ship. I thought maybe people would want to see how it was. I tried.
Yeah. You succeeded. I mean, you won. All right.
I was surprised the amount of damage I did.
Like, no offense to the game, but I don't see why anybody would spend that much money on this ship.
I bought containers.
I get it. You got lucky in the containers, but like, there are people out there who specifically gamble for it in containers and buy as many containers as it takes to get the ship.
Yeah, I have one
That's
player.
what I don't understand.
I have one player in the clan that does that all the time.
It's their choice, unfortunately. As long as it's not, you know, a predatory thing that people can not handle, then it's okay. But once it gets to the point where, you know, people have that extreme FOMO and they have to get it, you know, it sucks. But
yeah. Thank you for playing the replay at short notice.
Sure. Yeah, no problem, my friend. So, chat, then I'm going to play one game, maybe two of Ranked, and that's it. So
you could have skipped my one till next weekend if you wanted to play.
Nah, I'm not going to skip yours. You use channel points, dude. So, which to YouTube? So, guys, you are now going to select which replay should go to YouTube, okay? We're going to start with an Essex. We're going to call that one Decisions. We've got a U69 that we're calling Nukem. Santander. Malpositioned. The Barbriano. They're calling Barbie's Playhouse.
What?
And finally, Suzuya. Against all odds.
Well,
Takes
I
over
gotta head
350.
out again.
Okay.
So,
See you,
have a
Randy.
great rest of your weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.
Good night, Grunty.
Yeah, it takes over 350k damage for an efficiency badge in Libertad. Well, that's because of how ridiculous the ship is. It's just stupid easy. Alright, I got Twitch drops and I got my mission. So let's get to it. Now, chat, you've got the poll up, so everybody gets one vote. This is over on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, head on over to Twitch. You know, log in if you need to, whatever. Put your vote in. If you're on Twitch and you don't see the poll, you may need to refresh the stream or something, okay? It's just Twitch being Twitch. So put in what you would like to see going out to YouTube. The top voted goes to YouTube, and then the second, then I will choose a second replay to go. Okay?
Hooray, nobody voted for me.
Well, it's a 10-minute poll, my friend. You still have like 8 minutes.
I'm not expecting anybody to vote for that.
All right, let's see. Los Andes, Iowa, Ruprecht versus Los Andes, Georgia, and FTG.
Right, I'm going to drop out and get you a piece. Thank you.
All right, I'll see you later.
Oh, I'll still be watching.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, well. They've got a Mogami. Okay with that. So these are the experimental ships, y'all. They start with less hit points. So if you see a ship at the beginning starting with less hit points, that's because they have a baked-in adrenaline rush. Okay, and I'll show you. I automatically have a buffed reload time, as well as a buffed dispersion for main battery shells. Now, I like to start with getting one heal out of the way, so that I can heal again when I need it. Because this ship is actually pretty fragile at the start. The Vijay you can kind of get away with not healing right away. I just realized we didn't have time to do our characteristic cheer, so I'll do that after this game. Just remind me, guys. Hello, you guys playing the game? Okay. Usually, you know, a secondary battleship wants to be, you know, aggressive with their positioning, but whatever. Chill over here for a little bit. Can I clear this? Not yet. And we do have a sub or destroyer in the CCAP. So that feels good. Atihiko. Yes, K-Sharp. The Los Andes nerfs have come onto live, but the Los Andes is still a busted, stupid ship. You know. Speaking of, this one I can shoot. Ah, there's the sub.
Torpille à midi. Torpille droit devant.
All right, I got a splash flood. That's nice. Our sub is just getting himself wrecked, as happens. Okay, hopefully that's a sticky flood on the sub. That's why I was holding my DCP.
Boost des moteurs activé.
And it is continuing. Rip our sub. Their sub has a oil slick. And another flood. Hopefully that's a new flood on the sub. We'll find out. I think he's trying to run for the channel. Some ships take 2 to 3 years to buff. Others probably 2 years to nerf. You know, right? I just don't get how these other battleships aren't even paying attention to the fact that there's a sub pinging them. Like, hello? Hello? So like I said, this is why I'm doing my ranked speedrun, and I don't necessarily care to rank out. All I care to do is get my wins. I'm gonna heal up now again because I'm gonna get into this fight. Seabear, I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't really looked, you know. Sometimes the armory is its own special minigame, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna lock and load our enhanced AP shells. Another flood on the damn sub. And hello, my friend. Not enough. Of course it's not enough. But that's okay. Because he doesn't seem to care that I exist. And another flood on the damn sub. Good job, battleship players. Georgia does not have a shot on me. Good. Sub is still flooding. Also good. Be gone, sub. This guy really ignoring me? I just saved you from logging in and doing some ranked? Lol. I'm on double fire. I want to fix that. Aha! Are you seriously gonna try to ram me? This is the advantage of the hydroacoustic search. This is why I like using hydro, because you have the guaranteed detection at 2 kilometer. So that should, in theory, be a dead sub. Okay, come on, come on. Triple Citadel on the Mogami. I am here for all of this. Georgia's turning that way, so I can head north. They nerfed the secondary reload on the Los Andes. Come on, DCP already. Let's go. Thank you. Real time? How's that? How's your engines doing here, buddy? Of course, he sets a fire on me. Jesus. Alright, now to play keep away from the Georgia. They also nerfed the secondary range? I know they nerfed the turning ability of all the ships. And I thought they also nerfed the secondary reload. I didn't know that they did the range. But whatever. So somehow we're actually winning this game, guys. How crazy is that? Barbiano? Stop nerfing and start buffing. Well, they do buff some ships too. I'm stopping here in case the Georgia is going to back around. I don't know where the Georgia is going to go, so I'm going to sit here for a sec, put a plane up. Okay, there's the split. And he's coming behind me. I was afraid of this. Engine boosto. Aha! Found the island. Suck it, Georgia. Come on, you guys. Orcon's got radar, so that should be a dead split. And like I said, we just play ring around the rosy with the Georgia. That's it. Now I'll just keep him on Hydro. I know it's a little anticlimactic, but I kind of want to win, you know? All the nerfing does give more boring ships consistency. I guess the Los Andes doesn't want to fight the Georgia. That's great, thanks. Yeah, a lot of IQ nerfs on the Los Andes, right? So, Los Andes is going to show up broadside to this Georgia. That's going to feel bad. Get Metsed inside. Oof. Oof. Good hits. Good hits. Let's go. See, I waited for the opportunity to get some shots on him when he was looking at somebody else. Gotta get my guns. Bow turn to my guns. And of course he disappears right when I shoot. That's okay. And it's too late for him. He's chosen to go that way. Fine with me. And can I get the final kill? I think so. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Takumar, good night. How about that? How about them apples? 4 kills in this ranked battle. 4 kills. Woo! Oh. 4 freaking kills. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable game. Every ship that I shot at, I killed. This poor Mogami. Oh my god, I said I'll slap the heck out of him. Los Andes didn't care that I existed. This poor sub just, I don't know, whatever, took all the damage forever. Oh my goodness, guys. Wow, what a game. What a game. Now I had a crazy moment last time, but this was a whole crazy game. So I think this one's going on to YouTube. What do you guys think? Yes? What do you think? And if yes, what should I title it? I'm curious. What do you guys think? Meantime, let's go to the event pass. And, not quite done with my containers. And by the way, in order to get this, if you don't have these ships, you just go to the tech tree and you click on experimental ships over here. And then as you play, you get these action reports. Seabear, were you asking me about the action reports? Is that what you were asking about? So you can either complete the research for doubloons, or the free way is to research them using these things that you collect. You get them every day just by playing. And then you spend a lot of credits for them. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that one, Classic. Thank you. What are we looking for? I got time for one more. So, but Seabear, I don't think there's anything else that you can do with those. Maybe in the armory, but like I said, I haven't dug through. Or was it, what was it you were talking about? Wasn't Dockyard starter packs. Wasn't this stuff. Yeah, I don't see any place else where you would use any kind of temporary currency. So I'm just playing Mets until I complete my mission here. So you get, somebody had asked earlier about how to get coal. Best thing to do for coal is, if you can, play brawls. Or you can, you can play ranked if you've got enough. But you can play one of those other missions. Let's see. So I'm now doing damage to ships with Mets. And then I have to earn base XP. Once that's done, then I move on to the Vijay. And I'll show you guys the Vijay probably later this week, because I usually play till I get one win. Now my Kitakaze is 3,000 away. Normally I would free XP it, but I'm in no rush to finish it, so. The only other one is Soviet sub tokens. Okay, cool. Thanks, Electric. Man, that was a crazy game. I thought for sure I was gonna lose it, but I just focused on opportunities to, go for those broadside shots and utilize the buffed AP. And you can see what I did with that. That was, wow. That was awesome. That was truly awesome. By the way, have you guys noticed the new transitions that I've got set up? I don't know if you picked up on that yet, but when I go to like the Be Right Back screen, for example, everything moves instead of the old fade method, and boom. That's fun. I couldn't do this on my old processor because my old CPU just wasn't powerful enough to handle it. Crazy to think about, huh? You're playing Lighthouse Lion build in Silver Ranked. Interesting. There's a, well, yes, the Daruma temp currency. You can buy some camos and destruction effects. Okay. Centered around bottle taking and spamming heals. You can do that. Lion is an okay ship for ranked. Are you grinding her for tech tree, K-Sharp? I forgot to do the cheer. Oh, we'll do it at the end of this, and then we'll end the stream. You already have conch, but it's silver. Okay, fair enough. Well, the only reason I'm asking is because if I were to, hold on, let me ask Keith where he's going. If I were to play a battleship, hey Compass, good to see you, man. I'd probably be playing more, like a Los Andes or something. No idea where he's going. Okay, he's going to the B cap. That's fine. You're on my team? That's you? We've got an Ibuki, they've got a Buffalo. Good. Great. That is you. Alright, I'll send you a comment. Block messages! Huh. You can if you want. Careful with that because you're gonna drag the Soyuz and Iwami over here too. Take care, Wolfie. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you had a good time hanging out today. I'm gonna try doing something that I like to do with this with this particular ship, and that is use my reload booster early. Because a lot of times it catches destroyers by surprise. Alright, so sea was capped pretty quick, so I think the Fantask went to sea.
That's how it's done.
I'm gonna dump some torps that way. Of course, Buffalo is here. Wow, they're all over here. Los Andes, Soyuz, Georgia. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get radared as soon as I get in here, but whatever. There's the Fletcher.
All stations, concentrate fire on that target.
Come on, guys, blast him to oblivion. Nice. What's the... There's the radar. I was gonna say, what's the radar range of Buffalo? But I'm pretty sure it's like 9.5. How is the Fletcher not dead yet? Seriously? It's 10? Okay. Seriously, how did that Kiev not kill the Fletcher? Like, wow. Okay. Ranked battles, ladies and gentlemen.
All stations, concentrate fire on that target.
At least a torpedo did hit the Georgia. How did that Fletcher get away? I'm a... Jesus. Hey, there's a sticky fire. Remember, he got a torpedo hit, so he's gonna be stuck on fire for a bit. Why are they shooting the Buffalo instead of this Georgia that's in their faces? I have so many questions. Yes. This is one of the reasons why, by the way, I like using Yamamoto. Because I can get away with, you know, if I get that first blood, I can get an extra heal off the ground. I think our Soyuz is going for it. There's the Fletcher. Alright, well, the key finally killed him at least, so there's that. Fantask is in trouble. Or, Obuki's in trouble with the Fantask there in his face. Alright. Let's go deal with him. Vegetable, take a look at the Fantastic to your side. Or you can do the Soyuz. If you want to stay on the Soyuz, that's fine too. I'll go kill the Fantask. Assuming the Ibuki doesn't here. No, Ibuki got him. Good. Okay. Well, that's a double death strike, but whatever. Hey, a torpedo hit on the Soyuz. Let's go. I figured the Soyuz might try to shoot at me. Trying to get him to take his eye off of our Soyuz. Hopefully they don't ram. That would be annoying. They're gonna ram because our Soyuz stopped in front of theirs. Well done. Okay. Buffalo and Los Andes are left. We don't know where the Buffalo is. We know the Los Andes is down here. I'm gonna get out and spot for our team. There he is. Chief says they are almost dead. Well, definitely not the Los Andes. That's for sure. Touching tips is essential Warstrick's gameplay. Right? Unbelievable. Now, the nice thing is radio location is not pointing towards the Buffalo right now. Don't get close, Vegetable. Stay behind. Stay back. I'm really nervous about this.
Acknowledged.
Don't get in secondary range. Okay, it just flipped. It just flipped, so I've got to deal with the Buffalo. Last known health is low. He's got at least one heal since then. If you can, keep your guns looking south because I have a feeling I'm about to run into him. Saw that coming as soon as he shot me, right? There he is. Okay. If he wants to blow a radar now, I don't care because he's way the hell down south. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do this. This. And this. There's the radar. Slowing down to encourage him to come out and chase me. And also so I can make sure I get the cap. Got the cap. Giveaway in chat, guys. Come on, really? Double fires? Are you kidding me? What is this stupid RNG right now, huh? Here you go. Take a tour, buddy. No, you dodged it? Impressive. All right. Vegetable, that's probably too late for you. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, you don't have to die on the Los Andes here. The big thing is killing the Buffalo. If we can kill the Buffalo, we win. Hey, Stackro, I asked you before, do you have a replay that you want me to cover? You redeemed a replay for ZF6, but I don't see it. Oh, thank you, Iwami. Okay, this game is won. Should be, at least. As long as the Iwami doesn't throw his stuff away. Full health San Martin with Rihata yesterday. Couple torps and triple fire late. Was enjoyable. I'm sure it was. You live! Well, you got your super heal off, yes. Now the nice thing is the Los Andes is going to have to stop there because he needs the cap.
Concentrate fire on
So just back out of his secondary range and just keep, you know, slapping him with HE or whatever. It doesn't matter. And that should be a win. Just in case, as an insurance policy, I'm going to the CCAP. You got on permafire? You're good. So, Compass, how the heck have you been, man? It's been a while since I've seen you. Oh, you just, things alright with you, man? How were the storms by you a while ago? I was thinking about you. Scheist, who lives down kind of by you too, had some issues. He had some shingles blown off and stuff. San Martin not landing mini shells on you also hurt his healing. Well, sure. That's the thing. That's why I don't like those Pan-American cruisers, because you have to charge with the funny button. If you can't charge up the funny button, then forget it, you know? Oh, look at that. You managed to proc another heal. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Okay, okay, I see what you're doing here. Yeah, and then you just burned him down, right?
That was a great battle.
That is awesome. I suppose I could have come and helped you, but I'd rather make sure we get this cap here, right? Get that insurance in case you do die.
Nice work.
Engine boost 解除.
Wow. Nah, what's your potential damage? I'm curious. I mean, you must be at like, what, 2.5 million or something? You can tell me afterwards. 3 point, oh my god, 3.3? Jeez. And the Iwami got the kill, and you lived. Well done. That was awesome. I'm rank 3. And I think this is the final reward for victories. If I get to 2, I might continue pushing for it. I'm going to compliment the Soyuz, even though he rammed. And I'll compliment you again, because, again, you helped me get a star. Even the Ibuki did well. I mean, you know what? I'm complimenting everybody. It's my last game of the night. Unless I do some test ships later. You're all sick for a while, laid up for over a month battling kidney stone. Took 30 days to find. Ow! Rough storms come through, got lucky, no power. Good. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks, Compass, for updating me, and I'm glad you're doing okay. Look at this Los Andes. He must have been looking at his team, but clutch. Absolute clutch. The Ibuki landing torpedoes on the Fantask. Absolutely clutch. And then that Fletcher, I don't understand how they let him live, but I'm okay with it because we ended up with the win, you know, and that's what matters most. Chat, we're gonna do a cheer in a sec, so if you don't, ooh, super. If you don't have something to consume nearby, alcoholic or non, feel free to grab something. Panoramics, how's it going, dude? Get a shout out going for you. Alright, so you guys want the Barbiano game. And then I'm gonna probably do the U69. Because I think that's a good educational replay opportunity. Get some good learning out there for people, you know? I mean, you guys, your votes, 7 people voted for Barbiano, Essex came in 3rd. Not that clip. Too bad. Scheists came in last, but that one I think was really good for learning opportunities. Essex got 3 votes, Santander and Suzuya got 2 votes each. Now I'm done with Kitakaze. I don't need to play Kita anymore. Until I reset the line again in like a week. So when you're done researching the line, you don't purchase the ship. If you're going to keep on regrinding, you don't purchase the ship. Yeah, in 7 days, I get a double again. Yeah, okay. Okay, well. Let me switch over to this. And we've got about 40 seconds left, and then we'll do our toast, and then we'll say our goodnights, okay? Normally we do this when we get to the live play portion, but we spent a lot of time today going through replays, and then we also spent a couple hours on Stellar Settlers, a little bit more time than I'd wanted to, but it was worth it because I wanted to finish the mission. So there you have it. This might be a stupid question, but why continue to regrind? So I just closed the game, Wyatt, but when you get to a certain point in the game, let me log back in again. Yes, you don't buy the tier 10. If you're going to reset the ship, Joe, I'll go back to the game for a sec. I'll go back, I'll log into the ship and to the game. We'll talk about real quick. You don't rebuy the tier 10 because then you're wasting more credits because you're just going to sell all of the ships anyways. And so if you don't buy the ship, and especially if you don't equip it, then you don't need to, you know, then you save some credits for yourself. Okay. So Wyatt, this is the Research Bureau, which is part of the Armory, okay? The Research Bureau is meant for end-game players. These are players who have progressed through a good amount of the tech tree and want to go beyond. So there are ships that you can purchase in the Research Bureau. These ships have different specialties, like the hull, which has Des Moines guns on a destroyer, as an example, right? There's a whole bunch of different ones here. Every one of them plays a little bit differently, okay? There's also unique upgrades that you can buy in the Armory as well. And you do that by using research points. Now, to get research points, there's a couple of ways, right? One is through missions. So, for example, if I were to go to Ranked and I go to Rewards, you can see that after a certain number of wins, 21 wins in a season of Ranked at Silver, you can get some Research Bureau points, okay? And then you've got over here in gold, a couple other ones if you want to. Ragnar, between Z42 and Ragnar, Burst Brown. Now, to get the easiest way to get those points, besides missions, is by going to the tech tree and you reset a line here, okay? Now, we typically reset the Japanese gunboat destroyer line, the Harugumo line, because it's the cheapest and quickest and easiest to do. And frankly, I've gotten good enough with the Akizuki and Kitakaze that it makes the regrind rather trivial once you get past Minekaze. So what I will typically do is I'll hit reset, you sell all of the ships that you have at half price of the silver, and then you automatically demount all your upgrades, your commanders are put into reserve, flags are demounted, all that stuff, okay? So you regrind the line, and when you do, you get points for victories. And that point is different depending on the tier. So here's tier 10, that's 6,000. Tier 9, it's 1,500, okay? You don't get points for the tier 11, for the super ship. So you research all the way up to tier 10, and then you reset the line, and then you keep doing it. Now, as you keep doing it, you get stacks added. As you can see, I have 5 stacks of research points available here. Once I play a game, I get that reward. So when I reset this line, all of these then get new stacks. You'll see that there's a stack of Minekaze that I haven't played because I hate Minekaze. I'm not a big fan, so I don't even bother buying it. I just free XP to the Hatsuharu, and then I grind from Hatsuharu up to Harugumo again. I typically do this in Ranked. So when Ranked is tier 6 and 7, for example, I'll grind 6 and 7. Like I think right now it's in at 6 and 7 in bronze. So I'll grind that in bronze, and then I'll go to silver and grind out the 8 and 9 in silver. So I get the ranked missions, the bonus from Research Bureau points, but then I also get the Research Bureau points from doing the regrind. And I keep doing it over and over and over again. This is why in my recent video about the current event pass being so amazing, I highlighted that because you've got 3 special Japanese captains, really 4 special Japanese captains that work really well on these destroyers. I have Yamamoto and Kitakaze, for example. You guys saw the impact of having an extra consumable tonight in ranked, right? So I have him on Kitakaze because I play Kitakaze the most. Being tier 9, it makes sense. And then the Suzuki's or Ito, who's currently on the event pass, they have buffed survivability expert. So it makes that destroyer better, right? You get 500 points per tier, 500 hit points extra per tier over regular survivability expert. So that makes the grind even easier and more trivial, right? It buffs your Akazuki, and it buffs your Shiratsuyu, and it buffs your Hatsuharu. That's where I'm going to be putting my 3 Japanese captains with the special abilities. And then boom, look at that. Each one of these regrind ships has the special captain. Why do I enjoy the tier 9 destroyer over tier 10? Several reasons. One, because at tier 10, I'd rather play a Z52. I'd rather play a bunch of other destroyers. I'm not a huge fan of Harugumo. Harugumo is a very selfish farming boat. And to me, it's just not fun. Also, because I'm resetting this line so freaking often, I never really get to play the Harugumo. Like, I'll play like one game for like a snowflake event, and then I'm never going to play it again. So to me, the Kitakaze is where it's at in this line. It's the high point in this line. The Harugumo gains what, 1 extra torpedo, I think, or I don't remember what. And I think one more gun, 1 more turret, right? It's just not, in my opinion, it's just not worth it. But that's how the Research Bureau works. Now, Wyatt, you might not have the Research Bureau unlocked yet because I think you need like 4 or 6 tier 10s purchased in your port before it unlocks, or maybe researched before it unlocks, something like that. Harugumo is a team ship, yes, but the problem is that Harugumo, the concealment is low enough that it's difficult to go and get to places, and the guns are great, but it encourages you to farm. So you stop and you smoke and you farm, and now you're dependent on somebody else to spot for you. I just never liked Harugumo. Kitakaze, by comparison, you don't have as much of a deficit for spotting at in a tier locked situation at tier 9. It says you have 6,000 research points. Okay, so you might have already been doing some of this or whatever, but that's the Research Bureau and how it works. Okay, it's something mainly for in-game players. I would say if you haven't finished grinding through the tech tree yet, I wouldn't bother. Okay, but if you have, there you go. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna write this down as possible. Oh no, World Spawn, no. I'm gonna write this down as a possible Zath chat. Your Research Bureau overview. I'll call it overview. World Spawn. Oh man, I'm fixing it to get off, but thank you very much for the raid. Guys, those of you that just jumped in, welcome. I'm Lord Zath, the North American community contributor for World of Warships. We just finished doing a whole bunch of replay analysis, and we just finished playing 2 games of ranked battles that were insane, absolutely insane. Guys, we got raided. When we get raided, we eat out a special code. It's in there right now. In order to get that code, you have to be a follower. So if you're new to the channel and haven't followed yet, just click that follow button. It's a little heart thing. It's free over on Twitch, okay? And then type something into chat. On Discord, replays plus print screens of setup. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Stacro. That's a Venezia. Okay, so you want me to do the Venezia instead. That's fine. I will do that probably on Friday, okay? If you are watching over on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, get on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/Lord_Zath, and do the same thing. Follow and type something in, okay? What would you use research ships for? Playing the game. Research Bureau ships are ships, just like a regular ship. They're premium special ships. They're special. They're unique. They play different. I mean, Des Moines guns on a destroyer. Think about that for a sec. Plays very different. Okay, while that's going off, guys, we need to do our cheer. So, grab your favorite drink, and let's raise a cheer. Normally, I get some dirty water, some whiskey and stuff, but we just haven't had time today. They are often OP. They're meant to be a little bit imbalanced or different. So, anyway, cheers, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Happy Sunday to you all. Cheers to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. And feel free to share in chat what you're consuming if you want. Sputnik, hey. I didn't get a chance to show you this in New Zealand. Did you see this already? My Ponomu that I picked up in Christchurch? This was before we met you. This is right before we met you. We stopped back at the hotel and dropped it off because precious cargo. It's cool, yeah. I really like this a lot. Anyway, I gotta end the stream, which kind of sucks. Now that you guys are all here. Tomorrow night is gonna be more stream. Probably gonna be Manor Lords, because I love the game too damn much. Probably gonna be Manor Lords. Okay? That's the plan. That's the plan. What is this around my neck? This is Ponomu. This is greenstone, also known as jade, New Zealand jade. I picked it up when I was in New Zealand, Compass Rose. An amazing birthday gift from Hoghammer, as well as some amazing hype trains before I left for my birthday. Allowed me to pick this up. I'll get it closer so you can see how beautiful this thing is. This is, like I said, it's New Zealand jade. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous piece. Absolutely gorgeous piece. So, anyway. Guys, we're gonna have to end the stream. I have to go cook dinner for myself and the wife and all that good stuff. But I do hope that you had a great stream. And I do want to, again, say thank you all for being here. Rub it for good matchmaking, right? Hog, thank you again very much. Hog, you saw my wife's, right? You saw what my wife got on Friday? But it does mean a lot you guys tuned in and hung out. So thank you very much for being here. Sputnik, thank you for the 20 bits, my friend. You haven't. My wife's like, again? Stay tuned, Hog. I'll show you hers. Because I already showed you mine. Because Hoghammer's in chat, and Hog is the one that gave me an amazing birthday gift that enabled us to buy essentially both of these. So I want him to see what his birthday gift bought, okay? Thank you. So here's hers. Okay? Looks good, you must say, right? This is hers. Let me try to... Come on. There we go. This is the hook. Come on. Focus already. The autofocus really doesn't like me. There you go. That's a little bit better. So, it's pretty, huh? The backside is pretty dark, but the front side is nice and bright. Yeah, very nice. You're paying taxes. There you go. So yeah, so we picked that up. I've told that story a few times. I don't want to go forever, but yes, it is a hook. And like I said, if it wasn't for you guys supporting me, whether you're on YouTube, you're on Rumble, you're on Kick or Twitch, whether you're a paying viewer, like you're subscribing, you're cheering, you're donating, gifting subs, or you're just a regular viewer hanging out, you know, helping me out with ad revenue and stuff. Like, it really does mean a lot to me, and it really does help me be able to afford stuff like this, even be able to travel and that sort of thing. So I do want to really seriously say thank you guys for all your support. And Mrs. hooked me a long time ago. It's a hook to lure me away. Kinky. All right, with that, we're going to move to the stream ending screen, guys. You're going to see some stuff in chat, some links. Feel free to support me by clicking those links if you'd like. He got the hook from stream. Yes, kind of, actually, yes. Kind of funny how that works, huh? I need targets for raiding. If you guys have any raid target, somebody who's doing whatever, let me know. We raided Bo on Friday, so let's not raid Bo again, okay? Wyatt, thank you. The drawing will be done as time goes. So as we get the giveaway, or sorry, as we get the raid stuff figured out, Compass, the draw will tend to itself. I have this all kind of set up as a well-oiled machine at this point. So I always put my rerun channel as a raid target. And that's selfishly because it supports me, but also unselfishly because it saves time in finding a raid target. Let's see who else is out here. Hey, Stackrow, thank you. You too. Is there anybody that I would say absolutely we should raid or could raid? I'm not seeing a ton. Chief Engineman, I just saw him. He's got 2 viewers. That's cool. I'll put him down. Anybody else? Sea Donkey. Sea Donkey hangs out up here. I'll put Sea Donkey on the list. Why not? Anybody else you guys want? I got my rerun channel. I've got Chief Engineman, and I got Sea Donkey. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get the poll going because I have to go to the bathroom and I need to run a commercial break and I need to say final goodbyes to you guys. So I'm going to start the poll. It's a 5-minute poll. Chicago style voting, everybody. There's over on Twitch. You have a vote. If you don't see a vote on Twitch, refresh the stream. And of course, you can use channel points for additional votes if you would like. I'm going to run a commercial break, step away, pee for a second, check in with the wife, and then I'll come back and we'll say our final goodbyes. Okay? Okay. How are we doing on the vote? Rerun, really? I mean, it's nice of you guys. Thank you. You don't have to do that, though. I'm going to say goodbye now to YouTube and Rumble and Kick. So, User Joe, I know you've been hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. We also had some other people coming in to YouTube as well today. So, big thanks to you guys for tuning in. I didn't see any chatter on Rumble, but that's okay. If anybody was on Rumble and enjoyed the show, that's what matters the most, because I am seeing some people following, and the same thing over on Kick. I appreciate you guys. One of the things I got to do is I got to wrap my brain around getting alerts going for Rumble, I think. I don't know. I think I have alerts set up for everything else. I need to double check that, though. Hey, Wyatt, congratulations. All right, YouTube, have a good night. Rumble, you guys have a good night. Kick, good night to you as well. And YouTube Vertical, thank you very much for tuning in. I would say, too, if you enjoyed the show, feel free to subscribe over on YouTube. That's the same thing as following. And